The story begins with news broadcasts, a series of reports about strange phenomena spreading rapidly online. Fishermen along the coastal areas discovered a balloon so large that it took 10 people to hold one, and many suspected it was a result of nuclear wastewater. On another channel, people talked about a gigantic ancient tree in a national scenic area rated Class 5A, whose magnolia roots extended for 10 miles, attracting waves of tourists. Then came another report about an earthquake that caused fissures, leading experts to suspect an abnormal earth vein. After that, shocking news kept pouring in one after another, enormous vines falling from the sky, fairy tales of childhood turning into reality, railway tracks breaking in multiple places and causing countless casualties. At that moment, the crowd watching the news began to chatter noisily, saying that it was all just clickbait advertising, nothing more, no different from those zombies in the neighboring country last year. Others nodded in agreement, saying yes, that's right, while someone pointed out there was an interesting breakup involving a campus beauty over there. Immediately someone confirmed after seeing it, yes, that's the campus beauty So-Fan Lai. Hearing that, the crowd quickly gathered in greater numbers around So-Fan Lai, whispering that the goddess Lai Lai had finally managed to shake off her clingy boyfriend. They began gossiping excitedly. Let me tell you, the goddess wanted to escape poverty, so she had already received an admission letter from Qingcheng University, while her boyfriend couldn't even get into a regular university. Their futures simply didn't belong to the same world. The boyfriend's name was Fuong. Fuong what again? Just then, Fan Lai suddenly called out to him, Fuong ditch. She spoke coldly before everyone, I have thought it through, I feel that between us, it really isn't realistic. She didn't stop there, but continued insistently. Student love will eventually reach the moment when both awaken. Perhaps only then will we realize that we are not suitable for each other. That to hold hands and walk through life requires courage and also a match in status and family. After speaking, she firmly made a demand to Fuong ditch. Therefore, let's break up. It's fine. No matter how much you try to hold on to me, it won't work. Facing Fan Lai's cold words, he said nothing. The nearby crowd immediately started murmuring, why doesn't he say anything? Could it be that the shock was too much and he collapsed? Or maybe there's something wrong with his brain. Another person in the crowd mocked, of course. Hearing her voice, he turned his head back, his gaze sharp as ice, and asked, what else do you want? She looked irritated and said, I don't care what you're thinking, or what tricks you're trying to use. I will never get back with you, do you understand? His face showed deep disgust. Fuong ditch frowned and said, stop being so self-absorbed, campus beauty, I'm busy. Fan Lai was shocked and said nothing more. Someone in the crowd watching couldn't help exclaiming, no way, that's it. Fuong ditch shoved both hands into his pockets and walked away with calm composure. He was lost in thought. So Fan Lai and the others had no idea, no awareness at all of the crisis about to come. Dark clouds were gathering, and soon money, academic achievements, and all the standards of modern society would turn to ashes. Fuong ditch was still lost in his own thoughts. They did not know that the person he was now had already died once, reborn and returned from a future disaster. The Fan Lai standing before him was nothing more than a distant, familiar stranger. His feet wore a simple pair of slippers as he walked slowly ahead. Above him the noon sun burned fiercely, behind him the crowd grew smaller and smaller. Fuong ditch thought silently to himself, there are far more important things to worry about now. What does it matter if she's a campus beauty or how others judge me? Sooner or later everything will be overturned anyway. He feared that the true danger lay in all humans living on Blue Star. Fuong ditch recalled that the story began the previous night, when his sleep was invaded by a dream that crept deeply into his mind. In the hazy darkness, fragments of memory surfaced, a crimson sky blazing like blood, tsunamis roaring and swallowing a lone ship adrift on the sea. Then came scenes of madness, lightning tearing the heavens apart, and countless colossal creatures stepping out from the endless void, their shadows engulfing mountains and rivers. Amid that chaos, a line of words appeared in his subconscious, leaving him confused. It read, "Discovery confirmed. After 364 days and 11 hours 59 minutes, spiritual energy will begin complete recovery." When the spiritual energy revival begins, the world will experience unpredictable and earth-shaking transformations. Before his eyes, layers of strange people appeared, carrying monstrous forms and echoing voices, proclaiming that social order would be reshuffled, and the era of cultivators would arrive, where strength would become the only standard for all. Transitioning to the present, in the city, the voice of a news anchor on a public television screen was updating information. The situation humanity is facing right now is extremely serious, something unprecedented in history. We cannot find answers from the past, only rely on our own abilities and do our best to adapt to the environment. Fuangditch was also listening to that report, thinking, so this is it. He realized the government did not attempt to soothe the public or deny the recent anomalies, but instead called on citizens to take preventive measures. Fuangditch unlocked his phone and saw the screen filled with emergency notifications warning about strange phenomena. He read them and thought further. This behavior is in fact a veiled warning from the Xian nation's government, a message they cannot openly explain but have deliberately released. In the past, reports of chaotic and supernatural phenomena would never have been broadcast so widely on public screens. Fuangditch recalled the violent scenes everywhere in his previous life and thought silently. This subtle and quiet approach is exactly the consistent method of Xian Nation, something that allows the people to keep a cool head and maintain faith in their country. It might be troublesome and time-consuming, but it works far better than the free Gatling guns sold at the store next door. Suddenly, he remembered something and picked up his phone again. That's right, the system had reminded him that everything in the world could be used by him, which meant wherever there were anomalies, that was where he should go. Fuangditch immediately noticed a piece of news. Qingcheng University had issued a notice urging students to stay safe and take sun protection measures. That report appeared on his phone along with several photos of the sky burning in dazzling golden light. The headline read, "Ultraviolet radiation levels at Qingcheng University have reached the highest point in nearly 100 years. Other students at the university who read the news mocked it, saying, "Our top university's exaggerating like this now. If the heat were really that strong, we'd all be dead already. Fake news. This one must have bought its way onto the hot search list." Fuangditch looked up at the clear blue sky where flocks of birds still flew freely, then thought, wait, how could the weather be so different? Qingcheng University is only 15 minutes away by car. He immediately unlocked his phone to check, and the ultraviolet index showed 0. Fuangditch quickly realized something was wrong. He continued reading the notification. Student reporting will proceed as usual. Please avoid areas of strong ultraviolet radiation near the north gate and use other intersections as normal. Current temperature, 74 degrees Celsius. Beneath the report, many people were actively discussing. A sophomore student commented, "Ultraviolet light on a cloudy day. Where did that even come from?" with 1 in 398 likes. Another person named Chu Daiha replied, "It looks like a photoshopped picture to me. It seems totally fake," receiving 987 likes. After reading the news, Fuangditch said, "Very well." He thought to himself, in this world, whenever something abnormal happens, most people ignore it or think it's just another marketing trick. Only I know the truth. Still holding his phone in one hand, the other hand in his pocket, he stood upright and continued thinking, "My first opportunity has come." The scene shifted. Fuangditch. Then he walked closer and looked around. Indeed, it was abnormal. Fuangditch saw people around him running frantically, shouting, running. "It's so hot we're going to die." Suddenly he seemed to see something. This is... Then Fuangditch slowly crouched down, his hand reaching towards something unseen. His long, slender fingers touched a small streak of crimson light. But just seconds later, it flared violently, releasing a surge of power that tried to engulf his entire body before he could react. At that moment, a system notification appeared as he struggled. Detected extreme yang attribute vibration, unlocking yang attribute data sample. Fuong-ditch was pulled into a vortex of immense power. He screamed in agony as streams of energy coursed through his body. The light burst forth again, illuminating everything nearby. People standing around shouted in shock, "My God, am I hallucinating? Is that a Super Saiyan X man?" While another argued, "Obviously an apostle has appeared." Meanwhile, Fuong-ditch gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from the raging force. Each cell in his body felt as if it were being burned alive in violent flames. He clutched his head, panting heavily through the pain that felt like it was tearing him apart, then shouted, "Is it over yet? I feel like I'm about to die." Immediately, a notification appeared, "Compilation successful. You have obtained a Yang attribute cultivation method." At last, his suffering was rewarded, the golden Yang breathing technique. At Qingcheng University, everything was peaceful as usual. A notice board at the school gate displayed a message, welcoming new students to register, welcoming the freshmen. Inside the campus, the reception area for new students was crowded, with long lines of students waiting their turn. Among them, a few senior students surrounded So Fan Lai, offering friendly gestures, saying, "Classmate, do you need me to help carry your luggage?" Dan Lai stood confidently amidst the group of seniors. She was always surrounded by attention. Someone offered, "Classmate, which building are you heading to? Do you know the way? I can take you there." Another said, "Classmate, here is a recruitment notice from our club. Have a look. If you're interested, you can leave your contact number." In contrast to the friendly smiles around her, Than Lai replied coldly, "Thank you, no need." At the same time, she turned and saw a couple whispering to each other. The young man said, "Luckily we were both admitted to the same city. Half an hour apart doesn't seem so far." The girl smiled brightly. "Yes, so we can see each other every day." Than Lai was speechless, thinking, love struck brains. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from behind her and the crowd, shaking the nearby space. At that moment, the school's public announcement system captured Than Lai's and everyone's attention. "High temperature warning at the north garden of the campus. Please avoid the north gate. Do not approach." Than Lai's face darkened as she thought seriously, "Lately strange things have been happening everywhere. I have to go see for myself." At the north gate, a figure stood towering amidst swirling energy. No one else but our male protagonist, Fuong-ditch. His entire body was charred black as if burned, and waves of heat and flames caused chaos all around. But a moment later, Fuong-ditch opened his eyes, exhaling in relief as if everything had been resolved. As his body calmed, a system notification appeared, "Extreme Yang suspension. Intense breathing can utilize the golden Yang breathing technique to cleanse the body." From Fuong-ditch's perspective, his hands also seemed to have changed. He looked at the system panel. The cultivation method was written for him. No need to learn, unlocked, earning 50 editing points. Fuong-ditch pulled the notification closer, read it again, and frowned in confusion. Editing points, what is this now? But in an instant, he regained composure, thinking, never mind, clearly useful. How to apply it specifically can wait. Suddenly, the sky turned gloomy, the sun obscured by black clouds drifting in from nowhere. Fuong-ditch inhaled sharply as if channeling his energy, using his new power. In an instant, the sky returned to its original state, clear and someone looked up and said, "Did you see the sky suddenly darken just now?" Another said, "I even felt the air suddenly cooler for a moment." Then someone shouted loudly, "Hey, look over there. There really are a lot of people at the north gate." While the students were still trying to understand what was happening, suddenly a pair of feet stomped heavily on the ground, each step so imposing that the surrounding space fell completely silent. It turned out that the stomp belonged to the principal of Qingcheng University, followed by several bodyguards and a figure in a mysterious cloak. The principal immediately asked, "What's the meaning of gathering in such large numbers? Didn't you receive the message forbidding this?" Qingcheng University students report immediately. Those who fail to report will lose points. Seeing the principal approach, the students quickly parted to leave a path for him. The cloaked figure beside the principal said, Please establish a containment perimeter and completely block off the north gate, to which he promptly agreed, okay. On the other side, after dispersing the black clouds from earlier, a notification appeared for Fuong Ditch. You have purified the type a contaminated area, north gate of Qingcheng University. Immediately, a series of other notifications appeared, marking contaminated zones and anomalous points, indicating areas generating energy from recovering spiritual energy with different levels of danger. This information made him curious. Contaminated zones, marked by the Xia nation government as well. Could it be that someone else besides me already knew? While Fuong Ditch was deep in thought, a loud alarm suddenly sounded, drawing his attention. Alert, alert, the north gate is about to close. Please evacuate immediately. The surrounding students curiously watched those walking with the principal, whispering, "Is that the military over there in uniform? What's going on?" At that moment, Fuong Ditch sensed a figure slowly approaching him. Oh no, the movement was too large and had already drawn someone over. He quickly decided to gather all his speed and dash forward. Let's go. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure's feet continued their slow, deliberate steps. The figure stopped in the center of the area where Fuong Ditch had just caused a shockwave, the dust and smoke still lingering around. Suddenly, the mysterious figure crouched down carefully, using a hand to brush away the remaining layer of dust from the ground. Then he lifted it to his nose, as if analyzing something. After a careful inspection, the person in the cloak, with silver hair and cold silver eyes, spoke. This was done by a person. Could it be that someone who accessed spiritual energy early has appeared? Right behind the cloaked figure, the principal continued giving instructions, asking students to leave quickly. Wait, sir, let me send this to my friend's circle first. Fan Lai, standing nearby, overheard the words of the mysterious figure and was silently astonished. Done by a person, spiritual energy, what? This terrifying phenomenon was. Fan Lai imagined the figure that had just run away, and at that moment she suddenly realized something strange and off. That shadow earlier, could it have been Fuong Ditch? But she immediately dismissed her own thoughts, shaking her head with a mocking smile. Don't be ridiculous, so Fan Lai, with his kind of academic performance, how could he possibly appear in a place like that? Time passed, and the day slowly turned into dusk. When the sunlight was still harsh and golden, inside Fuong Ditch's house, he was lying relaxed on his soft bed, sunlight pouring through the window casting warm shadows over his body. Fuong Ditch felt like he was burning up. He complained, "What is going on? This heat feels like it's constantly radiating from my body without stopping." He recalled how he had tried everything to cool himself down, from cold compresses to turning on the air conditioner, yet nothing worked. He sighed in frustration. If this keeps up, I won't get a good night's sleep tonight. Thinking back to what had happened earlier in the day, he suddenly sat up, anxiety flashing through his mind. Wait, after causing such a huge commotion today, could anyone have found out? Fuong Ditch hurriedly grabbed his phone. I have to check. At that moment, the top trending search appeared on the screen. Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association updates new containment ranking. He frowned. What is this? Thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, that sounded familiar. In his previous life, he vaguely remembered an online organization that occasionally released certain cultivation principles, but at that time, most people assumed it was just some web novelist writing a modern fantasy story for fun. Then suddenly, Fuong Ditch remembered the image of the mysterious cloaked person he had seen that morning. Wait a second, could the one I met at Qingcheng University earlier actually be? On his phone screen, a button appeared that said, Open, and he immediately tapped it to view the information displayed. The content inside detailed the cultivation realms of practitioners. The first realm, Ghost Domain, where the practitioner relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to create mortal weapons. The second realm, Spirit Creation, borrows the power of heaven and earth, opens the divine blood veins, and generates internal spiritual energy. The third realm, Diamond Bloodline, possesses indestructible diamond-like spiritual energy, with all bones connected and empowered to command elemental attributes. The fourth realm, Divine Moon, uses immense power to break through the restraints of heaven and earth, accumulating faith to ascend as a new deity. The fifth realm, Rising Sun, stands at the peak of the universe, capable of manipulating the birth and destruction of star fields, roaming freely through all worlds. The ultimate realm, Transcendence, surpasses all limitations of existence, mastering the cycle of life and death, split. Now that the restoration of spiritual energy has become a universal trend, in order to prevent fellow cultivators from going astray, these realms will be made public, hoping that everyone can use them for self-reference. Fuong Dich felt somewhat doubtful. Although the content was mysterious, its structure seemed familiar, even bearing a faint watermark. Below the post were countless skeptical comments. Someone wrote, "Spiritual energy, cultivation. It feels like only someone with brain problems would write something like this." Another commented, "Nowadays people will really do anything for attention." One immediately dismissed it as fake, saying, "Anyone can tell it's not real." Some criticized, "Writing a novel is fine, but don't treat it like reality. You'll mislead the kids." Fuong Dich's suspicion grew deeper. This kind of announcement should have been issued by the Han Nation government itself, shouldn't it? After reading through the comments of netizens, Fuong Dich frowned in confusion. In his previous life, he had never heard of this association. As an ordinary person back then, he couldn't access such things, and after the natural disaster completely changed his life, he had even less time to care about them. At that time, just staying alive had consumed all of his energy and spirit. He put his phone aside, thinking, the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. Could this be a signal from the government to those who have already come into contact with spiritual energy? He made up his mind. In that case, I'll follow the instructions and perform the Golden Sun breathing technique once more. With that thought, Fuong Dich immediately closed his eyes, focusing all his concentration to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. A surge of powerful energy began to flow throughout his body, making him frown slightly as he endured the heat. Within moments, Fuong Dich slowly rose into the air, surrounded by radiant streams of life energy lifting him upward. As he stopped his cultivation, he murmured in his mind, "The first step is to refine the body into energy, using the physical vessel as a weapon to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth." The blazing fire of power roared within him, forming shape according to his inner technique, molding spiritual energy into a divine seal. His face tensed, veins standing out as he strained to control the torrent of strength flowing through every muscle and vessel in his body. Fuong Dich then raised his head to observe the divine energy, wondering in confusion what this could be. Immediately after, a notification sounded from the system. "Congratulations, you have advanced to the 1-star realm, Ghost Domain." The system panel displayed, "You may use the editing points obtained and forcibly embed the data you have collected into." At that moment, his mind was filled with questions. Editing points, right? I almost forgot about them. But what exactly does that mean? The data I've collected so far is the Golden Sun breathing technique, which has the Yang attribute. He looked at the system panel again. "You may use the editing points obtained and forcibly embed the data you have collected into any object. Current editing points, 50. Fuong Dich read each line carefully, thinking, forcibly embedding it into any object. What does that even mean? He raised his hand forward, murmuring to himself, what exactly does any object refer to? Suddenly, the cup beside him floated up, reacting to Fuong Dich's power. The system instantly prompted, would you like to consume editing points to imbue this object with the Yang attribute? Yes or no? Witnessing the strange phenomenon, Fuong Dich smirked quietly, amused. So, I guessed correctly. He began to analyze the situation. Forcibly embedding or infusing must mean enchanting an object, granting it supernatural power. If I choose yes, then this cup will become a cup imbued with the Yang attribute. His mind began to wander further. If it works for a gun, a blade, or another weapon, then could those become my unique, extraordinary weapons? Judging by the system's wording, it seems I won't be limited to collecting data from only one attribute. Thinking this through, Fuong-dich turned to glance at the gleaming sword strapped behind his back. He examined the weapon closely for a while, continuing to think. A custom-designed weapon with supernatural power would indeed be crucial in the future. After calculating everything in his mind, Fuong-dich quickly made up his mind. Might as well try it with this one first. If it works, I can buy a real one later. He thought that since he had been reborn, he must prepare thoroughly to face the mutated monsters that would inevitably come. As he resolved this, in the pitch-dark night, only the moonlight illuminated the world, while the brilliant golden light of the golden sun breathing technique flared powerfully through Fuong-dich's window, shining defiantly against the darkness. At that same moment, a strange, fur-covered shadow slipped past the outside of Fuong-dich's house. The ferocious face of the beast revealed itself, its glowing crimson eyes gleaming in the dark, exuding a murderous aura that filled the air. Somewhere nearby, it seemed an unfortunate man had already become its prey. His dark red blood splattered across the ground. Under the bright full moon illuminating the misty night, the high-rise building where Fuong-dich lived stood tall against the dark sky. Inside his room, the moonlight slipped through the window frame and cast its glow over the bed. As Fuong-dich lay asleep, he suddenly felt uneasy, as if he could hear some kind of noise. Jolted awake, he slowly opened his eyes and frowned in confusion. Where did that mouse come from? He quickly got out of bed to check around. After a while of carefully searching every corner, Fuong-dich realized that the sound was not coming from inside his home. He thought to himself, it's not from the water pipes either. Could it be someone else's pet calling for a mate? He perked up his ears and focused on listening. After all, he had just entered the ghost domain realm, and his hearing was sharper than an ordinary person's, so being able to hear sounds from another apartment wasn't unusual. But after listening for a while, the noise became clearer, and Fuong-dich frowned again. Something's not right. He cautiously opened the door and stepped outside to see what was going on. Immediately, he discovered a strange rabbit-like creature hanging upside down on the tall wall in the hallway. The bizarre beast suddenly leaped toward him, pressing its face close to his. Startled, Fuong-dich gritted his teeth, forcing himself to suppress the fear rising in his chest. That rabbit was a mutated beast, twisted by some kind of strange transformation. His mind spun with confusion as he recalled faint memories from his previous life. Encountering such a creature again still made his skin crawl. At the same moment, in the skies above the city, a helicopter circled repeatedly, as if searching for something below. On a balcony nearby stood the silhouette of a young woman. She continuously sent out signals through her communication device. Her name was Than Hein. The rabbit that devoured the dark spirit had still not been captured, its speed truly astonishing. With a lollipop in her mouth, Than Hein adjusted her mic and listened intently. After receiving the report from the other end, she replied in a cold, decisive tone, "Notify me the moment there's any update." When the call ended, Than Hein immediately leaped off the balcony where she had been standing. Then she dove straight down. As Than Hein was speeding through the air, a sudden surge of energy appeared, startling her. Even though it was only a fleeting sensation, she immediately confirmed it. It's here, the aura of that mutated beast. Instantly, she shifted her body and slowed her descent, pressing against the side of a nearby skyscraper with all her focus. Determined, twisting agilely in midair, she warned through her communicator, "Everyone, stay alert. It hasn't been long since it devoured the spirit fruit, meaning its mutation and evolution aren't yet complete. It could continue evolving and become even stronger. So don't let your guard down for even a second." In a nearby office building, a man sipping coffee by the window happened to witness Than Hein darting and leaping across the rooftops. Seeing the unbelievable scene, he muttered to himself in disbelief, "My God, have I been working overtime so long that I'm starting to hallucinate?" His colleague beside him glanced over and snapped, "What are you spacing out for? Have you finished drawing your comic yet?" As the man turned away still puzzled, That mysterious figure continued to soar swiftly under the moonlight. This was already the 65th floor. Meanwhile, back on Fuang Ditch's side, he was fiercely facing off against the mutated rabbit, which was lunging at him. In that instant, his eyes flared with light, as though they could tear through the darkness itself. In the blink of an eye, Fuang Ditch moved with incredible agility, narrowly dodging the creature's attack. His gaze locked onto the beast as he thought to himself, after breaking through, my body really has changed a lot. I can clearly see its movements, even the slower ones, and my muscles can now react and move fast enough to evade its assault. At that moment, the center of Fuang Ditch's palm suddenly flared with a magic circle shaped like the sun, radiating a powerful current of energy that surged through his entire body. Staring at the monster before him, Fuang Ditch recalled the brutal scene he had once experienced in his previous life. But to think that this mutated demonic beast would appear so early, it was something he could clearly remember when comparing it to the memories of his past life. Every single movement of the rabbit fell completely within his observation. He thought to himself, it hasn't even fully evolved yet. The dark attribute at this moment is stimulating its power and ferocity. That thought carved deeply into his mind. He immediately made up his mind. He had to stop it, to kill it. Otherwise, everyone in this building would become food for that creature. Fuang Ditch pressed forward with all his might, his hands gripping tightly onto the thick fur of the beast. Being ambushed so suddenly, the creature panicked and struggled violently. Not giving the disgusting thing any chance to counterattack, he exerted all his strength to drag its body along the floor. Finally, without a moment of hesitation, Fuang Ditch decisively hurled the monster hard into the nearby glass window, because he had realized its weakness lay in its tail. But just a second later, Fuang Ditch dropped to one knee, gathering every ounce of his strength. Then, he gathered all the strength in his body into his fist, the momentum so overwhelming it seemed capable of crushing everything in its path. Once fully prepared, Fuang Ditch launched a devastating punch directly into the body of the mutated rabbit. The radiance from the blow was so intense it pierced straight through the creature's enormous frame. Just moments ago, its body had been intact, yet now there was a massive hole blown open through its chest. However, the beast was still not dead. It continued to charge toward Fuang Ditch, leaving him momentarily shocked. It was using its mouth to absorb the light and power radiating from him. Fuang Ditch was astonished, muttering that it even dared to absorb his solar attribute energy. The power of the sun was a force of overwhelming dominance, and this rabbit was truly courting death. As he had predicted, in the very next instant, the mutated beast swelled up violently and exploded. In a nearby room, a man instinctively looked up when he saw the flash of light and heard the thunderous noise. He murmured vaguely, "Lightning." He then walked to the window, opened it, and looked outside, wondering why there was nothing there. It turned out that at this very moment, Fuang Ditch had already landed on the ground amid shards of shattered golden light. After finishing his battle with the mutated rabbit, a thought flashed through his mind. That thing just now, it was like a starving ghost, desperately trying to devour the power within him. Suddenly, the remaining fragments of the beast's body fell from the air. Fuang Ditch watched silently, his eyes filled with profound disgust. Without hesitation, he crushed the remains beneath his foot, treating it as nothing more than an obstacle that needed to be erased. Fuang Ditch spoke with a mocking tone, clearly a dark attribute creature, and yet when faced with the solar attribute that directly restrains it, it still went mad like that. It must have been truly starving. He imagined the horrific scene that would have unfolded if he hadn't stopped that mutated beast. The mutation of the beasts had already begun. If he were still an ordinary, unawakened human, then everyone here today would have ended up as food for that monster. That thought ignited an even stronger resolve within Fuang Ditch's heart. To fight against the threats to come, he would need to gather more cultivation techniques. A while later, the familiar figure of Fan Hein finally appeared. Without hesitation, she landed swiftly and precisely at the scene. As she began scanning the surroundings, she suddenly froze, her face stiffening as though she had just discovered something. Her gaze followed the remains of the beast on the ground, her expression showing a hint of doubt. "It's dead already." Then she reached toward the remains, reporting through her communicator. "The target has been eliminated. The body is completely destroyed. I will first recover the residual dark attribute energy." But just as she extended her hand, a flash of energy burst out. Than Hein immediately pulled her hand back, touching her palm that was now smoking, even though she hadn't managed to touch anything yet. "This heat, it's really scorching." Under the bright full moon illuminating the pitch-dark night, the tall building where Fuang-dich lived towered against the dark city sky. In his room, moonlight filtered through the window and shone onto the bed. Fuang-dich, lying on the bed, suddenly felt discomfort as if he was hearing some noisy sound. He was startled awake, then slowly opened his eyes, frowning in suspicion, wondering where this mouse came from. He hurriedly got off the bed to check around. After thoroughly inspecting the area, Fuang-dich realized it was not inside the house, so he thought silently, "It's not in the water pipes either. Could it be a neighbor's pet calling for a mate?" He perked up his ears to listen carefully. After all, he had just entered the ghost mansion. His hearing was better than ordinary people, so it would be normal to hear sounds from another house. But after listening for a while, Fuang-dich realized the sound was getting clearer, and he frowned. Something was wrong. He then tried opening the door and stepping outside. He immediately discovered it was a strange rabbit hanging upside down on the high wall in the corridor. Suddenly, the bizarre creature leapt and pressed its face close to him. Fuang-dich was slightly alarmed, gritting his teeth to suppress his fear, realizing this rabbit was a mutated beast influenced by abnormal evolution. He recalled memories from his previous life, still distant but vivid, and seeing this mutated beast again sent shivers down his spine. At the same time, in the sky above the city, a helicopter circled as if constantly searching for something below. On the balcony, a girl stood, continuously sending signals through a communication device. Her name was Than Hein. The rabbit had swallowed the night spirit fruit and had not been captured yet. The speed of this creature was truly terrifying. Than Hein had a lollipop in her mouth while adjusting the mic and listening intently. After receiving the information from the other end, she responded coldly in a decisive tone, reporting that if there was news, it should be communicated immediately. After finishing the conversation, Than Hein, after an extremely good sleep, Fuang-dich woke up, stretching to embrace the morning sunlight streaming through the window, feeling full of energy, with the day's plan beginning from the morning, the bright sunlight shining over his body. He then put on a pure white shirt over his six-pack abs, feeling very refreshed and thinking that waking up early was even more beneficial for his cultivation. Fuang-dich sat in meditation right on the bed, focusing all his mind and beginning to cultivate his technique, sensing the morning light while operating the Kim Duong breathing method. After a period of time, he quietly opened his eyes, which shone with dazzling golden light. Fuang-dich lifted his head to observe the divine energy gradually forming and thought to himself that after entering the ghost mansion realm, every time he operated the Kim Duong breathing method, he could sense the flow of energy generated by the technique, like threads wrapping around his divine body. As he watched the spiritual energy move violently, Fuang-dich calculated that it was so fast, could it be about to break through? Thinking this, he immediately closed his eyes again, concentrating his mind on every stream of energy coursing through his body. Suddenly, Fuang-dich seemed to feel some kind of change. He immediately opened his eyes and reached out to touch the divine energy floating before him. He tried swinging the divine energy with some basic moves and silently reflected that cultivation was like chopping wood, nothing but perseverance. A few moments later, he firmly clenched both hands onto the divine energy decisively. Fuang-dich then used all his strength to raise the divine energy high. Next, he struck the divine energy forcefully down to the ground, and at the same time, the system's voice rang out, congratulating him for advancing to the second star of the ghost mansion realm. Fuang-dich's eyes blazed with fiercer flames than ever before. He slowly felt the vitality and power surging through his body, the sensation growing even stronger. After that, Fuang Dich slowly stopped his cultivation, once again focusing his spiritual energy to stabilize his body. Though his advancement had been fast, it was partly because the residual energy accumulated from his previous one-star breakthrough had not yet been fully used. He looked at his arm, filled with power, and thought to himself that next he must steadily and carefully continue upgrading step by step. Then Fuang Dich glanced at the newly arrived package, not forgetting to think that the anomaly he caused was too conspicuous, and it would be better to find a quiet place. The scene then shifted to the association office, where someone was sipping tea, but was distracted by the ringing of the phone. He was the head of the office, and when he picked up the phone, he discovered the sun generating oscillating energy, and it was him. Time passed quickly, and now Fuang Dich was sitting beside a stream, looking at the system panel. The system asked whether he wanted to spend compilation points to merge the yang attribute into this object. Fuang Dich clenched his sword tightly and decisively shouted yes. He recalled old memories. Previously he had tried using a model. Thinking this, Fuang Dich concentrated all his spiritual energy into the sword. This time, he clearly sensed that the sword shared the same origin as the power in his body, harmonizing in a miraculous way. Immediately afterward, the system announced that the compilation was successful. He was extremely excited and thought that this was indeed a good weapon and wanted to test its power. But just a second later, Fuang Dich's gaze suddenly froze as if he had seen something astonishing, and he exclaimed, "Oh my God!" The power from the sword spread across the wide sky, with such force that it dissipated nearby dark clouds. Fuang Dich quickly realized the problem and redirected the sword elsewhere, the blade still blazing with fire. He slashed the stream beside him with such strength that the water surged upward like a tsunami. Looking at the scene before him, he thought, luckily it didn't ignite the forest. However, the surrounding space was still heavily affected, columns of smoke rising, the commotion too loud, and with smoke this thick, he would surely have been discovered. He had to retreat quickly. Just a few minutes later, after Fuang Dich had left the area, a familiar figure, Than Hein, hurried over, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, and angrily shouted, "Hateful, hateful, hateful." Than Hein ran to the stream, only to see the remaining traces of what had happened. The water was bubbling violently like a hot spring. The more she looked, the more regretful she felt, sighing as she spoke again, "I just used a discount coupon to buy milk tea, and I was only a little late." Water backlash. It must be water backlash. When she arrived at the scene, she froze in shock. Wait, a hot spring. She looked at the devastated site, her heart aching deeply. What on earth happened to this Buddha statue? Oh heavens, where am I supposed to get this repaired now? Who can I even find to restore it? With tears in her eyes, Than Hein clenched her fists in frustration and said through gritted teeth, "I'm going to get scolded badly by the Aftermath Management Office again." Ever since that person appeared, nothing has gone smoothly. Suddenly, she noticed a faint trace of Fuang Dich's lingering energy, and her body stiffened. Feeling the sharp shift in aura, her expression turned from confusion to sheer astonishment. Wait, that's impossible. She compared it with his previous strength and gasped in disbelief. Last night, it was still the aura of a first-tier ghost-grade cultivator, but now it has reached the second tier already. Not only that, there's also a powerful energy mixed in here. Is that a spirit weapon? Spirit weapon, as the name suggests, refers to a weapon fused with elemental attributes, granting it strength far beyond ordinary arms. Than Hein touched her chin thoughtfully. But spirit weapons are extremely rare. Even within the association, there are only 2 in existence. Not to mention, the Lightning Spiritual Energy Project is still incomplete, the technology limited and far from mass production. How could this person possibly have one? The more she thought, the more frustrated she became, unable to find a reasonable explanation. His weapon now carried the Yang attribute, but the system hadn't specified whether it could only use that attribute alone. He recalled the line that had once appeared on the system's data panel. Everything in this world can be compiled as material by this system. The system had mentioned he could compile various cultivation techniques. So if I later gain other attributes, could I fuse them into this weapon too, stacking them onto the current one? Suddenly, a series of messages popped up on Fuongdich's phone from an unfamiliar user. "Hello," the person wrote. "May I ask if you're also a celestial practitioner? Sorry, I happened to check your browsing history and saw you've been looking into recent anomalies, even saving posts about breakthrough stages. My friends and I are also celestial practitioners. We usually gather to train together and are looking for others with the same goal." It was then that Fuongdich realized he had completely forgotten to set his privacy settings. The person continued messaging him, saying, "There are 3 of us, and after the anomalies occurred, we've stuck together to rely on each other. As for the current situation, those who understand will understand. We just hope to find some senior celestial practitioners online and make friends. Your nickname is Fang, right?" Fuongdich replied, "I just joined the sect as well." The other person responded, "That's great then. How far have you progressed in cultivation? Have you reached a breakthrough yet? That rotten-style divine talisman is really difficult, but I've heard that even the great elders in the national team have only reached the ghost grade level, so we're not that far behind." Fuongdich read this and responded with admiration, "That's quite strong." After reading the message, he felt a little contemplative. Even those formally recruited into the official team are only at the ghost grade level. Before he could collect his thoughts, the other person sent another message enticing him, saying, "Let me tell you another secret. A new polluted zone has just appeared. Do you want to form a team and go together? The more people, the safer, and we can share the resources equally." Fuongdich read the message and thought to himself, "A new polluted zone, huh?" He quickly replied, "Send me the address so I can take a look." The other person immediately sent a compressed file titled 8 Heidong Long Data Zip, containing all the materials. Fuongdich downloaded it to his phone and began extracting the file. Once the extraction was complete, the information was clearly visible. The Hadong Long polluted zone was originally an underground river formed by cracks in the strata. But after the heaven and earth anomaly, the original water turned into high-temperature lava, making the temperature in this area extremely harsh. Fuongdich scanned through the information. He immediately made a decision and messaged back to agree. "I can join the team." The scene shifted to Tanmok, where an excited and curious voice called out, "Old Lai, when will your friend arrive?" The group stood at the entrance of a cave. Old Lai quickly replied, "Soon, very soon." Someone else exclaimed in admiration, "Zio Nha, thanks to the map and materials you prepared, I found this place immediately. This map is really detailed." Hearing that, she modestly replied, "It's nothing. You should thank yourselves for coming with me to explore." Once inside, everyone must support each other. It turned out she was Truong Hu Nha, an employee of the Ministry of Culture, affiliated with the Spirit Cultivation Association. She smiled warmly and thought to herself, "What a pity, it seems I won't meet any outstanding celestial practitioners with potential this time. I was hoping to see if I could recruit someone for the association." She thought further, many celestial practitioners don't realize that the Spirit Cultivation Association is actually an agency under the Han Nation government. Becoming an official staff member requires very high standards. Normally, one wouldn't even find a way in. Thinking of this HUNHA side, the fact that I could join was because I passed each rigorous evaluation round. Of course, my family had to owe a lot of favors. If I don't gain anything this time, I'll probably be forced to work overtime again. At that moment, Lao Lai suddenly shouted, "Ah, is Fang here? Fang? Fang?" Fang smiled gently and greeted softly, "I am Fang. Hello everyone." Zuna was surprised when she saw Fang. She glanced back secretly thinking, "This person is so young, if I am not mistaken. His power is at the second spirit level of the ghost realm. Strangely, even though his aura is strong, it does not feel oppressive like other masters. On the contrary, it feels warm." Without hesitation, Zhu Na immediately pushed open the heavy gate and called out, "Now that everyone is here, let's go." And everyone around responded in unison. Okay. Entering the dark cave, Fang suggested to Zhu Na, "Let me go first. You shine the light." She responded gently, "All right." After walking for a while, the group began to murmur, "Fang, go a little slower. Watch out for loose rocks underfoot. I thought all the water inside would have turned to lava already. Now a drop of water falls, giving me a shock. Strangely, does anyone else feel that it's not as hot as imagined? Maybe it's because we haven't reached the center of the contaminated area yet. If anyone is tired, just say so. Everyone's safety is the most important." Fang said nothing but pondered silently. "Although I arrived last, everyone treats me like part of the group. Whether it is due to my approachable personality or genuinely seeking a trustworthy teammate during this chaotic period, the feeling is very sincere." Suddenly Fang's steps stopped. In front of him and the others flowed a bright red lava stream along the cliffside. He announced, "We've arrived." One of them shouted excitedly, "It's really lava." Suddenly Fang lunged forward, ignoring everyone's objections. "Hey, it's dangerous ahead. Don't act recklessly." In the next instant, Fang knelt down, lowered his body, and reached directly into the blazing lava. The group gradually lost their composure and shouted, "What are you doing, buddy? Don't you want to live? Pull him out immediately." Before anyone could react, the flames surged violently, forming a wall of fire separating Zhu Na's group from Fang. Within the raging fire, the system issued a clear notification. "Anomalous phenomenon detected in heaven." It didn't stop there. The system panel notified again. "Internal inflammation with high temperature carries an explosive attribute. Its destructive power extremely terrifying." Fang's sword emitted a dazzling light. Then slowly, as if drawn by some force, it was pulled through the wall of flames. He reached out toward the sword, and at the same time, the system displayed again. The Crimson Fire Blade technique requires holding the blade to unleash its power, each slash roaring like a raging flame, the blade's edge enveloped in a layer of blazing fire, forming a frenzied streak of lightning flames. Fang gripped the sword tightly with his firm hand. Then his gaze blazed with excitement. Just as it fully harmonized with the blade, expending a bit of effort would merge the internal inflammation attribute into this sword, and immediately the internal inflammation surged and spread throughout his body, looking no different from a deity descending to the mortal world. Below, Zhu Na's group looked up. Everyone exclaimed, "Look, he's fine. His weapon is also absorbing the lava's power." In a short time, Fang's crimson fire blade completely transformed, now radiating a commanding red flame. They stood there rejoicing. It seemed Fang had recovered. What happened earlier was probably just a small accident during cultivation. Now the spiritual energy here had stabilized greatly. It was time for them to cultivate. Lao Lai stood with arms wide, face full of joy. "I can feel it. The spiritual energy has changed. I can absorb it smoothly." Ma Han standing beside him happily responded, "Me too, I can feel it. Now I just need to cultivate a bit more to officially step onto the path of Tao." Zhu Na. When addressed, she could only smile wryly and raised her thumb in agreement. "I'm just here to collect materials. Everyone focuses on cultivation. I'll assist in the surrounding area." Hearing her words, the others repeatedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, thank you." Time slowly passed in the cave filled with sharp thorns. It seemed no one dared enter, but a sound came from the cave entrance. Light cast shadows of several strangers, catching Zhu Na's keen attention. Other immortal cultivators had arrived. The strangers advanced boldly, and as soon as they appeared, their leader with piercing eyes shouted provocatively, "Where did you little shrimp come from? Get out. This is our territory now." Zhu Na worriedly thought, "Not good. Those three are all first spirit level of the ghost realm. We are weak compared to them. Even if everyone combines their strength, we cannot defeat them." Looking at the scene, one side is threatened while the others focus on cultivation. Zhu Na tensed as she assessed the situation, unable to intervene. She immediately tried to negotiate gently with them, apologizing. "This is the place we arrived first. My friend has already started absorbing the spiritual energy. If you don't mind, everyone can absorb the spiritual energy together with us." Of course, the one-eyed leader didn't listen to her explanation. He shouted loudly, "Hey little girl, have you entered the ghost realm yet? You all, get out now or else." Hearing those threats, Zuna silently contemplated, with the premise that spiritual energy has recovered, right now, according to the principle of the strong defeating the weak. In this wild growth period, weak cultivators don't deserve the resources to become stronger. But the lower kingdom will not allow this situation to persist forever. As a member of the association, I have to do something. Fortunately, just as Zuna didn't know how to handle it, Fang suddenly appeared beside her. He held his blazing crimson fire blade, directly confronting the one-eyed leader, looking at someone tall and muscular, yet only bullying a little girl. Without giving him time to react, Fang immediately assumed a combat stance. The sword in his hand was planted into the ground, and at that very moment, the earth cracked and shattered, the thunderous sound startling everyone present. The one-eyed leader seemed to sense the approaching danger and immediately shouted for his men to retreat. But they could not completely evade the sword's power, and their formation instantly descended into chaos. Lao Lai and Ma Han, who were cultivating nearby, were also affected by that force, which shook the entire cave. They both looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what was happening. After delivering that strike, Fang silently recalled past scenes of slaughter, thinking that precisely because so many cultivators worshipped the principle of the strong defeating the weak, it led to irredeemable tragedies. Thinking this, he looked at the events unfolding before him and frowned helplessly. But merely giving advice and talking wouldn't subdue these people. The one-eyed leader's face twisted with extreme anger as he stared directly at Fang, his hand already gripping the sword on his back. Without waiting any longer, Fang directly pulled his sword from the ground. An aura of astonishing dominance radiated from him as he pointed the sword at the one-eyed leader and shouted, frightening them all, "Get out." Only now did the leader realize the seriousness of the situation. His face twisted in fear as he stepped back. What is this? What kind of monster? Immediately recognizing what they were up against, they turned and fled, with the leader still reminding his subordinates to run. While Fang calmly sheathed his sword, Lao Lai's group kept cheering, "Big brother, amazing. That slash was so cool." Hearing the continuous praise, he shyly scratched his head and replied, "It's not just because of them being ridiculous. Everyone's cultivation is also quite decent. Are you ready to leave yet?" Zuna quickly explained the situation. "The polluted area here seems to have no spiritual energy left. We should go." But inwardly she thought, if that slash had really struck, there would probably only be a few charred bodies left here now. She looked at Fang's tall figure and thought, he must surely be a genius immortal cultivator with a high-grade attribute, and also possesses top-tier talent. After thinking this, Zuna solemnly decided that she must report this to the organization. The scene shifted to the Spirit Cultivation Association office. Inside, a female secretary was busy, simultaneously. At that moment, the association president suddenly came up and stood solemnly behind the secretary, making her too intimidated to continue speaking. So she answered briefly, "Nothing. I've recorded everything. If there's any development, please notify me immediately." After speaking, the secretary hastily ended the call. Only after hanging up did she dare to reveal her true feelings, joyfully saying to the president, "Sir, could it be that we've been lucky? 2 immortal cultivators with high-grade attributes appearing consecutively." The president calmly read the documents while responding, "Lucky. Those with high-grade attributes now all have noble backgrounds, they are specially valued, and in the future, they will all be figures at the center of power." He sighed deeply, feeling troubled, inwardly even lamenting, thinking of resigning. Time passed quickly. At early dawn, the sun rose, illuminating a peaceful sky. Just as someone was about to yawn, still half asleep, they were startled by loud chatter. "Look, that cosplayer of X guy is so handsome. The sword prop looks amazing. The way he wears it on his back is so cool. I want to ask where he works." Hearing the continuous discussions about himself everywhere, Fang, pretending to be a cosplayer, still stood out and drew attention, feeling slightly embarrassed and unsure how to respond to the endless praise. Truly a man among men, a supreme ruler. At that moment, the sound from his phone drew Fang's attention. It turned out the notifications were a series of reports about the shocks he had caused. Stories of cultivation novels becoming reality, dazzling golden light, ominous cold Kai appearing outside the millennia-old stone cave, and even photographs capturing a massive dragon flying across, with an anonymous source claiming that a master had been cultivating there and was the one who drove them away. Just skimming it was enough for Fuong-ditch to understand that it was all caused by internal inflammation, a careless mistake, emitting heat up to 2000 degrees Celsius. It would be strange if it did not create a new phenomenon. Someone must have exposed my characteristics. It was not Lao Lai or Truong Hiu Na. I have absorbed so much yang attribute spiritual energy. He felt the current of energy running through every cell, sensing that if he operated the Kim Duong breathing method one more time he could break through. Fuong-ditch faced the blazing sun and then headed straight for his target, getting behind the mountain quickly. 5 minutes later, Fuong-ditch's house was behind the mountain, clouds drifting lazily over the ridge, sunlight filtering through the leaves full of life. There someone appeared digging straight into the fertile ground with a shovel, unclear whether they were digging or refilling. A gardening expert, Than Hein was now sweating profusely. She said tiredly, finally done. But moments later, with her keen intuition, she seemed to sense something unusual and felt puzzled. What is this? Than Hein looked toward the dazzling light and marveled at the domineering aura. This person is in the mountain. Not only that, that power surged as if it were drawing in all the surrounding spiritual force, making Than Hein astonished. No, who is it? Could they be about to break through to the third star of the ghost domain? This terrifying change forced her into a state of suspicion. A ghost domain cultivator causing such a disturbance. This had gone far beyond ordinary monsters. I must hurry and see. Saying that, she... Meanwhile, Fuong-ditch was sitting in cultivation, a golden radiance enveloping him, illuminating the entire sky. His hands continuously formed seals, so fast that one could hallucinate seeing multiple hands, and the energy erupted even more violently. Spiritual energy surged in waves, making anyone who looked on feel terrified. In just a short moment, a battle axe condensed from spiritual energy appeared directly above Fuong-ditch's head. Not far away, as Than Hein was running toward him, she was startled when she saw the scene. He was attempting to mobilize his divine aura, and unexpectedly, he could control spiritual energy with such precision. Could it be that he had been secretly cultivating for hundreds of years without anyone knowing? Painful memories of her previous cultivation attempt flooded her mind. She had failed to break through to the third star of the ghost domain, blasted back by the pressure of the divine aura, coughing up blood and bedridden for a week. She truly did not want to remember that, wondering where this monster had come from. Than Hein looked at the spiritual energy radiating around, the giant axe before him, thinking that the abundant energy, precise control, and mobilization of the divine aura, each trace of spiritual energy seemingly refined thousands of times, indicated that this being was no longer just a monster, but an existence like a god descended to the mortal world. Thinking so, she compared Fuong-ditch with other cultivators. Moreover, most Zion practitioners, when sensing a breakthrough, would become impatient, but this person advanced steadily, with a mindset and courage extraordinarily mature, like a hidden master. Suddenly, violent fluctuations appeared in the sky, divine aura moving in the east. At that moment, Fuong-ditch slowly opened his eyes after a period of cultivation. A powerful force surged within his body, and spiritual energy erupted violently in all directions. The system announcement sounded, breakthrough to the second star of the ghost domain. Than Hein's steps suddenly stopped. She panted, exhausted, staring at the overwhelming spiritual energy before her. Yet the unlucky girl could only see the lingering traces of Fuong-ditch, no one in sight. She panted heavily with regret. Too late already, only 30 seconds had passed, and if she guessed correctly, he had already discovered she was following him. Continuing like this, she thought, she would never have a chance to recruit him. Suddenly, Fan Hein's eyes widened as if she realized something. Wait. Then she slowly sensed the surrounding space and quickly concluded that this senior must not have left yet. As for Fuongditch, he was standing on a tall tree nearby, looking down, then thinking in puzzlement, it's her, the one who has been following him these past few days. While Fuongditch was concentrating and currently, the Xian practitioners were developing spontaneously and chaotically. She continued, I understand that joining an association might feel like a form of restriction for you, but ultimately, we still have to face the spiritual energy restoration together and confront unknown enemies in the future. After hearing this, Fuongditch sat down, tilting his head, supporting his chin with his hand, and questioned further, what if I say I don't agree? I still can't fully trust you yet. Fan Hein was momentarily stunned and paused for a few seconds. But immediately after, determined to earn his trust, she spoke clearly, my name is Fan Hein, and before the spiritual energy restoration, I was an athlete. While Fuongditch was concentrating and listening, Fan Hein immediately replied with a satisfactory explanation, saying that the lower kingdom wanted to locate and unify the celestial practitioners so they could operate in a more regulated manner and gain an extra layer of protection, because currently practitioners were developing spontaneously and chaotically. And although joining an association might feel like a constraint, ultimately everyone must face the restoration of spiritual energy together and confront unknown enemies in the future. Fuongditch listened, then sat up, tilting his head and resting his chin on his hand as he asked, what if I refuse? I still cannot fully trust you. Fan Hein froze for a few seconds, but then resolved to win his trust. So she clearly introduced herself. My name is Fan Hein, and before the spiritual energy recovery I was an athlete. She then shyly produced her athlete identification card, asking if it left any impression and handing over her documents. Please trust me. Fuongditch examined the card closely and hummed that he did have some impression, for in his scattered past memories he recalled seeing Fan Hein as a past second-place long-distance runner of the lower kingdom, and indeed those born with exceptional aptitude were more likely to become celestial practitioners. No wonder she runs fast. Though he still hesitated because he remembered the catastrophe that had destroyed the lower kingdom in his previous life, and thought that even if he was reborn with a system to help him, he would have to become part of the larger plan later when timing was ripe. A few seconds later he answered, yes, I am impressed, and the girl visibly relaxed. Suddenly Fuongditch moved swiftly from above to stand behind her and said, let me think for a moment. But you must keep my whereabouts secret from them for now. He quickly calculated that based on Fan Hein's behavior the association would be cautious about angering practitioners like him, and he could use her for his purposes. Fan Hein calmly agreed to cooperate but warned that the anomaly he created when breaking through had been detected by the association and she would have to. Fuongditch, having achieved his intention, accepted. Yes, do that. She seemed about to say more, then realized he had already left and called after him, wait. But when she turned around he was nowhere to be seen, only dust swirling on the ground. Later Fan Hein complained bitterly over her communication to the association that she had failed to capture him again. He kept evading them. Dealing with the traces the elder left was exhausting. I am so unlucky. But the person on the other end calmed her and said to set this aside. It is actually good that he is out doing tasks. Then they informed her of another shocking development. Anomalies had reappeared, and Fan Hein, incredulous, asked hesitantly, they back already? Her face darkened as she thought of the brutal mutated beasts and vowed she would not forget them. Fan Hein was even more reluctant to recall the horrors of those mutated creatures. They were either dark and evil, or insane and brutal. They relied on the energy in the polluted areas after spiritual energy restoration. Some mutated into abnormal beasts that devoured humans, some disguised themselves as disastrous anomalies, continuously killing, occupying, and dividing territories. These savage acts would lead to great catastrophe. eventually promoting the formation of new polluted zones. If not eliminated, they would carry terrifying destructive attributes, continuously encroaching on the human world. Elsewhere, a continuous drizzle covered the entire city. The sky was gloomy with dense black clouds. Thunder crashed as if tearing the sky apart. Under the pouring rain, a figure was slowly walking. Loudspeakers kept broadcasting warnings to everyone. Red alert for heavy rainstorms. Residents are advised not to go out unless necessary. Pay attention to safety. The Ngok Hong scenic area in the city is at high risk of flooding. Certain areas have been blocked off. Please do not approach. Yet on the forums at this time, people seemed unaware of the abnormality and only joked. It has been decades since such a fierce storm. Which great practitioner is undergoing tribulation here? Fuong Dich frowned coldly, not caring. His steps continued relentlessly, because only he noticed something unusual. The lightning attribute was extremely strong, both majestic and violent. But the center of the lightning storm was at. Fuong Dich quickly climbed the steps to sense more clearly. Finally, he stopped in front of a towering mountain and locked onto his next target. Then he did not hesitate for another second and immediately accelerated forward. Afterwards, he used all his speed to rush toward the foot of the mountain. As he approached, the system machinery voice sounded. Polluted zone detected ahead, approaching Ngok Hong Peak. Fuong Dich heard it and stopped to carefully observe the surroundings. He looked at the scene ahead, which seemed to match the system information. Ngok Hong Peak, 1,545 meters high, covering 25,000 hectares, one of the key scenic spots of the city. Pollution level not yet determined. Fuong Dich ignored the notification. At the same time, people at the association were looking up at the projector screen, which was showing images of the mountain where Fuong Dich had just arrived, and they analyzed this strange phenomenon together. According to the measurements of spiritual energy density, the danger level of Ngok Hong Peak was rising, and the peak was immediately sealed off and a new polluted zone established. The chairman was seriously examining the documents in his hands and said that this occurrence was sudden and extremely serious. I had originally sent Than Hein on another mission, but now she must be urgently recalled. After speaking, he invited her to stand and report. Than Hein, you may speak. She quickly stood up, holding a stack of papers, and moments later began to give her report in front of many people in the meeting. Currently, Ngok Hong Peak can no longer be accessed, and the spiritual energy with lightning attributes is showing signs of erupting. We temporarily assessed this area at pollution level A. Recalling the peak densely filled with lightning spiritual energy, Than Hein seriously reported that based on the current situation, within 1 hour, Ngok Hong Peak could potentially reach level S, and emergency plans must be immediately activated. However, according to all records of the immortal practitioners, no practitioner in my area has the capability to approach this zone, including myself. At this point, everyone in the meeting, including the chairman, fell silent, as they all realized the current situation was extremely serious. Listening to her continued report, even a third-star Ghost Mansion adept practitioner would face a 100% probability of death. After hearing the report, a mature man in uniform immediately frowned and ordered sternly, then began sealing off from the base of Ngok Hong Mountain and dispatched personnel to patrol 24 hours a day to prevent anyone from ascending. After careful consideration, the chairman also nodded seriously in agreement, responding that the threat must be cut off at the root by completely sealing the mountain. As the newly formed polluted zone is surging with spiritual energy, and absolutely no one is allowed near it. Only once the energy density subsides can surveys continue. Meanwhile, the violent lightning bolts continued to strike relentlessly down to the ground on Ngok Hong Peak. Yet Fuong Dich was able to evade all of them without sustaining any harm, though inwardly he marveled. Fortunately, I have the golden yang breathing technique to protect my body. The hardships ahead were immense, but they could not weaken his resolve. He boldly advanced through the dense storm of lightning relentlessly attacking him, because in his heart he thought, this is still not enough. Fuong Dich analyzed the current situation based on memories from his previous life. During the period of spiritual energy restoration, humanity not only benefits little but is at risk of being displaced in the food chain, falling to the bottom if they remain stagnant, not to mention the changes in the heavenly and earthly weather. Even small creatures like rabbits or mice could threaten humans. The more he thought, the sharper his gaze became. Even more terrifying things than mutated beasts would appear in the future, capable of defeating cultivators easily. Although he already mastered the golden yang breathing technique and the crimson fire sword technique, representing the yang attribute and internal flame attribute respectively, it was still clearly insufficient. Fuangdich's mind worked constantly to calculate the optimal approach. Previously, he had spent compilation points to integrate both attributes into the Sword of the Path. The yang attribute enhanced the defensive capability and durability of the sword, while the crimson fire sword increased destructive power in attacks. But over-reliance on the weapon would reveal many weaknesses. Only by becoming truly strong could he control those ferocious and cunning creatures and gain the advantage. Of course, to become stronger, Fuangdich could not ignore this rare opportunity. The thunderous power here was a perfect chance to train and strengthen himself once more. He dashed through each wave of lightning aimed directly at him, knowing that to become continuously stronger, he had to seize opportunities amid the fluctuations of heaven and earth. Stronger lightning strikes came down in greater numbers, but they could not deter his resolve. Otherwise, he would be left to die in the natural disaster. This time he decided to use his fire sword to block the strikes, but the immense force caused his arm to ache. His sturdy body strained to withstand the next waves of lightning, yet they were so strong he almost dropped the sword from his hand, the resistance overwhelming. Facing these powerful lightning attacks, Fuangdich gritted his teeth and endured. HRR. Then, even more violent bolts descended as if trying to tear his flesh to pieces, and he shouted in pain. The agony was evident on his face, forcing him to plant his crimson fire sword against the ground to stabilize himself. He relied on the sword to brace against the force, as this extreme lightning attribute was essentially the brutal power of divine punishment. Of course, with his natural intelligence, he had long realized the true intent of the thunderstorm. It continuously exerted pressure and fury because he dared to step into its forbidden zone, wanting to force him to kneel beneath it. The energy in the sky kept surging with overwhelming lightning power, making Fuangdich ponder constantly. Then Fuangdich exerted his full strength, using the golden yang breathing technique at full force. Immediately, a colossal lightning bolt shot down as if to crush him entirely. At that moment, Fuangdich did not hesitate, decisively swinging his crimson fire sword. His body had already suffered many injuries, but his eyes were still full of determination and unwillingness to give up. The two powers of lightning and fire collided, shockwaves radiating in all directions. He had to endure and reach the summit ahead, then risk everything to survive. Fuangdich struggled forward, getting closer to the heart of the thunderstorm. The clash was intense and fierce, neither side yielding. The thunderstorm's spiritual energy was extremely potent and dense. Just breathing made his muscles numb. It wanted him dead. But his gaze became even firmer, using all his strength to fight back. The thunder illuminated the dark night sky, causing great tremors. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice sounded, detecting extreme lightning attributes, analyzing. Nearby city residents were endlessly discussing. Some marveled, never seen lightning this huge in my life. Some wondered, could a great deity from a higher plane be undergoing tribulation? I feel like I saw a human figure in the sky. Others were fearful. If that lightning strikes the city center, what will happen? Will it strike through my house? Fuangdich was now at the center of the thunderstorm, boldly absorbing its abundant power. The system voice sounded again. You have obtained divine lightning tempering, guiding heavenly thunder, refining the mortal body. Body becomes divine, and gained 50 compilation points. The lightning energy swirled around his body, gradually absorbed into Fuangdich. The thunder attribute, an advanced and powerful offensive attribute, unlike the yang attribute, could temper the body, turning flesh into lightning. Whether in offense or defense, it was overwhelmingly powerful. It was said that ancient top cultivators, with abundant spiritual energy and heavenly techniques, would guide lightning into their bodies. Enduring it for long periods, their bodies became like mountains, immortal and indestructible. Fuongditch was satisfied, feeling the strong changes in his body, and thought to himself, "The thunderstorm is both my spear and my shield." His entire body was filled with abundant lightning energy, and he realized another potential of the thunderstorm, because he sensed that its power was not simply destruction and annihilation, but also purification and rebirth. He could feel it sharpening and strengthening his tendons and meridians, and during this refining process, there was not a hint of pain. At that moment, the system gave an assessment and asked Fuongditch, "This is pure thunderstorm judgment, punishing all evil, capable of causing 300 critical damage. Do you want to consume compilation points?" He took a step closer to the lone crimson fire sword on the ground, so it must be absorbed into the Star Path sword. Fuongditch slowly approached the sword, observing the thunderstorm power inside his body and comparing it internally. Although absorbing the thunderstorm, but immediately, Fuongditch came up with a bold idea, then gave the system a command, got it, and absorbed it into the right hand. The system displayed a selection menu. "Do you want to absorb the thunder attribute into this object?" He smiled and without hesitation chose yes. The moment he made the choice, he felt the power surging into his arm. Time passed quickly, and the next day at the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain, with rain still falling steadily, Than Hein accompanied Hanle to inspect the surrounding situation. "Major Han, the situation is not as we predicted. The polluted area at the peak of Jade Emperor Mountain has decreased from peak intensity to light pollution within 3 hours. But there is still a large amount of residual electric charge in the air." Major Han quickly used divination and reached an accurate conclusion. Someone had been here before. It was a Zion practitioner. Hearing this, she was extremely surprised and asked again, "What, Zion practitioner, are they still alive?" However, when she tried to investigate on her own, she fell into contemplation. "I cannot sense his attribute nor the time he left. Perhaps it has been too long, and last night's storm washed away all traces." Hanle quickly explained to her, "It was probably around 8 p.m. last night when that person left safely." Than Hein, unable to explain the reason, questioned why, and Hanle simply analyzed the situation. "The anomaly began around 6 p.m. last night. We sealed off the foot of the mountain at 7 p.m., so he must have ascended the mountain before then, otherwise we would have detected him." He pulled his military cap down to shade his sharp gaze. "The peak of the thunderstorm on Jade Emperor Mountain occurred at 7 p.m. Haven't you already used the associations tool to predict that by dawn, the pollution level at the peak would reach its rank? But after 8 p.m., the violent concentration of spiritual energy had decreased." Hanle looked toward the remaining lightning and continued, "Furthermore, I can sense that this person probably also possesses the lightning attribute, which is why he could withstand this thunderstorm power. This anomaly was a great opportunity for him." Using his serious expression, he analyzed further, "So I speculate that this person is not only still alive, but the anomaly has also changed because of him. Otherwise, it would be too coincidental." Yet in his mind, Hanle kept calculating whether this person had merely stumbled upon this opportunity or had actively engaged with the celestial phenomenon, staying one step ahead of us. Silence enveloped the two of them, and Hanle, feeling there was nothing more to glean, turned and left. This kind of person is the most frightening, as no one knows which side they stand on, and if they harm society, the disaster would be no less than the anomaly itself. He must be found quickly. Elsewhere, Fuongditch was resting when he suddenly sneezed, whether because of last night's rain or because he had just been mentioned. Returning to the present, Hanle descended to the foot of the mountain where the military was waiting. At the foot of Mount Jade Emperor, rain poured relentlessly, and the sky above was dark and gloomy. On the other side of the mountain, Hanle was focused on discussing with the association leader, hoping that the association could recruit the tyrant soon, while their side would also block information and quickly conduct an investigation. The leader quickly responded, "That is only natural. However, we also have a high-level immortal practitioner trying to make contact." He then called out the name of Fan Hein, Miss Tu. "Please report to Major Han." Hearing her name called, the petite girl's face showed clear surprise, but she quickly responded, "Yes." Fan Hein immediately turned, standing in a disciplined military posture, trying to stay calm as she reported to Hanley. "The situation is like this. It was the immortal practitioner who purified the abnormality in the level, a contaminated area near the north gate of Fan City University. But inside she was extremely chaotic, dangerous. Don't let this slip." Despite her inner turmoil, Fan Hein maintained a calm expression and continued, "Recently I have been trying to make contact with him, but unfortunately, his movements are very mysterious. I once discovered the corpse of a mutated rabbit that he had eliminated. If I am not mistaken, he possesses the Yang Fire attribute. I will try to approach him to clarify how he purified the north gate of Fan City University." As soon as she finished speaking, she internally cried out loudly, "My ancestors, I've done my best. Only partially true news can convince people. Saying nothing will only cause trouble." At that moment, Hanla listened and stroked his chin thoughtfully at the information he had just received. Yang Fire attribute. Then he pulled his cap down and leaned slightly, signaling a farewell as he was about to leave. "I understand. Miss Tu, you've worked hard. We need talented young people like you. Those who always move forward and carry on the previous generation like the endlessly flowing Yangtze River." Fan Hein immediately raised her hand to salute properly. Major Han praised, "That's too kind. This is my responsibility. I will definitely continue to do my best." Then Hanla turned to the association leader to finalize the plan they had been discussing earlier. "We will also launch a few smoke signals to create confusion about the natural disaster. Let's leave it at that for now. Actually, I don't fully agree with posting information about the spiritual energy online. It is very easy for malicious people to exploit." Hearing this, the association leader could only force a smile. "Well, that's that," while Fan Hein standing behind silently rejoiced. "Finally, it's over." At the same time, heavy rain was pouring outside Fuong Ditch's house, yet his room remained brightly lit. Inside, the jacket he had worn earlier that morning was being enveloped by a layer of fire element spiritual energy, glowing faintly as the raindrops still clinging to it evaporated into mist. Golden Yang breathing technique. Fuong Ditch smiled in satisfaction as the jacket dried in an instant, feeling genuinely delighted. He then put it back on, immediately sensing the distinct change after the lightning attribute had been infused into it. Fuong Ditch raised his strong right arm to test the power of lightning. The arm had clearly undergone a physical transformation due to the lightning attribute, becoming the sturdiest part of his entire body, greatly increasing his strength. Watching the crackling bolts of electricity dancing along his right arm, he carefully analyzed. What surprised him most, however, was that the lightning attribute, originally fierce and destructive, had become calm and obedient after being absorbed, as docile as a kitten, completely under his control. The current stability of his state was the exact opposite of how it had felt before, when he first unlocked the Yang attribute and used the Golden Yang breathing technique. The pain back then was something he could hardly bear to recall. The power of lightning within his grasp now radiated even more intensely, and he muttered with some uncertainty, "It probably hasn't weakened after being absorbed, right?" The system's prompt echoed, stating that the lightning attribute granted a 300% critical damage increase against corrupted anomalies. The thought of testing it immediately made him eager to act. While he was lost in thought, a sudden notification sound came from his phone behind him. Fuong Ditch turned curiously, picked up the device, and checked what happened again this time. After the recent incident, he had set all news and forums to special notification alerts to stay closely updated. Just then, he scrolled upon a new headline that caught his attention. The article title stood out. An explosion occurred at a chemical plant. The report read that no casualties had been recorded so far. The explosion had caused pollution within the city, and the cause was under investigation. The incident happened during a shift change, so there were no fatalities. Citizens were urged to remain calm and prioritize their safety. After reading, Fuong Dich frowned in suspicion. Explosion, pollution, an event of such magnitude made it hard not to suspect something sinister behind the scenes. The screen was also flooded with countless comments from anxious citizens. Many expressed their fear openly. "My God, my house is right nearby." To be honest, the atmosphere felt really strange. I can't even describe it properly. +1, was it some kind of gloomy, sinister energy? Yes, that eerie, oppressive feeling. You described it perfectly. Spectacular. The two of you above must have gone crazy already. An explosion at a factory and you're talking about supernatural stuff. There was a chemical plant explosion near my place once too. At most it just smelled unpleasant. You're overreacting. Terrifying, but looking at those photos, it really does look dark and eerie. It gives me chills. Is this a movie shoot or the apocalypse? Fuong Dich fell into a pensive state after reading the comments. Why does this gloomy, sinister smell feel so familiar? Suddenly memories of a brutal mutated creature surged back into his mind. He remembered now, it was that terrifying evil thing from his previous life. The ferocious appearance and vicious actions of the Chuk Da once haunted him in his past life. He had once fled from that mutated beast, especially the terrifying look in their eyes when they found prey. Even their sounds made hair. He immediately recalled the abnormal traits of the Chuk Da. Those things especially like to appear at the gloomiest and darkest moments. At first they might be ordinary animals or plants, but after mutation they could gain intelligence and become frenziedly violent, with observation and capture abilities and lightning-quick killing skills enhanced to a grotesque degree. Then Fuong Dich made a decision. This is 100 times more dangerous than the mutated rabbit before. Tonight we must set out to prevent them from continuing to exist and evolve. His gaze sharpened as he activated the lightning power in his hand and said, "It is time to test my 300% critical damage increase in real combat." At the same time, the rain continued to pour over the city, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. The once bustling city now had no pedestrians. When the traffic light turned green, something suddenly streaked by. It turned out to be members of headquarters on a mission. The headquarters demolition team was tracking anomaly file number 7. Chuk Da had temporarily lost the target. And now it is known that the Chuk Da has the ability to blend with darkness and conceal its form. A member of the demolition team contacted headquarters, saying when it approaches it emits faint hissing noises. It likes to eat people. Please quickly support and supplement the file. They watched the weather darken and the lightning grow fiercer. With weather like this, it was surely about to start hunting. Given the tense situation, the demolition team leader immediately ordered that we absolutely cannot let that happen. After receiving the report, headquarters quickly logged the data. Understood. Additional materials for file number 7 Chuk Da have been sent. The office atmosphere grew urgent, everyone busy, and reports and requests for surrounding and elimination actions were raised to priority B, expected to be handled within the next 12 hours. They continuously sent reminders to those directly confronting the threat. Demolition team, please continue the pursuit mission. Prioritize ensuring safety of life above all. Hearing this, the team leader responded without hesitation. Roger. At the foot of Jade Emperor Mountain, rain was pouring relentlessly, and the sky was gloomy and overcast. On the other side of the mountain, Hanle was focused on discussing with the association leader. The association leader quickly responded, of course. However, we also have a high-level celestial practitioner trying to make contact. He then called out Fan Hein, Little 2. Please report to Major Han. Upon hearing her name, the petite face showed clear surprise, but she quickly replied, yes. Fan Hein immediately turned, standing in a military posture, and tried to remain calm to report to Hanle. The matter is like this. It was this celestial practitioner who purified the anomaly in the level, a polluted area at the north gate of Qingcheng University earlier. But in her heart she was extremely flustered, dangerous, absolutely must not reveal anything. Despite her inner turmoil, Fan Hein maintained a calm expression and continued. Recently I have been trying to approach him. But unfortunately, this person's movements are very mysterious. I once discovered the corpse of a mutated rabbit eliminated by him, if my guess is correct. He possesses the Yang Flame attribute. I will try to approach him and clarify how he purified the north gate of Qingcheng University." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately screamed internally, "Ancestors, I've done my best. Only half-truth information can be believed. If I say nothing, it will cause trouble." At that moment, Hanle stroked his chin thoughtfully at the information just received. Yang Flame attribute, huh? Then he pulled his cap down and leaned slightly to indicate farewell as he was about to leave. "I understand, Little Two. You've worked hard. We need young talents like you. Those who always advance and follow the footsteps of previous generations like the ever-flowing Yangtze River." Fan Hein heard this and immediately raised her hand in a proper salute. "Major Han, you praise me too much. This is my responsibility. I will continue to do my best." Then Hanle turned to the association leader to finalize the previously unfinished plan. "We will also release some smoke signals to confuse regarding the natural disaster. Let's leave it at that for now. Actually, I do not fully agree with posting information about spirit energy online. It is very easy for evil people to exploit." Hearing this, the association leader could only smile wryly. This, and Fan Hein standing behind secretly rejoiced. Finally, it is over. After a string of sincere and heartfelt words from the demolition team, the three members with Fan Hein were finally persuaded and joined. Then someone in the team who had been using their practitioner powers detected something unusual and immediately reported, "Found it over here." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the group unleashed their power and surged like wind toward the location the teammate had indicated. At the same time, the creature they were hunting was the Chukda listed in file number 7, fond of darkness and damp places, and particularly fond of eating humans. As team leader of the mission, he ordered the demolition squad to begin action, and the group answered in unison. But they did not expect their movements had already been noticed by the Chukda. It immediately fled its hiding place and sped away, forcing the pursuers to shout a warning. "The target has detected us." The demolition team quickly deployed formation. The chase turned brutal, feet scuffing so hard they almost smoked on the pavement. One member who intercepted the Chukda shouted east. 3 others appeared on its flanks and rear and called out west, south, north. After forming up, they reported full encirclement. At that moment, a team member prepared to strike down on the monster with fingers closing to condense spirit energy into sharp blades, and immediately a powerful blow slashed the Chukda, leaving it no time to react as its terrified screams filled the air. Realizing it could not fight the demolition team with ordinary strength, the Chukda fell back warily. Then the skin on its shoulder split open, revealing a thin, horrifying layer of flesh, and a moment later massive wings sprouted from the tear, the Chukda roaring deafeningly as if empowered. Fan Hein nearly anticipated its next move and warned her teammates, "Watch the sonic wave, dodge now." Before anyone could steady themselves, the Chukda's maximal sonic spirit wave swept through them and no one avoided it. The team leader staggered back. A member anxiously asked, "Are you all right, Captain?" He clutched a badly injured arm and, without answering, gritted his teeth thinking that the Chukda was indeed powerful. Had they not withdrawn earlier, they might now be torn to pieces, its destructive force terrifying and bound to the dreadful darkness attribute. If it remained in the city area, it would surely cause catastrophe. The Chukda paid no attention to the human's counterattack, its throat suddenly swelling as if about to spew something. In the next moment, it expelled a massive amount of toxic smoke that spread across the city. The ground directly beneath it was unexpectedly corroded, forming a large pit. Seeing this, Fan Hein immediately realized the Chukda's intent. It was trying to dig through the earth to escape. A teammate, Tu Than, quickly grabbed Fan Hein's hand to pull her away, shouting, "Captain Tu, this is a darkness attribute with a corrosion property. Any object it touches is immediately destroyed, and we don't have a high-level counter to handle it." Tu Than continued to explain that although it could corrode the ground, it could not instantly create an escape tunnel. so the formation of the demolition team should not be broken. Our main focus remains timely information gathering and tactical command. Everyone be careful. At this moment, one member of the demolition team was trembling as if facing something horrifying. It turned out he had met the gaze of the Chakda, its eyes blazing red with murderous intent. While he was still frozen, the Chakda charged, ramming him so forcefully that he was thrown into the air, then sped off trying to escape the pursuers. Seeing the monster about to get away, the demolition team leader ordered, "Don't let it escape, chase it." Thus the terrifying chase unfolded again, now with the difference that the Chakda's wings increased its speed. Meanwhile, Than Hein's squad watched from above, silently assessing the situation, and she noticed, wait, the abnormal spirit energy concentration here seems to have suddenly surged, so she ordered the two members outside, "I'll follow them inside," and they responded, "Understood." Next, the group gathered at another location, and Than Hein curiously asked, "Is this inside the abandoned factory?" "Let me check the spirit energy concentration here first." She immediately took out the spirit energy meter, and the demolition team leader asked in surprise, "This is a new support device developed by the Research Council, right?" Than Hein enthusiastically explained, "Yes, the meter shows that the threshold of abnormal spirit energy a squad can handle is 50, while the abnormal energy concentration of the Chakda just now was 48. Suddenly, the meter displayed a blazing red warning, and she panicked. Wait a moment. The threshold had already exceeded 80 and was still skyrocketing. There was probably more than one abnormal being here. Although she had noticed the anomaly, none of them realized that a pair of strange eyes was staring at them from right behind. The sliding door at the back suddenly slammed shut with a thunderous sound, startling everyone. Than Hein and the team leader immediately turned to retreat. "This is bad. There really is another abnormality. The Chakda must have deliberately lured us into a trap. We need to retreat quickly. We can't stay here." She quickly activated her power to break open the steel door that had just closed. "We'll head toward the exit. If it tries to stop us, it won't be able to hide the traces. A few of us together can easily reopen the large door here." But no matter how fast they reacted, the black serpent appeared behind them at lightning speed. Whatever trick it used, Than Hein was thrown violently across the floor within seconds, her body racked with intense pain, her eyes failing her, and both her senses and body were being infiltrated by the poisonous air. Yet she struggled to sit up. "Is everyone okay?" The atmosphere was chillingly silent. No one answered. It felt as if she were alone in the abandoned factory, though they were surely nearby. Her complexion worsened with each labored breath as she recalled. The Chakda had led them into the factory, which in reality was, the territory of another abnormal, and just now she had vaguely sensed it, likely a giant python. Even in this life-threatening situation, she maintained sharp mental clarity, analyzing that unlike the Chakda's darkness attribute, this black mist was toxic, and they had been poisoned the moment they stepped into it. In the end, Than Hein could only feel helpless here. This poisonous air could numb their senses and accelerate the depletion of their spirit energy, and if they used spirit energy to attack, it would only exhaust them faster, and soon their spirit power would be nearly depleted. Without spirit energy protecting her, she would soon become an empty shell. She could barely resist the poisonous air and collapsed onto the cold ground, thinking, "What kind of abnormal is this? With both combat intelligence and such defiance of nature, spinning us like tops, is this going to end like this?" Lying there, she saw light filtering through a crack, her small body seeming to surrender to fate. Her eyes of despair slowly closed, whether from the glare or sheer exhaustion she did not know. But suddenly, in the vast sky above, whether human or bird, or perhaps an angel, appeared amid the dazzling light. At this moment, Than Hein's eyes had gone lifeless and slowly closed. She may not have noticed, but the one who had just appeared was Fuong Dich, the same person who earlier had been eager to test his new power. No matter how many floors high, landing safely on the ground was completely routine for him. Even though the black serpent was right behind, Fuong Dich remained utterly calm, casually assessing, so it's an abnormality with a darkness attribute. Seeing this arrogant human who seemed fearless, the black serpent opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow its prey. But Fuongditch was far stronger now, so dodging the attack was extremely easy. As he twisted to evade the serpent, suddenly the Chukda appeared from somewhere nearby. It bit down hard on his muscular arm, and he immediately realized, so that's it, there are two abnormalities here. The sharp fangs of the Chukda sank deep into Fuongditch's flesh, yet he calmly smiled with a mysterious expression. One responsible for bait, one for harvesting. Clever indeed. No wonder the spiritual energy here was so unusually dense. Then he turned his gaze to the Chukda gnawing his arm and said, "Like biting people, huh?" Instantly, Fuongditch unleashed extremely strong lightning spirit energy, and in a flash, the Chukda was reduced to nothing but ashes. Of course, he didn't forget about the black serpent beside him. A slash from his fire chain straight to its belly left it stunned. The two streams of lightning and fire power surged violently, and at this moment Fuongditch looked like a god descending to the mortal realm. Then he stared directly at the black serpent. Even that light strike from Fuongditch wasn't enough to take it down, and instead made the black serpent even more frenzied. However, its wild, instinctive attacks could not trouble the agile body of a celestial cultivator like him, and he immediately tilted his body to dodge in a spectacular motion. Next, Fuongditch channeled all his strength into the fire chain, preparing for the finishing strike, saying, "Watch this." By now, the black serpent only realized the danger approaching. Before it could react, he swung with full force, landing a direct, powerful slash. The attack tore the serpent in two, its deep blue blood splattering everywhere before it hit the ground neatly. Yet, just moments later, Fuongditch noticed something unusual. As predicted, the blue blood now acted like glue, slowly pulling the two severed halves of the serpent's body back together. In an instant, the black serpent had fully regenerated, clearly still hiding its tricks. Suddenly, lightning crackled over its entire body, striking its head and coursing through its long form, causing it to scream in agony. Seeing this, Fuongditch smirked with disdain. Facing the explosive strike, he remained calm, letting thoughts flow through his mind, grateful he had sensed the shadow aura of this massive serpent beforehand, even denser than Chukda. Replaying the previous battle in his mind, he remembered how he had used the sword path at the moment of unleashing inner flame power, controlling the absorption of inner flame and channeling the thunder power from his hand through the sword into the serpent's body. As he watched the serpent burn, he reflected, this abnormal possessed dark power. Chukda, though grotesque and terrifying, was relatively weak, bloodthirsty, and could only harm one or two humans, far from evolving. But this serpent, just when it seemed everything was over, Fuongditch's shoulder suddenly throbbed with pain. Looking down, he immediately noticed serpent scales. Examining the wound, he silently commented to himself, indeed an abnormal, with intelligence higher than usual and shadowed attacks hard to defend against. Despite the injury, he remained calm, using his power to heal the wound while recalling that its venom had paralytic effects, silently lethal. Within moments, the shoulder wound had mostly healed, though he could still feel the sharp pain, likely aided by the continuous circulation of the diamond breath technique. His brows furrowed further in analysis. Yang flame attribute could neutralize toxins, diamond breath technique offered protective healing, and the thunder power purified and strengthened his body. He himself also recognized their abilities. These two, when reacting to the intrusion of venom, could produce a sharp sense of pain, reminding him of incoming attacks from enemies. He cast his gaze over his imagination, but the other unlucky ones, even with some protective abilities, were probably beyond saving. Reflecting on how this serpent could quietly grow so large, it must possess at least third-star demon prefecture level ability, and certainly had some connection to its method of ambush hunting. Thinking back on those two beasts, Fuongditch felt a rising unease. Combined with Chukda, it was truly a perfect way to trap elite celestial cultivators. The prey it claimed must be numerous, likely many celestial cultivators who hadn't yet coordinated with the government. He looked at the black serpent, now incinerated down to the bone. In the end, no matter how cunning or cruel, all it could do was be reduced to ash. The flames before him surged more intensely, and Fuongditch felt satisfied. The firepower was very pure, yet the threefold critical thunder power still stood out, and the sense of real combat skill he currently had was among the top for celestial cultivators. After a moment of thought, he finally paused in contemplation before the blazing fire. It was unclear what he intended, only that his steps drew closer to the fire. Fuongditch lifted his hand and touched the flames. Suddenly, sounds of coughing echoed repeatedly, and he immediately realized someone else was there. Among the rubble beside him was Than Hein, just waking from the shock. Thanks to light streaming from the ceiling, Fuongditch could clearly see that familiar face, so it was her, someone from that association, with the surname too. Than Hein and the other team members lying nearby had not yet moved. Fuongditch approached, speaking in a teasing tone, saying there's no need to pretend anymore. Your act of playing dead was a little weak. Than Hein instantly blushed in embarrassment, hiding her face and thinking, oh my, what a twist, so it really was him just now. She felt a little shy but didn't forget to clarify. I woke up because of the scent, not because I was pretending. Fuongditch didn't mind and even evaluated. She had fairly good abilities. Her teammates had exhausted all their spiritual energy and lost consciousness, but she still retained some protective energy. Without preserving her will, she wouldn't have been able to detect the scent of blood and burning. Than Hein, still shy, covered her face and replied, thanks for the compliment. She looked around and saw the two corpses of the abnormal beasts, thinking to herself, I really did keep a bit of protective energy. He must have noticed it, but I have no idea how he defeated Chuck Da, or dealt with that giant serpent. Seeing that Than Hein's eyes were still tightly shut, Fuongditch spoke calmly to reassure her, you don't need to keep covering your eyes, as long as you stay honest and don't reveal my identity, that's enough. His even, composed tone left Than Hein momentarily stunned. His attitude this time was far friendlier than before. Regardless of her reaction, he continued, it's getting late. Since you and your colleagues are no longer in mortal danger, I'll take my leave now. Hearing that, Than Hein suddenly panicked and uncovered her eyes. Wait, hold on a second. But before she could speak, Fuongditch quickly cut her off. There's no need, too many people make it hard to talk. I'll leave this place for you to handle. Then he leaped up, disappearing through the hole in the ceiling. Though he had acted composed, it was only now that Fuongditch allowed himself a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't see me trying to absorb the dark attribute earlier. He recalled that moment. The unpleasant, icy sensation truly made his skin crawl. Fuongditch began analyzing the cause. Perhaps the dark attribute's spiritual energy had been dispersed by his own, combined with his body's instinctive resistance, which caused the failure. The system hadn't responded either. Forget it, I'll analyze it again once I'm home. Meanwhile, left behind, Than Hein was filled with regret that she hadn't even gotten a clear look at his face. It seemed he still couldn't fully let go of his wariness toward the association. She didn't dwell on it any further and instead searched for her teammates. She slapped the face of the demolition squad captain hard. Wake up, it's over. The captain was startled awake by those thunderous slaps, her small handprints still visible on his cheeks. He immediately leapt up shouting, and we were ambushed. Once the team gathered, Than Hein's group stood dumbfounded, staring at the corpse of the black serpent, still radiating faint traces of Fuongditch's power. Looking at the exposed skeleton, the captain of the demolition squad couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered, what happened here? Where did this pure yang attribute energy come from? Than Hein calmly explained briefly, but as promised, she never mentioned Fuongditch. As you can see, a celestial cultivator came to our aid. Based on what had happened to her, she concluded, it's likely connected to my mission. My original task was to identify a... At that moment, two cars appeared outside the factory. sent to provide backup for them. Yang Yan silently admired herself, grateful that she had arranged for her teammates to wait outside the factory. If she had stayed inside too long, a report would have immediately been sent to the association, which would assess the situation and then dispatch an investigation team to the scene, originally just to handle the cleanup of the bodies for their group. She felt lucky that things hadn't gone according to the initial plan. While she was lost in thought, two little girls suddenly appeared from somewhere, one on the left, one on the right, rushing to hug her legs. One of them shouted, "Boss, thank goodness you're not dead yet. I thought we had lost our captain." The other cried just as loudly, "If you had sacrificed yourself, what would I have done?" Both sobbed uncontrollably. It turned out these two girls were members of Yang Yan's squad. At the same time, the association staff had arrived at the scene, focusing on the screens to study the situation. But now the main objective had shifted to scanning the remaining spiritual energy, analyzing traces, and reconstructing the entire battle. The association investigators actively carried out their work, conducting scans, then compiling results to report back to the association. Through this meticulous investigation, one member of the association approached and reported, "Captains, based on the analysis of the traces left at the scene, both the habits and the methods of the killings indicate the same person eliminated both of these entities." Hearing the report, the captain of the sabotage team was stunned. While Yang Yan had anticipated it beforehand, seemingly already understanding, and didn't react immediately to the staff member's next words, it was almost 99% certain to be the same person. After hearing this, the sabotage team captain said pensively, "It really is a dual high-level attribute immortal practitioner. I initially thought we were mistaken, but it makes sense. Just one of these aberrations would have been enough to annihilate our entire team." A member of the sabotage team standing nearby, having heard the preliminary investigation report, nodded in agreement, though his face remained shocked. "That's right, this master eliminated them in a single strike, and yet they are at the Ghost Mansion realm with such a huge disparity." In contrast to the confusion of the other two, Yang Yan remained calm. She was transmitting information, needing to report to her superior. "The target I have been tracking has appeared. The data has been updated. I need to report to my superior." Through the hole in the factory ceiling left earlier by Fuong Ditch, a faint, mysterious moonlight could be seen. The girl's composed voice continued, "The surveillance result is as follows. Both the Tyrant and the northern gate of Than City University were my observation targets." On the other end, the chairman was sipping a cup of hot coffee as he listened to Yang Yan's report. "I understand the situation now, Zio too. Suspend your mission for the time being." He carefully explained the reason for this order. "The person in question saved your team, eliminated aberrations, and protected the area, which means he holds no hostility toward the association and is not our enemy." Yang Yan listened to his reasoning. "In any case, my opinion and Elder Han's differ," the chairman emphasized, "for your own safety, and also so the association can leave a good impression on this tyrant. Do not approach him for now." She solemnly followed her superior's command. "Understood," but she still voiced the doubt in her heart. "I have one more speculation, related to the incident behind the mountain, when the tyrant was preparing to advance." What she said immediately drew the chairman's curiosity. "What do you mean?" Yang Yan slowly revealed her suspicion. "I once sensed an extremely powerful aura in the area where he was operating. At the time I suspected he might possess a spirit armament, but it seemed almost impossible." She paused briefly. "But if it's now confirmed that he possesses dual high-level attributes, then—" The term spirit armament itself made even the chairman's expression change, prompting him to ask again in detail, "He has a spirit armament?" Since it was still only an unproven theory, he found it hard to believe. Impossible, no matter how extraordinary his talent. He couldn't possess a spirit armament without any resources or external support. Moreover, the investigation team found no traces of a third energy signature belonging to such a weapon at the scene. On this matter, she did not refute him, but instead quietly shared her personal finding. "When I came into contact with him, The spiritual power of the spirit armament I sensed carried the yang attribute. At that moment, the chairman suddenly understood the issue. So that was it. If the spirit armament's attribute truly originated from Fuangdich's own innate yang attribute, then everything made sense. In their minds, the image of Fuangdich grew even more extraordinary. If he was indeed a sovereign of the spirit creation realm, then theoretically, he could achieve such a feat on his own. Yang Yan froze, her shock only deepening as she heard the rank that the chairman had just mentioned, spirit creation realm. In the current world, experts who had reached that level were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, no more than 10 people in total. The chairman continued his assessment of Fuangdich with a tone of firm conviction. However, if this individual truly possesses spiritual power of a third elemental attribute, it would completely upend the current balance and shake the entire community of cultivators. As he said that, a chill ran down his spine, cold sweat sliding along his cheeks. According to existing research, spiritual powers of differing attributes naturally repel one another within the same body. It is nearly impossible for them to coexist. So far, not a single cultivator in history has ever managed to wield 3 elemental attributes. Meanwhile, Fuangdich had just finished his bath. Pushing open the door to his room, his mind was filled with quiet contemplation. There was now less than a year before the official reawakening of spiritual energy, yet heaven and earth were already shifting. Unnatural phenomena were appearing all over the world, and aberrations had begun to stir violently. Instead of using a hair dryer, he employed his own cultivation technique to dry his hair in an instant. And indeed, in less than a heartbeat, his hair was completely dry. His face now bore a thoughtful expression. Many cultivators like himself had voluntarily set foot on the path of cultivation. Thinking about this, the image of the one-eyed group from his memory resurfaced. Once one had opened the connection between body and spiritual energy, they could sense the fluctuations of heaven and earth far more sharply than ordinary people, just like those who had once discovered the underground river. Immersed in 1,000 thoughts, even though many of them practiced cultivation independently and had not yet been officially recognized by the lower nation as cultivators. Most had already reached the level of 1 star within the Ghost Mansion realm. Fuangdich walked into the outer room and grabbed his jacket, yet his long and continuous train of thought persisted. At present, the lower nation was demonstrating goodwill toward wild cultivators like him, which also indicated that both officially recognized cultivators and free cultivators were currently in a relatively stable exploratory stage, and his thoughts suddenly turned to Captain Tu and Than Hein. The aberrations were still within government control, and no major conflicts had yet occurred among the cultivators. Fuangdich changed into his jacket while continuing to contemplate. Yet even though the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association had been established, the government still had no intention of publicly announcing this organization. Thinking of the gloomy city outside, where warning signs were everywhere and people were whispering about the pervasive unease and unpredictable anomalies, he realized that the government was trying to both protect humanity and provide early warnings of potential threats. Yet with his sharp perception, Fuangdich also recognized that the problem lay precisely here. In his imagination, the blazing building loomed before him with thick black smoke as if it were about to collapse, and he could sense that the government lacked the confidence to initiate a full-scale era of cultivation because the population was too large. If all the information were made public, the first consequence would be the collapse of order, internal chaos, and large-scale disorder and casualties. Standing calmly beneath the towering inferno, he realized that under the current situation, the officially recognized cultivators were not yet powerful enough to maintain stability in the face of simultaneous internal and external turmoil, which would only accelerate the collapse. From this line of reasoning, Fuangdich gradually reached a conclusion that the government's cautious approach, according to the system information he had just accessed, Fuangdich began to analyze. The creatures he had encountered today were a typical example of aberrations infected by the dark attribute, and when he touched the black mist, he realized that they actually belonged to a sub-branch of dark, which was the shadow attribute. the natural nemesis of cultivators, and the system screen displayed that the shadow attribute was a sub-branch of dark, nemesis of cultivators, currently not collectible. Starting to contemplate more carefully, Fuong-dich realized that these aberrations possessed intelligence far beyond ordinary monsters. They did not merely take humans as food, but the bodies of cultivators were considered a delicacy, and they even knew how to cooperate with each other to set traps and eliminate cultivators. The image of the black serpent that had been eliminated today replayed in his mind. It was a mutation infected by the dark attribute. The battle appeared vividly in his thoughts. Although these creatures were certainly not comparable to the dark attribute aberrations he had encountered before, just one of those could destroy an entire country, even a continent. He shuddered at the thought of what might have happened. Had he not followed through today, the small team, and even the person who had tried to recruit him, would likely have perished. Fuong-dich inwardly marveled. Even a sub-branch of the dark attribute was so sinister and horrifying, showing that the dark attribute was truly a massive threat. However, he analyzed further. If it could not be absorbed temporarily, does that not mean that once he met the system's requirements, he could absorb it? The dark attribute, with its immense capacity to counter humans, could, if harnessed, become his own power, a perfect tool, even a key factor to turn the tide of a situation. Reflecting on the abilities he already possessed, he currently wielded the Kim Duong breathing technique with the Yang attribute, the Divine Lightning 100 refinements with the Lightning attribute, and the Zich Hoa blade with the Inner Flame attribute, a sub-branch of Yang. Not only were these high-level attributes, but they were also perfectly suited to his cultivation methods. Moreover, with his 3-star strength in the Ghost Mansion realm, very few cultivators could be his match. Fuong-dich's eyes gradually turned golden, his expression serious, sparks of lightning surrounding him. With his ambition, he felt that even this was still not enough. Suddenly, his phone rang, pulling him out of his thoughts and back to reality. The screen displayed a call from her. The name startled Fuong-dich. He thought to himself, why so suddenly? He answered the call, and a middle-aged woman's voice came through, asking, "Little Dich, have you been well lately?" After inquiring briefly, she went straight to the point. "Your cousin will be coming to study with you for a while. I'm worried about them staying alone in the hotel. Can they stay with you for a few days?" Mention of the person planning to stay at his house for a few days caught him by surprise, and he even asked to confirm a cousin. Fuong-dich rummaged through his memories to recall the face of this cousin, but unfortunately, he still could not remember. The only impression he had of her was a slender girl, long hair, wearing thick glasses, always carrying a few books with her. That image gradually surfaced in his mind, the only impression he had of her being a bookworm passionate about learning, and he had almost forgotten what her face looked like. However, this was not a major issue. It was only a few days of staying over, so he immediately agreed with the woman. Yes, then just let her come over. There's a spare room in the house. When she mentioned that, meanwhile, someone was typing skillfully on a keyboard, searching for something online. The clattering of the keys echoed throughout the room, and in the background, the phone conversation continued. She said she would have her bring some local specialties for you, to which Fuong-dich responded, "Thank you, I won't be formal." Lam Wei's mother then gave detailed instructions about the arrival time. "Your cousin should be here by tomorrow afternoon, so sorry for the trouble." Seeing the family so polite, he quickly reassured, "It's no trouble at all, ma'am. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now." In the room, the girl wearing the bear outfit, typing on the computer, was Lam Wei, Fuong-dich's cousin. Lam Wei was searching for something on the screen when information suddenly appeared. She was notifying the Spirit Energy Recovery Group, the Whaleless Cultivators, that she was about to move in with her cousin. Spirit Energy Recovery, the Pre-Cultivator Martial Path Team. I will arrive this afternoon. Fong Ha Tru. The elegant 81-year-old, should we meet in person, or go straight there? Neither, just staying with cousin. Need to prepare a bit. Fong Ha Tru. Got scammed 5 how while dating online. Cousin, will handle later. Past escape. Fong Ha Tru. When Lam Y clicked the mouse to close the screen, outside her mother was also ending the conversation, adding a few final words before Fuong Dich hung up. Just focus on your own matters, and remember to visit her next time. It seemed that Lam Y paid no attention to the conversation outside, completely absorbed in the information she had found online. A small piece of leaked news showed that a town famous on the internet had been renamed Fate-Seizing Town, and 3 more people had died. This made her ponder deeply. Yet Lam Y felt no fear from this kind of news. Yang Fire Town, huh? Suddenly, her mother entered and startled her, asking gently if she had finished packing her luggage. Lam Y calmly ended the call and turned to answer her mother, saying she was done. But actually she still did not want to trouble her cousin. The hotel was fine. Her mother immediately objected, saying no, it would be safer to stay at her cousin's house than outside. Her cousin could be trusted. Seeing her daughter about to stay at someone else's house, she gave a few more reminders. Once you arrive, don't cause extra trouble, help out as much as you can, understand? Lam Y pushed her gently, reassuring, don't worry, I know. Finally having gotten her mother out, Lam Y stood behind the door with a thoughtful expression, as if hiding many secrets, moving through each door step by step. Her sharp gaze was evident on her face, and adjusting her glasses with her hand made her look even more mysterious. Compared with the anomalies, what her cousin said was nothing to be afraid of. Time passed quickly, and it was now time for Lam Y to move into her cousin's house. The sun was already leaning west, signaling afternoon, as she arrived in the bustling, crowded city. Pulling her suitcase, she walked step by step toward the apartment where Fuong Dich lived. On her phone screen, the map software notified her, you had arrived. Lam Y looked up at the building, quite different from how it appeared from her home and unlike the impression Fuong Dich had remembered. Actually, outside was a very cute little girl. This was the place. While Lam Y was still gazing at the building, simultaneously searching for Fuong Dich, he was also waiting to pick her up, and seeing a familiar-looking person but not being certain, he called out to check, hey cousin. It seemed Fuong Dich did not recognize the girl in front of him as his cousin, so he responded somewhat blankly, are you Lam Y? The beautiful girl felt a bit hurt because her cousin did not recognize who she was. After acknowledging the relative, next came inviting her into the house. Fuong Dich brought out some pastries and orange juice to offer her. And in the awkward atmosphere due to the long time since they last met, he asked a few words to ease the tension. So, you came here to participate in summer camp, right? Lam Y quietly replied, yes, that's right. The conversation only went so far, not knowing what else to ask. He only reminded her, if you need anything, just call me. Lam Y politely responded, yes, thank you cousin. Finally, with no other topics to talk about, he decided to give her the key. Here is the spare key, so I will return to my room first. Then give further guidance, your room is right across. Lam Y hastily accepted, yes, I will trouble you for the next few days. Sitting on the sofa, she silently watched Fuong Dich's back as he went to his room and thought, it seems he is approachable and does not interfere too much in my affairs. At that moment, he did not know she was also quietly glancing to evaluate him. Fuong Dich thought, was it a misperception, or is Lam Y not hiding it well? Just now, when Lam Y was sitting on the sofa, he really sensed a trace of strange spiritual energy, flickering in and out. Could it be? She has also become a Xiangxing. A sudden speculation arose in his mind. So Lam Y came here, claiming to join the summer camp. Could it be because... At this time, Lam Y was composing a message to report the situation in detail to everyone in the chat group. The screen displayed messages from the chat group, everything meticulously recorded. Cousin also seems fine and likely will not interfere in my activities. When the time comes to act, the beautiful 81-year-old woman, do not rush. We should act discreetly. Recently this area has been quite chaotic. Many regions are polluted. Yet there are always Xiangxingji competing first. Scammed of 5 yuan through online dating. I heard about that too, last time in the underground river. Indeed like that. The two teams met. resulting in a very powerful master. Reportedly, a single sword slashed like sunlight, forcing the opponent to retreat. The beautiful 81-year-old woman, a sword slashing like sunlight. Really? Then it must be a supreme yang attribute. Then Lam Y thought for a moment and decided, well, since it's the first time, it's best not to practice cultivation yet. In case Kuzin discovers it, it will be hard to explain. At first, Fuong Dich thought living together would not be a problem, each handling their own matters, but the issues soon began. 3 days later, unexpectedly, due to the difference between male and female, living with his cousin brought quite a few disturbances to Fuong Dich's cultivation. Sitting in meditation to regulate his breath could be interrupted at any moment. The practice of the Kim-Yang breathing technique could also be seen by someone else, which made him slightly confused. This morning, would it be noticed? Feeling a little embarrassed. Why hadn't he noticed before that the Kim-Yang breathing technique was so conspicuous? But the most daunting part was that he had always lived alone, and now with a girl in the house. Lam Y, knowing she was staying there temporarily, was very enthusiastic in taking care of him, serving 3 meals a day. The girl carrying a huge bowl of soup said, "Cousin, dinner is ready. Tonight we have stewed beef with tomatoes and mixed cucumbers, also corn rib soup." Therefore, Fuong Dich felt a little flustered and proactively tried to wash the dishes with Lam Y. "Okay, you're too polite. Let me wash the bowls and plates." Of course Lam Y refused. "No problem, I'm staying here temporarily. These things are what I should do," he thought, overly courteous and thorough, nothing to criticize, doing housework like she was obsessed with cleanliness and compelled disorderly. Chopsticks were picking up a piece of meat, but in Fuong Dich's mind, he thought, just. Indeed, he had made his own calculations. The two sat and ate, but it was still quite awkward, silent without conversation, and Fuong Dich decided not to stop Lam Y from doing this, so the girl could truly let down her guard around him. Perhaps he wanted to see the suspicions about her spiritual energy from the first day she arrived. Only then could he uncover her secret. At that moment, the phone rang. The sound seemed quite loud in the quiet space, cutting through the stillness, making both of them startled. Fuong Dich calmed himself and observed Lam Y's still panicked expression. "What's the matter? Is someone here to see you?" Then he proactively stood up and left to give her more comfort to talk on the phone. "Go ahead and talk. I will return to my room first." Lam Y intended to say it was unnecessary, but he had already stood and walked away, leaving Lam Y with a thoughtful gaze at the phone in her hand. After a while, Lam Y went into her room to speak on the phone with someone, her voice betraying her excitement. "What? The great transformation of heaven and earth will appear again tomorrow. When? 3 p.m. Don't worry, I will definitely be there." Continuously confirming with the person on the other end of the line. "Okay, then we will meet at the gate of Yongfire Town." Don't return, completely unaware that Fuong Dich had overheard the entire conversation by using his technique to fly over to the window outside the balcony. Yongfire Town isn't that famous to WN in the suburbs, just an hour's drive away. While still thinking about Yongfire Town, a faint blue smoke appeared in the room, and at this moment he became certain of one thing. Indeed, his cousin was also a Zion practitioner during the period of spiritual energy recovery. Fuong Dich peeked inside and saw Lam Y sitting in meditation to concentrate on her cultivation, secretly admiring his luck. Fortunately, with Lam Y's current strength, she probably could not detect him. Carefully continuing to observe her practice, he was quietly impressed. Yet she was still a high school student who had already reached the 2nd star of Quifu realm and showed signs of ascending further. Could it be that her exceptional talent was why her personality seemed somewhat eccentric? Thinking of the lie she had told her mother, then, his cousin coming to join the summer camp was just a pretext, and the great transformation of heaven and earth was the real reason, he speculated. She must have already known the news about the great transformation from somewhere and invented a reason to come here. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, for every great transformation was both an opportunity and a chance to acquire a technique to strengthen his own power. Fuong Dich gradually could not contain his curiosity, wondering what attribute would appear. Finally, deciding that whoever was faster would get it, he hurried off first, leaving it to fate as long as he heard it first. Suddenly Lam Y seemed to sense something. How strange. She looked out the window where Fuong Dich had just been listening to her conversation with her friend, and abruptly felt, could it be an illusion? But it seemed just now someone was watching her. Early the next morning, when the sun had risen high and sunlight spread everywhere in Yongfire town, in front of the gate, people bustled past. The sky was clear, birds flew and chirped all over. Suddenly, a voice full of excitement rang out. Why, breaking the quiet atmosphere, and Yu Mao, just appearing, curiously asked Lam Y, "Have you been staying at your cousin's these past few days? How is it? Is he handsome?" She was the one known in the Zion Practitioner Rogue Team group as the person who had been scammed of 5 yuan in an online romance. For this question, the girl also answered seriously, comparing Fuong Dich to some handsome young man famous online, then giving her own evaluation. Quite good. Appearance is just ordinary, looks normal, a famous handsome guy. But anyway, not the type of handsome guy she liked. Hearing this, she sighed in boredom, a little disappointed, when suddenly a mocking laugh rang out beside her. Haha. That was number 81, who interrupted with a cold attitude. Don't forget, previously YY had judged herself as just an ordinary part among millions. The beautiful woman 81-year-old, that nickname was hers in the chat group. Before Yu Mao could respond, a young man from afar quickly cut in. All right, everyone's enough. Let's get to the main point. This young man was the eldest uncle. Lam Y looked over at everyone and suddenly felt someone missing. Right, this time that person didn't come either. The eldest uncle immediately knew who she was asking about. This time it's still the 6 of us. She's not coming. In this situation, woman number 81 wasn't particularly surprised either, turning back to say she's always been mysterious like that. We're used to it. Let's go. Everyone below spoke little, unaware that from afar a gaze was observing the 6 of them discussing. That person was Fuong Dich, who had arrived early to preliminarily assess his cousin's teammates, seeing that Lam Y's team was competent enough to act discreetly. Evaluating each person one by one, even the weakest was in a stable 2nd star of Quifu realm, and the man who had just spoken had even reached the 3rd star of Quifu realm. Hearing them speak, there was also one strong person in the team who was frequently absent. He did not rush to follow them but calmly stayed seated in the cafe with a thoughtful expression. This huge vine appeared randomly around the Yongfire town area, its timing unpredictable, which differed from the information previously known to the Zion practitioners, beyond everyone's understanding and perception. Clearly, it was part of the great transformation of heaven and earth. Yet it was unrelated to weather, nor was it the collapse and restructuring of the Earth's surface. It was a strange object appearing from nothing, drifting everywhere, causing no damage, emitting no thunder or sunlight like rare phenomena, only silently moving and fleetingly appearing. The group of 6 had now moved up the mountain, where thick fog had settled. As they were walking, they suddenly stopped. Number 81 couldn't help exclaiming, "Oh my, is that really it?" She and everyone else stared intently at the scene before them, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. Suddenly, Yu Mao felt something was wrong. If they continued further into the mountain, he suggested, "Wait, let's not go any further." Lam Y, having reached this point with the group, wanted to know why they had to stop. Why? But she received no answer. Instead, she just stared in terror at the massive vine, her body trembling, her face darkening. Only when she truly saw it did she feel something was wrong, her whole body chilled to the bone. A moment later, Yu Mao slowly began to mention the rumors that had been circulating over the past few days, asking if everyone had seen the posts on the internal forum. The more he spoke, the more terrified she became, a flash of horror crossing her mind. He continued, "Actually, I have a friend on that team. When the vine appeared before, they tried to approach it. They were all Zion practitioners much stronger than I am, not low in rank. She imagined her friend and the others in that team advancing deep into the mountain next to the enormous vine, and how they had disappeared, leaving only dry skeletons. After coming here, they had all vanished. As he spoke, Endu Mao's mental state became more agitated, completely broken. I have the feeling that we will end up like that too. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke words of ill omen, dead with no burial place. The atmosphere around the 6 of them seemed to darken in accordance with his ominous words. Endu Mao's mental state was no longer stable, her mind hazy, unable to maintain composure, her eyes showing extreme panic. At first, I thought I could easily accept the risk of the sage warriors, either achieving victory or facing total destruction. But when I saw this, I suddenly felt an instinctive fear. Speaking with a trembling voice, my intuition warned me that this time we were facing a high-level heavenly and earthly anomaly, a powerful, unpredictable, and entirely new anomaly. She was no longer calm enough to control her words, tears welling up, biting her lip in reluctance, saying she didn't want to bury everything here and, completely disheartened, declared she wanted to retreat. Seeing this, the woman number 81 didn't know what else to say, while Lam Y slowly comforted her, agreeing that she was right, and that in fact, we all felt it. The girl's face was extremely tense. Within this wooden attribute vine, there was a wild aura, indescribable, a feeling of being submerged in the flow of time, with all things perishing and life force drained. From these observations, it was clear why it made us feel so uneasy and intensely uncomfortable, as if it wanted to devour our very lives. Suddenly, Lam Y grabbed Endu Mao's trembling hands, making her startle, but her expression showed firm determination, emphasizing the significance of the decision to come this far. This is the path of a martial sage. Meanwhile, Fuang Dich had followed into the mountain and stood above, observing everything. The aura of death was oppressive and uncomfortable. Having seen so many natural anomalies, aside from the yin attribute anomalies, the vine here was the most disturbing. He felt some admiration for the 6 people for deciding to come here and train. Truly, their courage was commendable. Fuang Dich stared at the huge vine in front of him. The trunk was stained with splattered blood. There were remnants of weapons left by previous fighters, and one person had been trapped there forever. Clearly, a tree that symbolizes vitality brought a sense of darkness. He suspected that the massive vine was not alive at all, but rather a dead object disguised as a living being, completely devoid of life force. After Endu Mao's rambling speech, everyone seemed amused, seeing that Lam Y took the initiative to boost morale, deciding to climb onto a small cliff to encourage the members of the group. Everyone, we don't have time to think too much. Due to the danger, we will sense it right here. The girl also carefully reminded everyone stay within sight, don't go too far, and all the members agreed, okay? Lam Y silently reflected on the plan she had just proposed, admiring herself for being so sensible. This would roughly make things a bit safer. She chose a large tree with thick, long, and sturdy branches to sit on, and without giving herself a moment of leisure, she began cultivating. Fuang Dich increasingly valued this cousin, not bad at all, alert, sensing the power to cultivate at a distance, neither too close nor too far, appreciating her capability and decisiveness, truly deserving of being an outstanding student, having calculated the position to maximize benefits. In the next instant, Lam Y's energy suddenly underwent an unexpected transformation. The scene naturally surprised Fuang Dich, about to ascend in rank already. So fast she had reached the threshold of the 3rd star, appreciating her. Indeed, he was not wrong. This cousin truly had extraordinary talent. All the others immediately focused their attention. The 3rd star of the demon realm, continuously praised by everyone, number 81 said, "YY is amazing." Endu Mao was stunned. YY already achieved that. Unexpectedly, the cluster of vines, sensing Lam Y's spiritual energy, began to act first. The elder uncle, as if sensing something, turned to look at the vines. He panicked, urgently instructing everyone to prepare. Not good, the vines were rushing toward us. Everyone immediately felt panic since they were very far, but simultaneously entered a state of readiness. What? How could they detect us from so far away? In an instant, two unlucky people were already tightly entangled and captured by the vines. Piercing screams rang out. "Help me!" Those already panicked like Nju Mao quickly scrambled away in terror. "Run! Run fast! If you don't run, you will surely die here." The formation completely collapsed, dragging along a chaotic atmosphere. Y's breakthrough caused too much commotion. Absolutely must not let the vines wrap around. Once entangled, the wild energy would immediately coil tightly around our bodies, and we would be dissolved in an instant. Only seeing the vines rushing toward Lam Y, frantically trying to break through her cultivation barrier to seize her. Seeing Nju Mao quickly retract like a turtle, only wanting to protect himself. Number 81 immediately intervened. "No, we still cannot move. Y will be in danger. Right now she might not even have time to flee. How could she care we their others are harmed?" she shouted, trying to shift responsibility. "What do you want me to do? Use spiritual energy to protect her. She chose to cultivate here, yet seems indifferent to the danger. Is she trying to risk my life to become stronger?" Knowing that she was already terrified and unable to reason, Number 81 could only advise, "Calm down a bit." Even the elder uncle would want to retreat. Life and death are fated. Fortune is in heaven. If we don't act now, we will all be buried with her. She is too young. Don't let emotion dictate. We just happened to meet on the road. No sooner had she finished her words of reason than a slap struck like a thunderbolt, twisting his face to one side. Number 81 felt that these people were truly lacking loyalty, angrily shouted, "Then leave. I will never abandon my teammate." Fuang Dich, standing above and observing the situation of the three, thought of his cousin. Perhaps she still did not know her own predicament. Then he looked at Lam Y still cultivating within the barrier, the vines multiplying and tightening fiercely. After all, she is still just a student, and the power of these vines is terrifying. He silently calculated, unsure if his current strength could save Lam Y, worried that time was running out. Others might not care, but he could not ignore his cousin. Someone else might abandon her, but he could not. He had promised her he would take good care of her, and a promise could not be broken. Number 81's current situation was grim. Despite her strong will, with even a slight lapse in defense, she would be grabbed by the detestable vines, wrapped tightly until she could not resist, leaving her only to scream in pain. At this moment, a vine branch broke through Lam Y's cultivation barrier. At the critical moment, Fuang Dich arrived to help his cousin, holding a bright golden sword in his hand, his movements decisive as he prepared to strike down. Number 81 saw Lam Y in imminent danger, bound tightly by the vines, unable to do anything but desperately shout, "Why?" Her scream was so loud that even Ngu Mao, who had already fled, heard it, sensing something was wrong, and he trembled as he looked back. Just when it seemed all would end and Lam Y would lose her life, a beam of light suddenly shot out, slashing through and annihilating the tangled vines. Amidst the dense smoke and dust, someone descended gracefully from above. It was none other than Fuang Dich, appearing like a god incarnate before the astonished eyes of Ngu Mao and the elder uncle. The vines retreated, ceasing their attack. Only a few remaining vines still tried to strike forward, but before they could ensnare anyone, they were obliterated by the spiritual energy emanating from Fuang Dich. The light from his Kim Duong method was so dazzling that those nearby could not look directly at it. The elder uncle silently thought, could he really be a transcendent cultivator? Number 81 hastily shielded her eyes from the blinding radiance, recognizing it as an extreme yang attribute. Indeed, only such a high-level attribute could dare act so recklessly and repel the wild vines. The elder uncle's envy surged to its peak. On what basis? He prided himself on his extraordinary talent, having reached the Quifu third star in such a short time, a speed that among all the cultivators in the country could be counted on one hand. His jealousy reached its zenith, not even mentioning that mysterious demonic lover. Lam Y's talent was only comparable to his, But yet, the sword in Fuong Ditch's hand still radiated brilliant light. The elder uncle could only gaze longingly at the one standing at the pinnacle. If there were others among the transcendent cultivators like him, what did that make his group? Unwilling to accept it, he concluded that they were just stars serving as a backdrop for the bright moon. He then thought again. No, Fuong Ditch had crushed not only him but his entire group, all the transcendent cultivators. He truly could not comprehend what kind of existence was this. At that moment, the system announced the extreme wood attribute was detected, recording automatically. A follow-up notification confirmed, recording successful. Fuong Ditch quickly sensed this new skill, continuously growing, able to immediately absorb all surrounding vitality and life force, rapidly healing his own injuries. He thought this wood attribute cultivation method is too powerful. As long as there is life nearby, the system announced that it was extracting an attribute. Notifications continuously appeared in a long line. Attribute extracted, wild attribute, capable of instantly stirring wild Kai and corroding all life force around it. At this moment, Fuong Ditch had been sensing the attribute circulating around his body for a long while before suddenly opening his eyes. Within him, he now possessed a wood attribute cultivation method. His power significantly increased, standing proudly with the sword in his hand pressing down on the ground. It was no surprise that this vine could only grow in such treacherous terrain. Fuong Ditch stared intently, calculating that if it grew elsewhere, it would likely drain all life force within dozens of miles. He considered the consequences if this vine appeared somewhere else. Deprivation, fatal, the wild attribute was truly domineering, forcibly seizing the life force of others. Lost in these thoughts, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear, cutting through his concentration. "Thank you, brother, for saving my life." The voice belonged to number 81, who looked quite miserable, covered in wounds and exhausted from having fought the vines alone. "Thank you. Without you just now, we would have surely died." She expressed her gratitude to the heroic figure and asked what they could do to repay him. In reality, he had no time to help strangers. He was merely assisting the cousin he had promised to take care of, so he waved and departed. "No need, see you later," he thought. After all, he had only arrived here by secretly tracking their news, gaining abundant life force and wild attributes in the process. Honestly, he benefited from it. Seeing the danger had passed, the elder uncle and Enju Mao finally returned. Fuong Ditch looked at these unfaithful people and recalled the earlier conflict, deciding that he should pay closer attention to his cousin's situation in the future. Under the gaze of the three others, he lightly stomped and leapt into the air, still thinking about the recent events, reflecting on how those called teammates had behaved in danger. When humans face peril, their true nature is most easily revealed, and a disjointed team cannot remain safe when a major crisis strikes. Engu Mao widened his eyes, watching the departing figures back. He went so fast. "What should we do now?" The elder uncle sneered, teasing, regretting not saving them earlier. Not giving her a chance to refute the teasing, Engu Mao quickly assigned tasks, saying that now the threat was gone and Lam Y had reached the third stage, the best choice for them was to try to stay in this team. At this moment, Lam Y, still cultivating within the barrier, slowly opened her eyes. Once fully awake, she jumped down toward the three of them. Amid their exclamations, everyone shouted, "Why, you're awake." The elder uncle carefully chose his words, trying to hide his unchivalrous behavior of abandoning his teammates, thinking that if she was rational enough, she wouldn't let their bond fracture. Rather than focusing on such matters, it was better to think about the mysterious figure. As predicted, Lam Y quickly noticed the two corpses lying on the ground. Despite her courage and talent, she was still just a girl and could not help but be startled at the sight. What happened? She hesitated. Even though she had been inside the cultivation barrier earlier, once she stepped out and sensed the surrounding atmosphere, Lam Y realized that a major event had occurred. She instinctively frowned, feeling the lingering power of the young attribute. It was so strong that even at this distance, she could sense its overwhelming heat and intensity. After asking for some time with no answer, and with no one willing to recount the previous events, the elder uncle suggested that he tell her what happened. Rather than letting someone else describe how they abandoned their teammates in danger, he preferred to recount it himself as a way to atone a little. The story went like this. Although Lam Y had now reached the third stage, the trip to Yang Fire Town had yielded no gains. On top of that, 2 of her fellow companions had perished, and if not for the mysterious figure intervening, she herself might have died. Lam Y walked home with a heavy heart, each step weighed down with thoughts of that mysterious figure, wondering if someone could truly be that powerful. She recalled the annoying face of the elder uncle, but in her mind, all that revolved around the mysterious figure, someone so formidable that he seemed almost like a monster. Recounting the intense battle, the vines that they had tried so hard to cut, which seemed impossible to sever, had been sliced in one stroke by him, forcing them to retreat. Worried that words alone would not convey the full impact, the elder uncle quickly led her to see it firsthand. "Look," he said, "now those vines have actually retreated skyward, curling back, not daring to approach us at all." By the time she reached the front door, his words were still echoing in Lam Y's ears. This was the overwhelming power of that person. Although he had already left, the vines behaved obediently like tamed chickens, completely devoid of the screaming fury from before. As soon as Lam Y opened the door and stepped inside, she saw Fuangditch already sitting and waiting. He spoke first, asking if she had returned. Before she could answer, another question came, noting that her expression did not look very good. Embarrassed, Lam Y scratched her face and offered a quick excuse, saying she was tired from school. Knowing she was lying, Fuangditch chose not to expose her, instead shifting the topic to eating, suggesting she rest and that they could order takeout for dinner. She replied politely, "Yes," and turned toward the warm little nest of her room. Leaning against the door, she sighed in exhaustion. Breaking through consumed too much mental energy. Every time she controlled her spiritual power to activate her divine judgment, she had to concentrate intensely. She compared it to staying awake for an entire month. This was truly more exhausting. Reaching for her phone, she lay back on the bed to rest, her mind wandering. Fortunately, she was no longer an ordinary person. Staying awake for several days did not weaken her. She had tried her best, but such cultivation was the destiny of a Xianxing practitioner, and the heavens and earth had begun to shift. Her wandering thoughts stretched longer, and Lam Y realized that a normal life, like that of her cousin, was impossible for her. While she rested in her room, Fuangditch was preparing to go somewhere. Lam Y was reading messages when she suddenly startled. It was a message from Jia Lam, saying that if there were any traces of that powerful figure, she should inform him. This stirred her deeply, as it was the first time Jia Lam had spoken in this group. Jia Lam's message was brief. "If there were any traces of that powerful figure, report them to me." Lam Y responded at length. If it really was that legendary master, why would he step in to save them? Rumors immediately began to circulate, all pointing to Fuangditch. Breaking news. Breaking news, the Supreme Yang Attribute Master reappears. That sword strike was like a rainbow piercing the sun, the heavenly light completely swallowed by boundless white radiance. Some claimed that they had seen, in the polluted region of Donglong, that very light accompanied by a burst of fire, forcing them to flee from the cave. Everyone was chattering excitedly, but the person at the center of the discussion paid it no mind. At this moment, Fuangditch was still leisurely riding his iron warhorse. Although he appeared relaxed, his mind was busy planning. All right, now Lam Y would likely lower her guard around me, and she wouldn't suspect that I'm following her outside. Pedaling under the bright moonlight in the cool night air, he thought that this would be the perfect opportunity to find a way to acquire the wild attribute, an attribute more closely connected to plants. Having already obtained the supreme wood attribute was obviously beneficial, but it also caused him some headache. After all, This is a corrupted attribute by nature, corrosive, and placing it on myself might trigger adverse reactions. Considering the lightning attribute he already possessed, he worried that it might conflict with it. Fuangditch decided to take a risk. The best approach was to find something akin to that strange, monstrous vine that hung from the sky. It had sensed the dense regenerative spiritual energy, and by evolving itself, it had naturally developed the wild power attribute. Having found a clear path for himself, he joyfully pedaled faster, telling himself that he now knew where to go. With a goal in mind, he increased his speed along the empty roads. Soon, he arrived at the city's forest park. Surrounded by blooming flowers and lush greenery, he strolled leisurely, murmuring to himself that he needed to select a type of plant capable of creating maximum spiritual resonance with him, while conveying a sense of intimacy to harness this stroke of fortune. Fuangditch chose a suitable spot, closed his eyes, and comfortably spread his arms, releasing the spiritual energy in his body. Streams of green energy radiated from him, flowing outward, reaching every branch, leaf, and blade of grass. The flowers and foliage responded in turn, stirring something inside Fuangditch as he realized that this was the reaction of plants to spiritual energy. He felt that the reaction to his spiritual energy was still too weak. Intense, yes, but not enough. I need it stronger, he thought. Slowly moving, he controlled the spiritual energy in his hands, muttering continuously, I need it even stronger. Then something appeared that made Fuangditch pause slightly. A small, delicate flower swayed gently in the wind. Fuangditch silently wondered if this was the one. Quickly, he approached the tiny flower and extended his index finger to touch it. The flower immediately closed its 6 petals around his finger, sucking in the energy. Once it had absorbed enough, the petals opened again in satisfaction, letting out a soft exhale. Fuangditch smiled at this little blossom. Yes, it has spirit, he thought, observing it rubbing against his finger. Clearly a wild plant, yet when it encountered spiritual energy, it acted like a greedy little puppy, sucking up the energy and then nudging his finger for more. In response, Fuangditch gently petted the tiny flower as if stroking a cute puppy. Then he made a decision. Among all the plants in the forest, this one reacted most strongly to his spiritual energy, making it perfectly suited to host the wild attribute. So, this is the one. Are you ready? After the little flower shyly nodded, a massive surge of spiritual energy was directed toward it. The system confirmed, asking if he wanted to imbue this object with the wild attribute. From where Fuangditch stood, the spiritual energy he had gathered was released straight into the air. After this process, he couldn't hide the look of astonishment on his face, raising his brows as he stared directly at the little flower. It was no longer just a simple 6-petaled white blossom. It had undergone a dramatic transformation. The little flower now had more petals, the petals were larger, and the leaf color had deepened. It continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy while emitting a slightly strange blue light. Its sturdy roots dug deep into the ground to continue drawing in energy. Glancing at the barren space around, Fuangditch internally marveled at the overwhelming power of the wild attribute, like the hand of a demon. He continued analyzing the situation. In just 3 seconds, the little flower had almost drained an entire section of the city forest, truly overwhelming, and it was still spreading frantically. When it had absorbed enough, the little flower shrank back to its original size. After careful consideration, Fuangditch decided to uproot the flower, thinking it best to take it with him, for if left, it might attract the attention of the association's members. At the same time, he recalled the park's initial appearance, somewhat gloomy with many cameras installed. He assessed that this was a central city area that the Spiritual Energy Association would surely monitor. Because spiritual energy was being restored here, these plants were dangerous, especially after entering the garden. He had expected the little flower to stop absorbing energy once uprooted, but to his surprise, it remained voracious. Fuangditch was amazed by the little flower's ability, wondering how it could keep absorbing energy without roots. He touched its petals and thought, truly miraculous. Even after being removed from the ground, its spiritual nature remained undiminished. He suspected that before he chose it, it had been just an ordinary wildflower. But after being imbued with the attribute, it had begun evolving, as if unlocking some evolutionary chain. Suddenly, a nearby system sensor flashed red, alarming the little flower. Fuangditch glanced over, surprised, as the sensor announced an abnormal value exceeding the threshold. Panic surged in him. The monitoring system had been triggered. Without hesitation, Fuangditch quickly carried the little flower and left the area. At this moment, in the department researching the restoration of spiritual energy in plants, the entire laboratory shifted to red alert. The machinery continuously sounded alarms for abnormal values exceeding thresholds, warning of surpassing limits. All the specialists in the lab gathered noisily around the computers. One of them asked, "The abnormal values are spiking rapidly. What's happening?" Someone gave the order. Everyone puts on their wristbands and enters the park immediately, isolates the park, and prevents any outsiders from entering. Upon reaching the park, the inside appeared completely barren, as if a wildfire had just occurred. The research team glanced at the red-lit wristbands on their hands, which continuously issued warnings, displaying the number 30. They could not understand what had just happened to transform this area so drastically. They muttered in awe, "This is terrifying." Previously, the northern gate of King University only fluctuated between 8 and 10, while Mhadang Long reached 25. Another agreed, yes, any abnormal spiritual energy exceeding 10 would normally be taken over by the military, and initially, the park's spiritual energy was not even 10. Alongside their astonishment, they began using devices to probe the ground and measure spiritual energy levels. Unsurprisingly, the measuring devices also turned red, indicating high-level alerts. The researchers looked at the readings with disbelief. Strangely, everyone looks at this: air humidity, surface humidity, temperature, all normal, solar radiation, no problem. Yet the plants here seem as if their life force was drained in just a few seconds. A young researcher suddenly stepped forward, eager to investigate the situation more thoroughly, and said to those around him, "I wonder what attribute of spiritual energy caused this. I think we need to move a bit further forward. That's where the center is." At that moment, another researcher shouted urgently, "Don't go any closer." With an extremely serious expression, he firmly told the inexperienced young researchers, "Absolutely do not touch anything. This is the wild attribute." Hearing the warning, the young researcher asked again in doubt, "Wild attribute?" The senior researcher quickly elaborated, "Do you know those vines hanging in midair?" The two young researchers immediately understood what he meant. He was referring to those devilish vines, classified as grade A mutations. The senior researcher seriously emphasized, "That's correct. Because they are extremely dangerous, they are classified as grade A." He explained why such a plant must be categorized as a grade A mutation. It is ruthless, causing many who encounter it to be torn apart. Ultimately, it is because it possesses the wild attribute, a powerful trait capable of draining the life force of surrounding organisms while seizing everything for itself. After hearing this, the young researcher felt lucky. If he hadn't been careful earlier, he would have walked straight into death. He didn't forget to express his gratitude to the person who had warned him. "Sir, if you hadn't stopped me just now, wouldn't I have just stepped into my demise?" The senior researcher nodded in acknowledgement, adding that plants awakened with a wild attribute create zones of death around them, and anyone entering such an area will have their life force devoured. He recalled a notable case of this attribute, continuing, "I have studied documents about another plant with the wild attribute in the lower kingdom. It was the forbidden ancient tree in Shang City. That decayed tree polluted the surrounding forest, turning it into a restricted zone, and any living creature approaching would be pierced through." Just as his worry reached its peak, suddenly a hand tapped him on the shoulder, startling him. A voice said, "I've already been briefed on the situation." The researcher turned around and recognized the voice, Major Han. Not only were the researchers present, but the military was now involved. As a military major, Han Lai's conduct was extremely disciplined. He immediately ordered all researchers present, quickly put on protective gear, and followed us into the contaminated area. Behind him, a row of subordinate soldiers stood neatly in formation, holding protective suits and gas masks. The researchers' faces revealed tension, but they had no choice but to comply. They quickly donned the protective gear and advanced deeper into the hazardous zone. Everyone walked in single file, using flashlights to inspect and report the situation. One person continuously reported, "No source of the wild attribute detected yet." Another responded, "Didn't we say only that Vine can move everywhere? Could it be the wild aura is decreasing? We've only been in the forest for 5 minutes, and the concentration has already dropped to 25. While the researchers were working, Han Lai also wanted to observe alongside the inspection, so he suggested to them, "Let us probe a little." Than Hein understood and replied, "Okay." Thus, Han Lai and Than Hein began to act, placing their hands on the ground and releasing their spiritual energy. The energy from both of them ran parallel to each other at high speed, and both stopped at a suspicious spot. Than Hein exclaimed in alarm, "Wait, this is—" Across from her, Han Lai continued, "The origin has already been dug out." The researcher was so flustered that he stammered, dug out. Even Han Lai could hardly believe it, saying, "How could this be?" He lowered his voice to examine. If someone truly could dig out the origin from the wild forbidden zone, then that person's identity deserves careful consideration. He took out a device to inspect, and Than Hein quickly reminded. Han Lai continued to stare at the device in his hand and replied to her, "Based on filtering and analyzing large datasets, we have found records of this person, and their movements match the locations of the 2 anomalies." After saying this, Han Lai handed the device to her to check. On the device screen appeared information about a man, and Than Hein immediately recognized who it was, muttering, "Fuong Ditch." Before she could say more, Han Lai quickly made a decision. "Han Lai will transfer all his records to you. This person is very likely the one you encountered before, and the rest can be handled by your association." She paused for a moment, seemingly considering something, then agreed, "I understand." 2 hours later, Fuong Ditch returned home carrying Zio flower, having chosen a small pot as its home. At this time, he was cheerful and lively, casually touching the obedient little white flower and saying, "Haha, planting a flower for the first time. How could I not even have a pot?" He kept talking to Zio flower. "This is the little house you chose yourself. Don't cling to my hand anymore." Since it now possesses the wild attribute, it will not stop cultivating, and can also be considered a powerful assistant nurtured by Fuong Ditch. Looking at the small, delicate potted plant, he couldn't help but ponder. The wild attribute was quite special. It could be useful in combat and even produce unexpected effects, right? He silently affirmed his decision to choose this little flower. Moreover, it looked just right, ordinary and unremarkable, so even if Lin Yi happened to see it, she wouldn't find anything suspicious. Fuong Ditch concluded that, in battle, an ordinary appearance was often the best disguise. Seeing the little flower quietly listening to him, Fuong Ditch gently brushed his fingers over its petals and reminded it, in real combat, strength only accounts for part of the outcome. What matters most is who has more hidden cards to play. Suddenly, the phone rang. On the screen, the caller's name is displayed. Old Wang, the neighbor. Fuong Ditch stared blankly for a moment. Old Wang? Then he remembered that familiar name belonged to his childhood friend, the one who had joined the army 3 years ago and hadn't returned since. Memories from their carefree school days came flooding back. Fuong Ditch and Wang Liang were as close as brothers. Old Wang, full name Wang Liang, had been his neighbor, his deskmate from elementary through middle school. They should have continued together in high school, but Wang Liang had patted him on the shoulder and said, "I'm joining the army." Remembering those carefree days, Fuong Ditch hesitated before picking up the call and greeted, "Hey, you rascal, you're back already." From the other end, Wang Liang's familiar voice rang out, "That's right, wanting to grab a drink. Let's meet at the usual spot." The sudden invitation caught Fuong Ditch off guard. he asked, so suddenly. Wang Liang chuckled sheepishly and said, "Yeah, I've got something important to tell you, but don't faint when you hear it, okay?" As soon as he finished, Wang Liang hurriedly hung up, placing his phone down on the table. He didn't know that their conversation had been monitored by two others, Fan Hein and another woman named Qi Lam. Both had listened to everything. Wang Liang immediately turned serious and reporting to the superior, "I've done as instructed. But I'd like to request, if Fuong Ditch isn't the person we're looking for, can we ensure his safety?" The female officer calmly tapped her index finger against the table, thinking for a long while. Then, with a cold and measured tone, she warned, "Just carry out your mission properly. Don't do anything unnecessary. If he's not the one, then treat him as a friend and give him a few words of advice." Fuong Ditch and his close friend Vuong Luong were celebrating together, clinking their glasses. Vuong Luong was still enthusiastically finishing his beer, while Fuong Ditch observed his appearance and demeanor, smiling to himself as he thought that judging by how Vuong Luong looked now, he must have gone through a lot in the army. That silly guy had become much more mature. He asked Fuong Ditch how things had been, saying that over the past 3 years, he had experienced many emotions and life in the army had changed him. "What about you?" he asked cheerfully. Fuong Ditch replied with a light smile, saying it was fine. He got into college. Not bad at all. "Oh." Fuong Ditch smiled faintly, thinking to himself that in his previous life he never had the chance to see Vuong Luong again. In times of chaos, even hearing any news would have been impossible. The bloody images of war were deeply engraved in Fuong Ditch's mind. He felt a wave of emotion, knowing that as a soldier, his friend might have died at some unknown moment in some nameless battle. This time, could he change the fate of his old friend? Suddenly, Vuong Luong turned serious and asked Fuong Ditch if he had encountered anything strange lately, like in the movies, zombies or monsters or something like that. Fuong Ditch was taken aback. This guy? But thinking carefully, it made sense. Someone in the military knowing about the revival of spiritual energy was nothing strange. Was he trying to test him? Fuong Ditch pretended to be naive, not understanding Vuong Luong's intention, and asked him in return what exactly he wanted to say. Vuong Luong placed a hand on his forehead, a bit of sweat forming, looking rather tense. He answered that it was good if there was nothing. Actually, today he came to tell him something. He was not trying to comfort him, but to remind him that in the not-so-distant future, maybe a few months or maybe a year from now, the diplomas and wealth they valued so much would become worthless scraps of paper, and everything would be rearranged from the beginning. Fuong Ditch began to doubt and question everything in his mind. Normally, a soldier would be strictly ordered to keep secrets, to sign binding agreements, and not be allowed to disclose anything about the awakening of spiritual energy. The image of such confidentiality agreements ensuring secrecy among soldiers appeared in Fuong Ditch's mind. That meant he was already on the military's list of suspects under surveillance. Because Vuong Luong had been his childhood friend, he was the one sent to probe him. Seeing Fuong Ditch remain silent for a while, Vuong Luong reassured him not to worry, saying that as long as he did not reveal anything, everything would be fine. Fuong Ditch's mind was racing, but because he acted foolish and uncooperative, Vuong Luong still kindly reminded him to be careful of coming changes, even if doing so might mean violating military discipline. Suddenly, his phone rang with a notification. Vuong Luong, assemble urgently within 10 minutes, proceed to the target location. Vuong Luong immediately answered firmly, understood. Sitting opposite, Fuong Ditch was still observing his close friend. Hearing it was an emergency mission, Vuong Luong quickly stood up, apologizing to Fuong Ditch. "Sorry, brother, urgent mission. No other choice. You should head back first. I can't see you off." Fuong Ditch suspected that this mission was related to the... He then made a request to go along. "Is this mission related to the restoration of spiritual energy? Let me come with you." Hearing that, Vuong Luong turned to look at Fuong Ditch, his face blank with surprise. Fuong Ditch placed a hand on his shoulder and said eagerly, "Take me with you." This time you came to meet me. You must have received orders from your superiors, right? Vuong Luong was astonished. Before he could respond, Fuong Dich continued, don't worry. Although I'm not sure what information your superiors have given you, I know you wouldn't harm me. His expression grew serious. Moreover, I want to know, the matter the military is dealing with must be connected to the transformations of heaven and earth. Fuong Dich wondered, since there was already the Spiritual Energy Association responsible for handling anomalies, what exactly was the army's role now? Coincidentally, he also wanted to find out the truth, so he followed along with Vuong Luong. The two childhood friends and neighbors went together to the military's Restricted Spiritual Energy Zone number 19. At the gate of Restricted Zone 19, several soldiers were on guard. The atmosphere was thick, shrouded in mist and haze. As Fuong Dich walked, he observed his surroundings and murmured, this place, the spiritual energy is so dense, at this level it has already surpassed contamination zones. He stepped toward where the other soldiers were assembled to report. Vuong Luong, assemble. The entrance gate opened wide, verification successful, and entered. Inside, something was glowing. As Fuong Dich and Vuong Luong stepped in, bursts of smoke filled the air. They both stopped and watched. Many soldiers were tying ropes, trying to restrain a dog, a massive dog that looked ferocious and out of control. Fuong Dich asked in surprise, this is fusion attributes? A girl turned to answer him, yes, an abnormal fusion of dark and flame attributes has made this dog extremely aggressive and violent. Several soldiers have already been seriously injured. It turned out that this girl was none other than Ko Lam, a military officer of the Ghost Division, 3-star rank. She called out sternly, Vuong Luong. He hurriedly clenched his fist and struck his chest in salute, answering loudly, yes. Ko Lam immediately scolded him, demanding an explanation for bringing an unrelated person into the restricted zone without permission. Vuong Luong quickly explained, no, he is. Ko Lam glared at him and ordered, forget it, the situation is urgent. You're the last one we've been waiting for. Come here quickly and form the counter formation. He replied, understanding. After shouting at Vuong Luong, Ko Lam turned to glance at Fuong Dich. So he is Fuong Dich. He didn't seem particularly special. The spiritual energy around his body only fluctuated slightly. Could it be that he isn't the one? But now wasn't the time to think too much. Ko Lam said coldly to Fuong Dich, since you are Vuong Luong's friend, I won't say more. This place is a restricted zone. Once you enter, life or death is your own responsibility. Everything you see here must remain secret. He replied, I understand. Ko Lam turned toward the battlefield and shouted out commands, Truong Mat, Lion Gok. Hearing her order, Truong Mat and Lion Gok stepped forward. Leaping from afar, Ko Lam fired her weapon at the demonic hound. The infernal beast howled in agony as the bullet struck it. Rao Yu! But the dog refused to fall. Its aura became more violent. Its eyes glowed blood red. Its jaws opened wide, revealing sharp fangs. The soldiers were alarmed, realizing its mutation had grown even more severe. The demonic hound attacked, swinging its claws toward Lion Gok, intending to crush him. The other soldiers shouted in panic, Lion Gok, watch out! At that moment, Ko Lam's fierce bullet aura shot forward, intercepting the hound's strike. Ko Lam warned her subordinates, don't underestimate it, maintain distance. We must eliminate it before it fully evolves. The squad responded in unison, understood. Fuong Dich was still observing the full-scale battle. He analyzed calmly that this was a well-trained team whose members trusted one another, disciplined and perfectly coordinated. Each individual was indispensable, and when united, they could unleash a power far beyond the sum of their parts. Suddenly, Fuong Dich sensed something wrong. Sweat ran down his face as he shouted loudly, run! You are no match for it. The demonic hound erupted with a wave of violent energy, releasing a purple aura that radiated pure death. Ko Lam ordered the squad to heighten their alert level, elevate the restricted zone's mutation grade, and no one is allowed to retreat. Though the soldiers were terrified, they obeyed without question, understood. the demonic dog evolved into its final form, a crimson-eyed evil god, its size now 10 times larger than before. It turned its gaze toward Vuong Luong. Ko Lam shouted, "Attention! The demonic hound has fully fused with the dark attribute. Complete mutation confirmed." The monster glared at Vuong Luong, who stood frozen, completely at a loss, thinking this time he was done for. Ko Lam yelled, "Vuong Luong!" Vuong Ditch's eyes blazed with killing intent, anxious for his old friend whom he had just reunited with and still owed a drink. "This is bad." The demonic hound slammed its claw down toward Vuong Luong, who barely dodged it in time. Ko Lam urgently reported to command, "All units listen. Restricted Zone 019, mutated demonic hound of level C has now fully evolved and upgraded to level B. Combat strategy updated." Behind them, Vuong Ditch was advancing. Vuong Luong staggered back, coughing blood. Vuong Ditch rushed over, helping him up and asking, "Are you okay?" Vuong Luong forced a weak smile. One of his arms was cracked and bleeding under the immense pressure of the evil aura. "I'm fine, just poured too much spiritual energy into the binding collar, then got hit by backlash." He tried to say with pride, "Don't worry, all soldiers of Restricted Zone 19. Before he could finish, Vuong Ditch looked at him coldly, speechless. Ko Lam slammed her gun hard against the ground and commanded firmly, "Everyone, no matter what tactics or methods you use, even if it costs our lives, we must never let a level B mutation escape this restricted zone." The giant dog advanced arrogantly, confident of its strength. Suddenly, the raging god within Vuong Ditch awakened. He leapt forward like a flash. Ko Lam turned in shock, shouting, "What are you doing?" Without a word, he charged ahead like a divine being. Vuong Ditch charged forward, killing intent surging as countless blue lightning bolts surrounded his body. His cold voice rang out, "So arrogant, aren't you?" Vuong Ditch advanced straight toward the demonic hound, his hands gathering the radiant energy of thunderlight. Seeing him rush in, the monstrous beast also prepared to strike back. The demonic hound unleashed its attack, but Vuong Ditch swiftly used light movement to leap high into the air and evade it. "Then let this divine thunder temper you." As he spoke, he brought down a devastating thunder palm from above onto the crazed beast's head. The blast of thunder exploded like a storm from the heavens. The demonic hound screamed in agony, as if struck by divine lightning. Electric currents crackled violently through the area, and the sheer impact of the attack caused the ground to tremble. Even the seasoned soldiers couldn't withstand the shockwave radiating from Vuong Ditch's strike. Witnessing this overwhelming power, Truong Mat was stunned and exclaimed, "Am I seeing this right? That was a level B mutation. One even Commander Ko Lam couldn't handle alone." Vuong Luong, horrified, reported to Ko Lam, "Commander, could it be that my brother, that he really is?" She replied seriously, "No, we're not mistaken. He is indeed the tyrant." As Ko Lam spoke, her eyes remained fixed on Vuong Ditch. By now, the monstrous dog-like creature had been completely subdued. Vuong Ditch looked coldly at the demonic hound lying on the ground, still gasping weakly, and said, "Not dead yet. Then I have no choice." "Commander, old Vuong, step back." Ko Lam, still standing among her soldiers, was utterly shocked. She thought to herself, "We needed an entire formation, teamwork, and even the readiness to sacrifice our lives to handle a level B mutation. Yet he alone could accomplish this much. What kind of power is this?" Her eyes grew tense, deeply impressed by Vuong Ditch's strength. "I must admit, this is the purest form of the lightning attribute, the ultimate extremity of thunder itself. Even in the current Xia kingdom, such an existence stands at the highest level. If the world's spiritual energy were to be fully restored," as Vuong Ditch stood coldly with his fingers raised, gathering even more lightning, he didn't even bother to open his eyes to look at or guard against his opponent. Bolts of lightning began to rise from Vuong Ditch's fingertips into the sky, and Lam Ko was astonished, wondering how terrifyingly powerful he would evolve to become. In the heavens, a mysterious spiral appeared, and a supreme bolt of cosmic thunder was descending. Lam Ko stood frozen, her limbs trembling, before she turned away to retreat. Behind Fuang Ditch, the lightning that had just struck completely incinerated the pitiful dog monster. He was too cool, truly deserving of the title Tyrant. Fuang Ditch radiated an overwhelming aura, the temperament of a true overlord, standing alone against all. As the battle ended, Lion Gok craned his neck until it ached, rubbing it as he complained, "Oh damn, just watching made my neck go cold and my head buzzed." Truong Mat felt the same, trembling as he spoke haltingly. "Why does this lightning attribute feel 10,000 times more terrifying than the darkness that once covered the sky? Corrosion I can bear, but a lightning strike I cannot." Fuang Ditch walked toward Vuong Luong and gave his drinking buddy a thumbs up. "Old Vuong, it's done." Vuong Luong ran to him cheerfully, saying, "You brat, you scared me half to death." Upon reaching him, Vuong Luong didn't hesitate to give his friend a playful punch on the head. "Who would have thought my brother would be this strong?" Fuang Ditch laughed and said, returning kindness with vengeance, "Huh, I beat the dog and you beat me." Vuong Luong sincerely apologized, saying, "Sorry, I actually knew you might be an immortal walker. But military orders are absolute, and I dragged you into this." Fuang Ditch smiled in reply, "What's this? 3 years apart and you're acting distant." Suddenly, Lam Ko also approached Fuang Ditch, and he turned to look at her. Lam Ko extended her hand, sincerely wanting to shake his, and thanked him for his help. Fuang Ditch smiled, then reached out to shake her hand warmly, saying, "It's nothing, just think of it as me saving my friend." Lam Ko patted her chest and introduced herself. "I forgot to say, I am Lam Ko, in charge of guarding Forbidden Zone 019. You saved the 019 restricted area. I hope you can leave your contact information. I must make an honest report." Fuang Ditch cheerfully agreed, "No problem." Vuong Luong watched silently, thinking what kind of feeling it was to see a commanding officer show such respect to his childhood friend. Lam Ko then said, "Fuang Ditch, your strength surpasses many immortal walkers specially recruited by the army. Therefore I sincerely wish to invite you to join the ranks of the Ha Nation's military. But as a commander only guarding a forbidden area, I fear I'm not qualified enough to offer such an invitation." Lam Ko clearly held Fuang Ditch in high regard, and what astonished everyone even more was that his cultivation realm was likely at the 3rd star of the Ghost Palace stage. Yet his mastery had already reached, even surpassed, the level of a true spirit molding sage. After hearing this, Fuang Ditch asked curiously, "Commander, do you mean that you feel unqualified to invite me?" Ko Lam admitted, "Yes, that is correct. I believe there is nothing to deny or feel ashamed of. This time we were simply following orders from our superiors, wanting to understand more about you, and had no intention of involving you in this mutation event. I think they will personally come to invite you." Fuang Ditch laughed heartily and said, "Not at all, not at all. In fact, I have great respect for all of you. Not everyone has the courage to sacrifice themselves to protect others. I had never witnessed soldiers fighting up close before, and just now, how should I put it? It stirred some emotions in me. My words may say one thing, but in my heart, Fuang Ditch thought I could be embarrassed for a lifetime." Ko Lam, "Thank you." Fuang Ditch placed his hand over his chest, sending a few sincere words. "So in the future, if there is any trouble, you can call me for help, just as you all have done for ordinary people in times of peace. Of course, there is one precondition, that you must not interfere with my personal cultivation or restrict me in any way." Ko Lam stood there, dazed. Seeing there was nothing more for him to do, Fuang Ditch bade everyone farewell. It was already late. I should take my leave. Ko Lam also said goodbye. "All right, Vuong Luong, and I still have to deal with the mutated dog's remains. We will have someone escort you back." Fuang Ditch walked off with his hands in his pockets, under the watchful eyes of many onlookers. "Now I finally understand the role of the army." Fuang Ditch pictured how the army deployed its troops and the purpose of their positioning, stationed in areas with concentrated spiritual energy. On one hand, this allows soldiers to train in regions rich in spiritual energy, ensuring the army's combat readiness, while on the other hand, it creates a warning boundary, separating ordinary people from abnormal beings. Ko Lam said to Vuong Luong, "Vuong Luong, this friend of yours can no longer be described as simple. What we witness today is only a small fraction of his true power. Yet even that is enough to make us unable to keep up. An immortal walker who can reach this level so quickly shows that he possesses unprecedented perception. In him, Kai flow, courage, and ability are all essential. Lacking any one of the three is unacceptable." As she spoke, Ko Lam imagined the image of Phuong Dich standing above countless people. Vuong Luong chimed in, "Commander, if that is the case, can we not offer even greater rewards? If you feel unqualified to recruit him, then allow me, his childhood friend, to do so." Unexpectedly, Ko Lam leaned over and pressed Vuong Luong's head down, scolding, "All right, kid, come with me to clean up the scene." He submitted, understood." After this extraordinary display, Phuong Dich returned to continue cultivating his divine energy. Though his identity had been partially revealed on this trip, he had still shown no power beyond his lightning attribute. Phuong Dich sat in meditation, the aura surrounding him radiating immense power. He thought to himself, moreover, judging from their attitude, perhaps this might not be such a bad thing after all. He recalled the moment when the soldiers were all in awe of his lightning abilities. Phuong Dich had not realized that the thunder attribute he possessed was so rare and so greatly coveted by many, as it could easily counter the dark and evil attribute. At least now he knew, this lightning attribute was extremely rare, almost unique, and it could suppress the power of darkness, making it something the military deeply desired. Phuong Dich sighed. By now, he understood both himself and his surroundings. In order to recruit him, they would neither threaten nor suppress him, but instead allow him to have a voice of his own, granting him the fastest path to strength and access to the most advanced channels of information. He had also come to understand the difference in function between the military and the Spiritual Energy Association. He pictured two people he had encountered, each representing a different organization. The military, those shadow guardians, were like a sword in the darkness and the shield of the nation, doing their utmost to maintain the current peace and stability of its citizens. The government, on one hand, used the restricted zones to protect ordinary people, while on the other, sent out signals that the recovery of spiritual energy was near, both sides advancing together. Then Phuong Dich thought about the rhythm of city life. The city was the heart of protection, as the government not only used the restricted zones to keep ordinary people safe, but also released signs of the coming resurgence of spiritual energy. Two efforts advancing in parallel. It was all to buy time for the common folk, so they would not be crushed and scattered when abnormal beings began their assaults. Streams of golden energy gathered and focused into Phuong Dich's abdomen. He clasped his hands together, capturing the sphere of energy forming before his chest. As expected, the restricted zone was overflowing with spiritual energy. Absorbing the wild power had not yet brought him to the verge of breakthrough. Yet just by staying within the restricted area for a short while, he could already feel his body brimming with energy. Phuong Dich's eyes shone brightly, arcs of lightning flashing around his body, a clear sign that he was about to advance to the next stage. At that moment, Lin Yi, Phuong Dich's younger cousin, was walking down the street carrying a bag. Perhaps she was heading to find him. She wondered if her cousin had returned home, and if not, maybe he could still try her cooking to see if she had improved. But then, Lin Yi froze when she looked toward where Phuong Dich was cultivating. A surge of energy was rising violently. Realizing something unusual, Lin Yi sensed that something dangerous was about to happen. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at the terrifying waves of energy. Was this the fluctuation of someone ascending to the ghost domain stage? No, that was not right. This aura was far more dreadful. Even the heavens above seemed to be resonating with this. The energy began to move and transform, forming a stream of golden lightning. Lin Yi panicked. It's moving. Wait, this is not the ghost domain. This immense power is the streams of lightning connected to form a hand pointing straight up to the sky. Lin Yi was bewildered. Spirit creation realm, such a powerful immortal walker, and right here beside me. She stood there in awe, drenched in sweat. Turning to the military area, the alarm devices were quietly sounding. Warning, warning. The anomaly index had reached 99. The anomaly index had reached 99. The magnetic and spiritual energy fluctuations were detected 5 kilometers southeast of the city, and all the soldiers were in panic. Hanla signaled, "What's happening? All units, emergency entry to the target area." Fan Hein thought anxiously, such a strong abnormal phenomenon, how could it have gone undetected until now? This index is enough to destroy an entire city. At the target area, the soldiers observed the model and saw a strange lightning cluster in the city center. They exchanged hurried words. A spirit creation realm immortal walker has just appeared. In other words, this place is about to face a catastrophic disaster, and it's also possible that both interpretations are correct. Han Li was extremely worried, wanting to gather all available resources immediately to respond, and ordered reinforcements from headquarters, requesting all the most advanced equipment and resources except large-scale destructive weapons. A soldier rushed in to report to Major Hanley. "Major Han, the alert has been lifted. The anomaly has been eliminated. It was an immortal walker ascending." Fuang Ditch had already stopped cultivating and exhaled in relief. As a first-rank spirit creation realm, Fuang Ditch rubbed his head and neck, feeling neither fatigue nor obstacles. This game was too easy. He hadn't expected the breakthrough to be so effortless. Besides his body feeling lighter, there seemed to be no other significant difference. Fuang Ditch checked his phone and discovered a message from Vuong Luong, Mount Liang Hero. Mount Liang Hero sent an image of the university sports ground. Shocked, a large fire had appeared at Fan University for unknown reasons. Hot. "Hey guys, check this out quickly." Internal news confirmed. This is an abnormality emerging from the polluted area. Moreover, this is already the second time. Fuong Ditch replied, "You mean the previous abnormal high temperature at the north gate, and this time it has shifted to the schoolyard catching fire." Mount Liang Hero continued, "So you already know about this too. It is said that previously a celestial practitioner had purified the polluted area of Fan University. But for some reason, the abnormality has appeared again." "Do not say I told you this." Fuong Ditch responded, "I understand. I will go find your superior immediately." Mount Liang Hero warned, "Mentioning this, my friend, I have to tell you something. Your power is too great. Even my superior said it cannot be controlled. I can no longer protect you. From now on, when you go out, you must be extremely careful." Fuong Ditch paused for about 2 seconds thinking. Fuong Ditch considered, "Vuong Luong is right. This is also the reason why I have always been cautious with the Army and the Spirit Energy Association. Being too flashy does not always bring good results. That is also why I have always retained the strength of the Yang Flame attribute and the Red Fire Dao technique." Fuong Ditch texted back to Vuong Luong, "Don't worry, I will be careful. I still have my trump card." At that moment, Lam Y also arrived, and she said, "I'm home." Lam Y brought food, asking Fuong Ditch if he had eaten yet. She asked, "Cousin, have you eaten?" "I brought food for you." Fuong Ditch coldly replied, still holding his phone just like modern youths. Fine, just leave it there. I will eat later." Lam Y looked at her cousin Fuong Ditch and felt discouraged. Two-faced cousin. Lam Y looked at Fuong Ditch, still addicted to scrolling through social media, in her mind full of resentment. "My cousin is very good-natured, has no bad habits. The only problem is laziness. He just likes lying around at home. Even college he does not bother attending, every day just clinging to his phone. Although later whether he studies or not is no longer important. But we celestial practitioners are busy all day running around, seeking opportunities from heaven and earth, and still have to hide our identity from ordinary people. Yet my cousin's life is so leisurely and carefree." Fuong Ditch, tired of holding the phone with one hand, switched to holding it with both hands to play properly. Lam Y watched feeling annoyed. The more she thought, The more upset she became, Lam Y rolled onto the bed relaxing, but still very worried about Fuong Ditch. In the same area, there has even appeared a supreme celestial practitioner reaching the formation creation realm. Celestial practitioners who notice this fluctuation will surely spread it soon. Forget it. When that happens, I will protect my cousin, as a repayment for having stayed at our place. Thinking he was playing a video game, unexpectedly her father Fuong Ditch was witnessing a fire. Ah no, a certain attribute, a flame, he thought. First it was abnormal high temperature, this time it is a fire. Could it be the yang attribute? From the images, the flames are erupting very fast and intensely. In the image, the flames had already erupted and burned everything to ashes. Fuong D letter 1 ECBCH grew curious and wanted to investigate, even thinking of inviting the new girl he had recently met to come along for fun. The video clip was too short, it ended abruptly, and the situation seemed even more serious than what had happened at the North Gate before. He wondered how the yang attribute would differ this time and decided he wanted to go there himself. But first he needed to contact her. The next day, at Than Than University, several soldiers were standing guard at the main gate. Around them, a few online content creators were crowding with their cameras, asking questions. They said, "We heard the university caught fire. Is that true? Were there any casualties? Why hasn't there been any official news? What about the safety of the students and the flammable materials in the school?" At that moment, the sound of two pairs of footsteps approached. It turned out the two people were none other than Ko Lam and Fuong Ditch. The soldiers moved aside and opened the gate for them to enter. The crowd whispered curiously, "Who are they? They look so imposing." The impatient onlookers grumbled, "We are all kept outside. Why do they get to go in right away?" Ko Lam gazed toward the flames and said, "It has burned this much. This must be heavenly fire, right?" Fuong Ditch, hearing the unfamiliar term, asked, "Heavenly fire?" She replied, "That is what the government has named it." The mountain forest was blazing fiercely, helicopters swarming above. Ko Lam explained, "There were no warning signs at all. The fire erupted suddenly, impossible to extinguish. It can only burn through everything it desires to consume. Isn't that fitting?" Ko Lam then said to Fuong Ditch, "Fuong Ditch, I will make a trip to the principal's office. Do you want to wait here or come with me?" He replied, "You go ahead, I will stay here." She responded, "All right, be careful then, I will see you later." Fuong Ditch remained, quietly observing the scene, lost in thought. He crouched down and began to feel the ground with his hand. The scorched earth had already gone cold. Could it be that there was no heavenly fire energy left at all? If so, of course it could not be collected. It seemed he had thought too simply. Suddenly, someone called out his name in a familiar voice, "Fuong Ditch." He turned to look and was surprised to see his ex-girlfriend. He spoke her name, So Thanli. So Thanli looked at him and realized it was truly the person she once loved. She asked, "Is it really you? Why are you here?" Thanli's friend, hearing her call the name, was shocked and asked, "Fuong Ditch, is that the ex-boyfriend you once mentioned, the one who only got into college?" So Thanli nodded softly, "Yes." Thinking that Fuong Ditch might still be hung up on her, So Thanli's friend teased him, patting Thanli on the shoulder and laughing, "My friend, I know you came here maybe still holding some feelings for Kain Lai, but the reality is very clear, you should just give up." Fuong Ditch showed no interest, still thinking of her. Other nearby students also mocked him. "Huh, isn't that So Thanli? Why is there a male student with her? Probably just some poor admirer trying to flirt with the school beauty. Never seen him before, not even from our school. What is he doing protecting the school? Wasn't it said that surveillance had been increased? Why are outsiders allowed in? So annoying, these kinds of people just come to gawk." Thanli's friend stepped forward to scold Fuong Ditch. "Thanli is now the school beauty. I advise you to think carefully. Do you know how many outstanding male students are pursuing Kain Lai who are better than you? You have no chance. Go back. This isn't a place you can come to. And furthermore, our school is under lockdown. How did you even get in? If you don't explain, I'll call the police." So Fan Lai was still acting aloof, thinking Fuong Dich had come because he missed her. Hadn't he said before that after the breakup he wouldn't regret it? So why is he here now? His words and heart do not match. Then Ko Lam returned, called Fuong Dich, and asked, Fuong Dich, is this your friend? Not wanting to dwell on the past, Fuong Dich mumbled an answer. Just a high school classmate, not exactly a close friend. Ko Lam, staring at Fan Lai, replied, so just a classmate. Radiating confidence and composure, Ko Lam spoke to Fuong Dich. I just spoke with the principal. The heavenly fire situation is even more serious than we thought. Hard to explain quickly. The principal will take us to the initial outbreak point. Your identity here is as a military invited advisor, so you have to come. Fuong Dich agreed, no problem. Everyone dispersed. As the sports field was sealed off, no one was allowed near. A mysterious man appeared, walking with a long cane, the principal, so Fan Lai immediately recognized him as the school principal. The principal stepped forward to the crowd, his appearance extremely dignified and his demeanor exemplary. So Fan Lai was surprised. The principal was normally buried in countless affairs, so busy that no one ever saw his face. It was said that even the vice principal found it difficult to meet him once, and there were even rumors that no one in the school had ever seen him smile. Was he here because of this woman and Fuong Dich? Fan Lai's friend laughed mockingly, saying, the principal actually showed up. Could it be that he came to catch these two intruders? Meanwhile, So Fan Lai sensed that this matter was not simple. The principal stepped in front of Fuong Dich and Ko Lam. He reached out to shake Fuong Dich's hand. Both hands clasped warmly in greeting. Hello. You must be advisor Fuong introduced by Chief Officer Ko, right? Recently, I have been troubled by the unusual events at the school, worried that the students might get hurt from the fire. It is fortunate that you have come to handle it. The principal even bowed slightly, asking Fuong Dich for help. The matter at the sports field must rely on you. The guards formed a line to push back the crowd, giving orders, all unrelated persons step back. Do not crowd to watch. Step back. Everyone step back. The crowd became bewildered. Am I seeing this right? The principal, despite his age, is treating that young boy with such respect. Surely he must have some special status. No wonder he was allowed into our school. Look at his poise and the way he is treated. So Fan Lai stood frozen. She did not expect her ex-boyfriend to be so formidable now. The crowd changed their tone. Just now who said he was an admirer or So Fan Lai's ex-boyfriend? How could that be? Even if someone pursued her in reverse, they might not succeed. So Fan Lai stood in shock, motionless. People around were praising Fuong Dich endlessly. And at that moment So Fan Lai felt extremely embarrassed, realizing that throughout the whole time, this young man had not paid any attention to the school beauty So Fan Lai. At the North Campus of Than Than University, the principal led Fuong Dich and Ko Lam into the scene along with the military personnel assigned to protect the school. As they walked, he narrated the events. After the yellow light at the north gate of the academy dissipated, I originally thought the situation was almost over. Then, a few nights ago, one of the stadiums suddenly caught fire, and even the fire trucks could not extinguish it. Fortunately, there were no students present at night, and we managed to secure the scene in time. The principal continued recounting what happened afterward at the stadium. The flames were towering, but then Stadium 2 and Stadium 3 also caught fire. We could still explain those incidents, but the consecutive unusual phenomena were unprecedented. I personally witnessed fire falling from the sky, the red flames hovering midair for no apparent reason. The principal, Ko Lam, and Fuong Dich stopped to observe. He said that fortunately, the fires in the other stadiums had been extinguished. Only this one remained. Fuong Dich detected a strong smell of smoke. Looking up at the burning basketball hoop, he asked the principal if this hoop was the origin point of the fire. The principal confirmed, saying that only the flames here could not be put out. Ko Lam's unusual spiritual energy detection device suddenly alarmed, showing the number 11. Fuong Dich turned to look and asked what it meant. Ko Lam explained that this is a basic device for detecting abnormal spiritual energy. When the threshold exceeds 10, the area must be sealed off to ordinary people, whose lives are extremely fragile. An abnormality over 10 for them signifies a disaster from which it is nearly impossible to escape. The spiritual force displayed on the detection device suddenly surged to 60, and Ko Lam was startled. High, that high. Ko Lam panicked. This is bad. The threshold is too high. If left unchecked, it might not only affect Than Than University, but the entire city. So 3 third-star Ghost Realm generals and 7 second-star Ghost Realm generals must be immediately dispatched to form a formation to counter it. And they must be the ones with the purest spiritual force and the most stable cultivation. Without saying much, Fuang Dich leapt over the fence. The principal called out, "Advisor Fuang, there is a strict no-entry sign on the fence." Fuang Dich was unflinching, charging straight toward the fire. The spiritual force on the detection device continued to rise, reaching 110. Ko Lam was extremely worried. It rose again. This 110 threshold could already classify it as an S-rank anomaly. He's gone in. What should we do next? Ko Lam was anxious as Fuang Dich plunged into danger. How could he dare to enter alone? Even the strongest battle king in the restricted zone would hesitate. Amid the flames, Fuang Dich's figure gradually became visible, standing upright and composed. He stepped forward, thinking, last time, the young attribute helped me resist lightning. Naturally, this heavenly fire can also be blocked. But while protecting himself, he could not touch the original flames nor activate the power of his cultivation method. Fuang Dich approached the center of the fire, where the primal flames shaped into a monstrous creature resembling a fire dragon with eyes and fangs. He calculated, so I must get as close as possible to the primal flames first. Then, the fire monster opened its mouth and snapped, its fiery fangs sharp and hot enough to melt any living creature on contact. Meanwhile, Fuang Dich merely extended his hand, a tiny amount of aura spreading around him. Fuang Dich shouted, "Diamond body protection, release." The monster lunged closer. The shockwave from Fuang Dich's hand blocked the creature, but it still tried to charge at him. Sparks from the fire dragon flew toward Fuang Dich, but he maintained a defensive hand stance, one hand accomplishing everything. He detected extreme fluctuations of the heavenly fire attribute. Fuang Dich laughed, "Haha," saying it truly lives up to the name heavenly fire, capricious and even stronger than the wild power of death. But I must absorb you. He activated his supreme calculation ability, proceeding to compile. Compilation successful. Fuang Dich bared his teeth in a smile. You have received the long heavenly fire sealing technique cultivation method. 9 dragons heavenly fire, eliminating evil and demons, sealing all malevolent spirits. Fuang Dich raised his hand to the sky. The fire dragon coiled around him and then ascended. The cultivation method he compiled required no learning. It was already unlocked. The fire dragon split into multiple heads and lunged at Fuang Dich in a strange state, its attribute being extracted, having received the heavenly fire attribute. Fuang Dich closed his eyes and chanted the spell, then clasped his hands together shouting 9 dragons heavenly fire sealing technique. Suddenly, red chains sprouted from behind him, coiling around the dragons' necks. Ko Lam, watching, realized this was a sealing aura. I have seen high-level military cultivators seal restricted zones before. Their movements differ from Fuang Dich, yet the sealing aura is extremely similar. Fuang Dich commanded collect, collect, and the chains coiled around the creature. The chains wrapped tightly around the fire monster, successfully sealing it. After controlling the fire dragon, Fuang Dich held it entirely in his hands, then slowly released it toward the basketball hoop. Fuang Dich told the principal, I will temporarily seal the heavenly fire here. Do not lift the seal on the stadium for now. Do not repair anything, and do not allow anyone near. This way, at least the heavenly fire will not continue to spread. The principal happily replied, Rest assured, the stadium. Ko Lam stood silently observing. Fuang Dich said that Than Bak is truly generous, having 7 or 8 stadiums. The principal smiled and replied, "Well, advisor, that is quite humorous, if you have a need." Kolam suddenly interjected, "Principal, I still have some matters to discuss with advisor Fuang." The principal scratched his head and replied, "No problem, no problem, please go ahead." Fuang Dich looked puzzled and asked why. Kolam said to Fuang Dich, "You've really been hiding this well." Fuang Dich continued pretending modesty. "It's nothing, just normal. This heavenly fire is very formidable and quite difficult to handle." Kolam went straight to the point. "Stop pretending to be ignorant. You know I am talking about how you've concealed your talent and cultivation level." She continued, "Well then, it's normal for a celestial practitioner to have secrets, especially someone as strong as you, Fuang Dich. Although I have no right to demand anything from you, I hope you will listen to what I am about to say." At that moment, the city streets were desolate, the crucial moment of a great transformation in heaven and earth, and the Ha Kingdom desperately needed top-tier talents like you. Let me put it this way, when the spiritual energy fully recovers, at that time you will be equivalent to the current nuclear deterrent. Kolam thought of the forces paying attention to Fuang Dich's talent and warned him, therefore, whether it is the military restricted zones or the spiritual energy association, they are all competing to obtain you, and it is even possible that high-level forces from other nations will come to recruit you, offering generous terms. Kolam mentioned recruiting Fuang Di letter 1 ECBCH. Naturally, I will not deny that I have my own considerations. If you can join the military, for our restricted zones, it would be like gaining a friend, another path. Therefore, I suggest you start thinking about it now, so that when the time comes, there will be no hesitation. Fuang Dich asked again, "I am curious about something. Why did you and Vuong Luong both not want to pull me into your restricted zones, even feeling that I am not worthy?" Kolam recounted those controlling the military restricted zones. Naturally, because that legendary restricted zone is so formidable, it is almost perverse, so I think you will find them more interesting. Fuang Dich showed signs of interest, top level indeed. Kolam immediately analyzed, "Of course, but I haven't met them much either. I heard recently they have been extremely busy. The top military of the High Kingdom has been so occupied that even military officials in other zones have only heard rumors." After saying this, Kolam reminded Fuang Dich about the principal inviting them to a meal. "All right, no more talking. Let's go. The principal said he wants to invite us to eat at the Than Than University cafeteria. It seems they are also facing some serious troubles." Kolam imagined a city in wartime with many celestial practitioners fighting, which indicates that some extremely terrifying anomalies have appeared, their powers far exceeding the strength of the current celestial practitioners. Fuang Dich listened with concern. From Kolam's tone, these celestial practitioners surely have a Lin creation level like mine, perhaps even stronger. The day of full spiritual energy recovery is truly approaching, and it feels like our preparations are still insufficient. Fuang Dich began calculating strategies, thinking about how to utilize the fire flame attribute. How should I make the most of the heavenly fire attribute I just acquired in the stadium? Heavenly fire spreads unpredictably, burns indiscriminately, leaving nothing in its path, like an endless wild fire, very suitable for dealing with types of anomalies that reproduce infinitely across a wide area. Fuang Dich had a sudden insight. Got it. Isn't this a perfect fit? 100%. With my red fire sword technique, adding more destruction like embroidering on brocade, the more the better. He envisioned the ultimate VIP level form. Behind the mountain, Fuang Dich. Here it is. Fuang Dich held a sword and entered the remote forest behind the mountain. He saw a sign saying this mountain is dangerous, please do not climb, and wondered why the mountain had been sealed despite no anomalies appearing, although military news probably hadn't arrived this fast. Knowing I would train and experiment behind the mountain, only the Lin Energy Association would be aware of my habits. Fuang Dich imagined Hein holding the sign and thought perhaps this land had been granted to him for testing, and if so, respect is not as important as obeying orders. Suddenly, Fuang Dich sensed a strange aura. Wait, are there rogue creatures sneaking in behind the mountain as well? This aura was exactly like what he had encountered at the factory before, though not as dense. On a branch behind him, something unusual appeared. A strange creature resembling a monkey was swinging and observing him. Fuongditch raised his weapon, realizing it had consciousness, considering the enemy's strength to decide whether to attack. If so, let's take a closer look. Heavenly Fire, also called Supreme Flame, has a strong light attribute, specializes in exterminating evil. Should I attach the Heavenly Fire attribute to my sword path? Choose yes or no. Fuongditch swiped the sword with 2 fingers and said yes. The flames surged across his weapon. The Heavenly Fire blazed eternally, forming a fire sword. Combining this undying Heavenly Fire with my red fire sword technique, what effect would it ultimately produce? He glanced back at the strange monkey, which opened its mouth in shock. Fuongditch coldly swung the red fire sword downward, generating a dragon-shaped flame sword aura flying forward, saying, "Let's use you to test the sword." The monkey shrieked as it was hit. Fuongditch was delighted. Excellent. The energy of this flame is higher than the original red fire sword technique once, no, even twice, and this energy has no effect on me. Suddenly, he felt a freezing cold at his fingertips. Cold. Then let's chase and see what kind of rogue this is. In the same forest, a streamer was live streaming. Everyone, I really am not a fraud. Does anyone understand what it feels like to be super lucky since childhood? A rather lively girl was live streaming, saying, although this is my first day streaming, the content just comes to me on its own. User 123456 commented, "Fishing huh?" Urban Legend Spicy commented, "Stop showing off. If you're so bold, go straight to the north gate of Qingcheng University and record that high temperature phenomenon. I'll give you a rocket, other stuff is boring." The user Professional Fake Exposer 5000 Years commented, "The guy above must be on 2G. The hottest topic right now is the Heavenly Fire at Qingcheng University Stadium. All videos have been taken down." Suddenly, a monkey appeared out of nowhere, pinning the streamer down as her phone flew to the ground, its glass cracking but still recording her. The phone kept streaming the scene of the evil monkey strangling the girl. Urban Legend Spicy commented, "What's wrong with her? Did she see a ghost?" While Professional Fake Exposer 5000 Years said, "Damn, this acting started too suddenly. Fake effects look so cheap." No, she was really being strangled, helpless, tears streaming down her face. The monkey kept choking the poor streamer. Suddenly, Fuongditch's fiery aura shot toward the monkey. The creature fled, while the live chat was still exploding with comments, "Holy crap! What's that? A fire dragon! Awesome! Top tier effects!" Viewers, 13,054 people. Many were watching the broadcast. The stream captured the fire striking the strange monkey. The streamer asked, "Who are you?" She hurried to grab her phone to record the moment. Flames roared violently. "I got it. There's someone standing in the fire." The photo captured Fuongditch's figure within the flames, and she shouted, "It must be an immortal saving lives." Fuongditch's image quickly spread across social media, captions reading, "Blade light drenched in fire, one strike shattering the sky, a celestial descending to save the world, Heavenly Fire, nothing compares, the mysterious man wielding the Heavenly Fire blade, the king reigning over flames, creating a forest of fire." Views, 13,596,254, ranking number 1 in popularity. Meanwhile, Fan Lai's friend who was using her computer also caught the news and called out, "Come here and look. A celestial descended to save people. A real cultivator exists. Heavenly Fire is real." Fan Lai stood with her arms crossed, uninterested. PFFT don't believe that nonsense. Everything online is staged with effects. But when she glanced at the screen, she was stunned because the figure in the image looked exactly like her ex-boyfriend, Fuongditch. "This is," her friend insisted, "I'm telling the truth. So cool. Fan Lai." Fan Lai believed that this video was absolutely fake. All special effects. There was no way. This could not possibly be him. It was only that the figure looked somewhat similar. If it were really him, he would have already been reduced to ashes. And if it were real, Would he have used the opportunity to take revenge on me? How hateful. I absolutely will not bow my head. She turned to look at No. 81, who was also watching the news, and asked Lam why. Hey, does this person look familiar, very similar to the immortal cultivator who saved us from the vines before? The girl replied, I think so. Moreover, I recently learned that a great deity has broken through to the living spirit realm near my home. Could these two be the same person? Hunha, also watching the news, turned to Lao Lai and said, Look, could he be Fang? His power seems to have increased quite a bit. Lao Lai, surprised, said, My God, the sword stance is exactly the same. We really did grab a big thigh before. The chairman said to Than Hein, I heard the army has had in-depth discussions with Fuong Dich. You present, she said. I believe he will help us. Ko Lam spoke about Fuong Dich. In a short time he had ascended to the living spirit realm. What kind of monster is this? Even abnormalities tremble upon seeing him. Moreover, how many high-level attributes does he possess? Han Lei was analyzing computer data. 3 or more, with such potential. Our power is like that of a clown. Recruiting him is the only way. Ko Lam continued. So you're saying the higher-ups have already decided to act themselves? Han Le replied, Yes, it has been decided. But it seems the senior officials are not yet ready to lower their status to approach Fuong Dich. After all, the top immortal cultivators previously all appeared in the army. Han Le offered full support, providing conditions for Fuong Dich to develop himself. Seeing what he still lacks, new weapons and equipment being researched, as well as information about suitable cultivation locations. All of these can be given to him. Additionally, this live stream and all previously posted videos must be handled. Than Hein was anxious. The entire spiritual energy of the Ha Kingdom had already focused on him. Ko Lam smiled secretly. This kid really makes one look forward to what he will do next. At the hospital, Ko Lam was speaking to her teacher, who was in a coma. Teacher, it seems the Ha Kingdom now has a new hope. Someone with such strength has appeared. The chance for you to wake up has increased a little. One day later, at Fuong Dich's house, Fuong Dich was eating breakfast while thinking about what happened yesterday. Yesterday, rumors were everywhere. Who would have thought a streamer sneaked into the back mountain to live stream? To gain fame, they really took a huge risk. He took a bite of bread and thought. However, now across the internet the video can no longer be seen. The live stream room has also been locked, probably handled by the army or the Spiritual Energy Association. Fuong Dich suddenly realized his cousin had gone somewhere and had not returned. Wait, Lam YY hasn't come home all night and hasn't messaged me. What's going on? Even if she was on a mission. Fuong Dich picked up the phone to call Lam Y. Feeling that something was wrong, this girl shouldn't be that unreliable. Hello, the subscriber you are trying to reach is currently out of coverage. Fuong Dich was worried. Not good, I have to go find her. In the forest, Lam Y was trapped there with No. 81. No. 81. How long have we been stuck here? Can you roughly estimate? Roughly, probably about 10 hours. I don't remember clearly. Sorry, I dragged you into this, said No. 81. At first, I thought it was just a normal shadow demon. No. 81 was injured. Lam Y said, All right, don't apologize anymore. After all, it's still because I'm not strong enough. Remember, always stay alert. Conserve your strength. Lam Y thought of the immortal cultivator whose superpowers she had witnessed. If only I could be like that great master. Suddenly, a monster appeared from behind, intending to attack both of them. Lam Y channeled her energy and blew part of the monster away. No. 81 saw that the creature had many skulls. Were these the people who had been trapped and died here? Lam Y explained, now they have become abnormal undead, playing with us, trying to assimilate us entirely. No. 81 helplessly said, our attacks not only have no effect on this black mist, but our spiritual energy is depleting rapidly, and we have no idea where the abnormal entity is. No. 81 realized the enemy's plan. They are gradually draining our energy, as if waiting for us to exhaust all our spiritual power, treating us truly like prey to consume. Here, it seems unbeatable. She was terrified, sweating. Suddenly, no, 81 shouted, "Ah, why?" Both of them looked up to see a red eye staring down at them. The strange object gradually split apart, dividing into multiple monsters that charged forward. No, 81 swung his hand, sending a wave of energy to push the monster away. Go away, damn it. Lamb Y warned, it's starting to lose patience, don't be careless. She noticed something preparing to attack from behind. Lamb Y was surrounded by the monsters, almost dead. Countless dark arms reached out to grab her, and she helplessly let go, waiting for death. I can no longer hear 81. That makes sense, we have both been swallowed by darkness. In the final moments, Lamb Y felt guilty for being reckless. Sorry, I shouldn't have acted on my own and been overconfident, thinking that the two of us could complete this mission alone. Indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with danger. I have also thought that one day I would disappear in some unknown corner. Lamb Y reached out to cling to the increasingly fragile thread of life, but then wondered, what will the world be like at that time? And what role will the hidden immortal cultivators underground play? The majestic waves after the spiritual energy recovers. Perhaps I will never see them again. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down. Suddenly, a miracle occurred. A burst of blue lightning appeared. It was Fuong Ditch in his Thunderlight form. Fuong Ditch smiled, almost didn't make it in time. Lamb Y called out, "Cousin." Fuong Ditch destroyed the monster's body, bolts of lightning rippling across the sky. She kept shouting, "Truly my cousin, he saved me. Yet he is no ordinary person." No. 81 was lying collapsed on the ground. Lamb Y noticed another monster attacking Fuong Ditch. Careful, the abnormal entity's core is on the back right. Fuong Ditch ignited his flames. Perfect. Let me see what effect heavenly fire has on the dark attribute. He held the scarlet flame blade, a confident smile spreading across his face. Scarlet flame blade technique. Fuong Ditch slashed at the monster, burning away all the darkness. At that moment, no, 81 was being helped up by Lamb Y, still weak but conscious. Why, are we going to die? She panicked when she saw the blazing fire around them. What is this? What kind of sea of fire? Lamb Y smiled to reassure her. Calm down, look carefully, we're still alive. No. 81 blinked in confusion. Are we alive? Wait, you're... Fuong Ditch walked toward the two girls, speaking casually. It's done, all taken care of. I haven't even had breakfast yet. What about you two? No. 81 suddenly recognized him, realizing that Fuong Ditch was their old savior. It's really you, the one back in Yonghuo town, at the place with the deadly vines. You saved us. Fuong Ditch scratched his neck awkwardly. So easy to be recognized, huh? Lamb Y was stunned after hearing that. Wait, you mean the powerful fire element cultivator who saved us back then was actually my cousin? No. 81 laughed in disbelief. Oh my god, the super big boss is your cousin. Didn't you say your cousin was just an ordinary guy? Fuong Ditch stood there scratching his head with an awkward grin, while no. 81 grabbed Lamb Y's shoulders and joyfully explained, he's our lifesaver, the one who, with a single strike, wiped out the entire wasteland, even forcing the 3-star Ghost Elder's fortress to collapse, and caught the attention of Sister Lan herself. Lamb Y was completely shocked. So her cousin was actually that high-level fire element powerhouse. But just now, he had clearly used pure lightning energy to destroy the black mist anomaly. A super genius of dual elements, both thunder and fire, his aura far beyond my own abilities. Then she suddenly recalled the cultivation scene near their neighborhood. Wait a second. Could it be that the great expert who recently broke through to the spirit creation realm in our residential area was actually my cousin? Seeing the two of them going on and on analyzing everything in such a long-winded way, Fuong Ditch decided to just admit it straight away. All right, it's me. I also have something to ask you too. You know that anomalies of the dark element can't be dealt with like normal anomalies, right? So why are there only two of you here? Where are your teammates? No. 81 explained, Ah, well, Ingyu Mao seems to be seriously ill. Back when we were on missions, he always hid it from his family. And now that he's being held back, of course he couldn't come. Our uncle seems to have another, more difficult mission. And as for the other friends, we're not always together anyway. Lam Y also admitted fault. Yes, this time I underestimated the enemy, thinking that since I had broken through to the 3-star ghost realm, nothing could go wrong. Fuong Dich looked at their team with disdain, thinking to himself, these teammates all have their own thoughts. It seems this team won't last long anyway. In that case, you two leave. I absolutely won't abandon my teammates. No. 81, who used to be dissatisfied with her teammates, now stood up to protect their dignity in front of outsiders, a truly loyal person. And my cousin, being so smart, probably sensed this long ago. Fuong Dich then suggested to Lam Y, actually, if my identity and yours, and your friends, are all known now, I trust both of you. How about we form a team? But this matter, you two must not disclose it to anyone. No, 81 was thrilled. Really? Boss, that's great, that's great. My mouth is sealed. Haha, I'm really lucky to have YY. Lam Y finally realized, yes, a strong cultivator like my cousin must have already recognized that I'm also a cultivator, and quietly protected me. She felt moved, realizing that on this lonely path of cultivation, having a trustworthy person fully supporting and accompanying her was such a blessing. Lam Y smiled at her cousin, and Fuong Dich held up 2 fingers, saying, all right, thanks, cousin. Tonight I'll fry you 2 eggs. Suddenly, Lam Y's phone notified her, and when she opened it, she saw a message. Sister Gia Lam has just issued a new mission. Gia Lam, mission notice, Extreme Yin Land. Proceed to Extreme Yin Land to collect mission items related to the dark element. Think carefully before registering. Think carefully before registering. Fuong Dich pondered. So it's the dark element. Extreme Yin Land, do you know about it? Lam Y recounted, Extreme Yin Land is located in the border region of the dark element, which is strictly forbidden by Hakwak. Because the dark element there is extremely strong, cultivators usually avoid the area and take detours when doing missions. The image shows a dark land dedicated to the shadow element. Moreover, most of the current anomalies in the city have emerged from that area, and the authorities have never explored deeply into this restricted zone. It is said that there have been very serious accidents inside. Fuong Dich asked Lin Yi to inquire carefully about the specific tasks to be carried out. So, we have to try and see. Ask her about the detailed contents of the mission. Did she answer? But number 81 said, no, Gia Lam is very mysterious. She has never said more than a few words. Fuong Dich sensed something unusual. The extreme Shadowland is within a restricted area strictly managed by the lower nation, with quite a few casualties having occurred there. Yet Gia Lam is still able to issue missions related to the extreme Shadowland for Zion practitioners. She is not a reckless rogue daring to defy the authorities. But her identity must be extraordinary, or perhaps she is actually a high-ranking official in the military or the council. I lean toward the latter. First and foremost, I registered my intention. Gia Lam, I want to sign up. Specifically, what must we do? The chat box between Lin Yi and Gia Lam appeared. Gia Lam. The content of this mission is to collect rotten 7 flowers. Gia Lam. A small reminder. The rewards for this mission are richer than any previous ones, but all the dangers in the extreme Shadowland belong to the Shadow System, and the level of danger of the anomalies is higher than anything people have encountered before. Therefore, everyone needs to form a team before registering to participate. Number 81 was surprised by Gia Lam's change in messaging style. Oh my, what is happening? Gia Lam, why are you answering in such detail? Gia Lam, this mission may involve S-class anomalies. The mortality rate is very high. Everyone should think carefully before acting. If there are strong and reliable Zion practitioners forming a team, then registering afterward is not too late. Gia Lam is walking inside the base. Just proceed and see if that person agrees. Fuong Dich read the message and laughed. If there are strong and reliable Zion practitioners, This is already very straightforward, only missing the sentence, I know you. I know Zion practitioners like you will be interested. You just have to dare to come. Fuong Dich said to his cousin Linye, it seems this is aimed at me. The extreme Shadowland with its gloomy view excited Fuong Dich. Interesting, the extreme Shadowland. Yes, I really want to take a trip there. Suddenly, a letter from Feng Haku arrived for Jia Lam, stating that this hidden mission is S-class, with a very high mortality rate. Everyone should think carefully before acting. And if there are strong and reliable Zion practitioners forming a team, registering afterward is still not too late. Jia Lam, our team has 3 people. In another place, the secretary behind spoke up. Sister Lam, their squad is over here. At that moment, she walked calmly and leisurely, saying, it's fine. If he is a Zion practitioner worthy of the lower nation's trust, he will come. Worry appeared on the secretary's face, but if he did not come, then this generation of Zion practitioners. Jia Lam continued calmly, if he does not come, it means fate has not arrived yet. Holding the flower in her hand, her voice carried a hint of coldness. Do you too think the mission to collect rotten 7 flowers is intended to deliberately lead strong Zion practitioners to their deaths? The secretary hesitated to explain, Sister Lam, before she could finish, Jia Lam interrupted. Carrying out a life and death mission like collecting rotten 7 flowers actually has a core purpose completely opposite to its appearance. Jia Lam continued to explain, this is an inevitable path to accumulate power for the lower nation. Only by collecting the rotten 7 flowers can we save even more Zion practitioners, whether they are the future core forces of the lower nation or the leading combat forces. Life and death remain uncertain. After speaking, she and her people stood by the sikut. Then Jia Lam held her teacher's hand, filled with determination, saying, no matter what, we must collect more rotten 7 flowers. Looking at him lying on the sikut, not knowing when he would wake, she felt deep sorrow. Teacher, as the only Zion practitioner in the lower nation to reach the Vajra realm, we must use the rotten 7 flowers to heal and awaken him. The existence of a Vajra-level powerhouse, after the restoration of spiritual energy, is comparable in value to today's nuclear weapons and is our greatest support in negotiations with other nations, both before and after the spiritual energy restoration. Therefore, even if a few Jia Lams, a few squads, or even more Zion practitioners are sacrificed, it is all worth it. But the secretary suddenly spoke in a worried tone. The mission is important, but the health of your excellency is equally important. Jia Lam at this moment could not contain her emotions and said, is my health important? Then she shouted in anger, yes, it is truly very important, because my life is brought back by my teammates. Suddenly realizing she had spoken too harshly, her face momentarily tightened in regret. A soft sigh escaped. Jia Lam's voice grew heavy. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten angry with you. The secretary immediately panicked. Sister Lam, it's my fault. Has your headache returned again? Jia Lam lifted her head, her gaze distant, her voice deep and weary. It's all right. It's not yet time for medicine. I just wanted to. Never mind, it's all in the past now. Suddenly, images of the past flashed before Jia Lam's mind. Dust and smoke everywhere, explosions echoing in the night, heavily injured soldiers screaming, the squad holding swords, please retreat immediately. Nearby, there was someone, blood from his wounds spreading on the ground, struggling to crawl toward Jia Lam, his voice trembling. The extremely dark zone, truly an astonishing place. Zio Lam, the mission to collect the rotten 7 flowers, all of us can only entrust to you, for the teacher, for the lower nation, for everyone. Jia Lam clenched her fists tightly, tears streaming down. She screamed in despair, no, I will not go, Captain. His voice choked amid the rain and smoke. Then a burst of blue light erupted, transferring from the captain to Jia Lam. This is our attribute. I hope you can make use of it. You must survive and return. Jia Lam could not contain her own pain. They had transferred spiritual energy to me. She looked at her hands and continued to contemplate. Yet she did not know that if the blood taints it or if she fails to collect them all, the rotten 7 flowers would become useless. Scene shifts elsewhere. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, number 81 sighed in exhaustion. Still a few more kilometers to go. Suddenly she got an idea and spoke up. Hey, listen, boss, why? Everyone is already strong. Can we just fly a little? Lin YY turned to answer. When spiritual energy is not yet abundant enough for the human body to freely fly, even Zion practitioners cannot do it. At this moment, Fuang Dich cast his gaze into the distance. Straight ahead was the extremely dark zone. Then all three of them headed forward. Fuang Dich was deep in thought, covered by the dark attribute. Even with layers of obstacles blocking the way, he could still sense that unpleasant odor. They could still sense that horrible stench despite the barriers. Number 81 quickly hugged herself, her face unable to hide her fear. This stench is even more terrifying than the abnormal creatures we encountered last night. No, it must be 1,000 times worse. Lin YY, though full of concern, tried to reassure them. Stay calm, it has come now. Then Fuang Dich spoke. Not bad, look ahead. Unexpectedly, there are quite a few Zion practitioners who have come here as well. Lin YY glanced around and then spoke. That's right, I think it's not only because of the so-called generous rewards, but also similar to what 81 and I have experienced. The dark attribute is very difficult to deal with, bloodthirsty, and full of hostility toward humans. But now, in the city, there have been more than one unusual outbreak involving the dark attribute. The image of those bloodthirsty monsters appearing is terrifying just to imagine. Fuang Dich also agreed with Lin YY. That's right, I have confronted 2 dark attribute anomalies head-on. Then he recounted the fights with them. One was a mutated rabbit, but instead of a wild rabbit, it resembled a large rodent more. As he spoke, Fuang Dich's face darkened. There was also a large snake lurking in a factory at night. It had a higher level of intelligence than the mutated rabbit, able to cooperate to create traps that nearly wiped out the members of the Spirit Energy Association. Most importantly, just as YY said, these anomalies are extremely cunning. They seem to deliberately avoid the city border military defenses. Fuang Dich fell silent when mentioning the real situation, although he did not know exactly how they did it. Now the anomalies are appearing in the city more and more frequently, reaching a level that is almost impossible to prevent, and the monsters destroying the city appeared in his eyes. Finally, Fuang Dich told everyone, so, we definitely have to make a trip, and the 3 of them then headed forward. Fan Hein saw this, stunned, not knowing what was happening. Then she panicked and shouted at the presence of so many people around. What the hell? He has come too. And he even brought 2 girls along. Little Fan beside her reminded, boss. Then Fan Hein clasped her hands in prayer to the heavens. Amitabha, great Buddha, please do not discover me, praying to heaven but to no avail. Fuang Dich noticed her. Hey, that person, is that Captain too? Fan Hein, upon hearing her name, quickly turned around and pretended not to know. Oh, it's you. You've also come to the extreme dark zone. That's great. The military had long since synchronized the data on Fuang Dich, and 81 pointed at Fan Hein and questioned, Great being, who is this girl? Could she be YY's sister-in-law? Lin YY panicked. Cousin. Fan Hein blushed at these words and refused. Oh my, such a huge misunderstanding. Fuang Dich cheerfully introduced me. Of course not. She's someone who does errands for me, Captain 2 of the Spirit Energy Association. She listened, expressionless, thinking, why do I feel even more annoyed by that? Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind, a bunch of kids boasting shamelessly. Old Dang and his companions stepped forward confidently. He declared, nowadays the younger generation of cultivators shows no manners. If they don't greet elders it's one thing, but they argue noisily without even considering the place. I hope that soon in the extreme dark zone, you all can trust each other like that. 81, full of anger, shouted loudly, Look, my temper is flaring up again. Do you know who these people are? Fuang Dich signaled to 81 to stop this action immediately. Even so, 81 still stepped forward and mockingly said, Uncle, worry about yourself. Later who knows who will be scared to death. Old Dang was about to reply, but his gaze shifted elsewhere. He exclaimed happily, "The vehicle is here, let's go see." The door of the vehicle suddenly opened. Everyone in the crowd became agitated as they realized, "This is Sister Gia Lam." Everyone confirmed without doubt it was indeed her. Gia Lam stepped forward coldly. As she walked past Phuong Dich and the group, 81 admired, finally, what her identity, truly magnificent. Phuong Dich standing beside added, "Perhaps she is the one who opened the gate for us." Gia Lam only glared sharply behind her. She approached the gate in front. Then she raised a strange stone high. Without hesitation, Gia Lam exerted all her strength to open it. A powerful voice rang out from within. The person had arrived. The gate opened. The gate opened, and Gia Lam instructed everyone before entering. "Everyone can go in now, but a special reminder that thoi flowers collected must be completely intact and absolutely not stained with human blood. If anyone fails to meet the requirements, they cannot receive the reward. If everyone understands and there are no problems, they may start entering." Old Dang showed dissatisfaction after hearing Gia Lam's requirements. "This little girl, she won't go by herself but forces us to risk our lives, and there's not even compensation after death. What kind of attitude is this?" A member of the demolition team approached and whispered to Old Dang, worry evident on his face. "Old Dang, say less. If we die, it will only be reported as missing. If the government then gives your family a large sum of money for no reason, doesn't that prove they killed us?" Old Dang did not reply, helpless before the words of the person beside him. Hearing his words, Than Hein also realized that the middle-aged man was perhaps like Phuong Dich, a first-stage spirit creator. Moreover, among those who said nothing, there also seemed to be several masters, but they might have withdrawn their spiritual aura, making it hard to judge. She continued, "The others are also cultivators with solid cultivation in the 2nd and 3rd star ghost realm. The strength of each team is roughly equal." Hearing Than Hein's analysis, Phuong Dich agreed with her. "It seems the mission is quite difficult. Unexpectedly, they found so many elite cultivator teams." He silently thought, the person earlier is also a first-stage spirit creator, but Phuong Dich felt his spiritual aura level was not particularly high. At this time, the secretary was reporting to Gia Lam, Sister Lam. "The character statistics are complete. In this extreme dark zone, there are 37 2nd star ghost realm, 12 3rd star ghost realm, 3 first-stage spirit creators, and the difficulty level of abnormalities in this mission ranges from grade B to grade S." After hearing the secretary's report, Gia Lam seemed satisfied and instructed, "Those who arrived first should go to the monitoring equipment. I have completed all preparations. You can proceed with confidence." Then, after everyone stepped through the gate, an extremely cold scene unfolded before their eyes, a land showing no signs of life. The sky densely covered with clouds, the ground cracked, mud and ruins scattered, trees bare and withered, desolate and dry. With the gloomy scene before them, everyone took cautious steps further inside. Phuong Dich immediately turned to remind everyone, "Stay close together. The dark attribute here will dominate vision. If we do not stick together and act in unison, we will soon get lost. It is very easy to lose direction here." Meanwhile, number 81 collapsed. Seeing the desolate and gloomy environment here made her unable to endure, and she vomited repeatedly. Ugh, sorry. I feel so nauseous, I can't hold it in anymore." Seeing this, Than Hein quickly helped 81 up and reassured her, "It's okay. This is the smell of decaying corpses mixed with cerebrospinal fluid. Anyone would feel nauseous. You are not alone, it's perfectly normal." Than Hein then looked toward the men ahead and forced a smile. "Look, the group ahead with comparable cultivation levels is also vomiting." Indeed, the dark attribute is naturally countering the cultivators. She could interpret it as a type of contamination, perhaps caused by the extremely active existence of abnormalities in the extreme dark zone. At this moment, Phuong Dich was thinking, perhaps the abnormalities everyone has known about are actually B-grade abnormalities. Similar to the ghost realm level of cultivators, the damage range is controllable. grade abnormalities, similar to spirit creator level, with violent spiritual fluctuations or concentrated locations often seen, for example, in this extreme dark zone. Additionally, S-grade abnormalities are comparable to Diamond Realm, or even higher, almost at catastrophic level. However, it must be emphasized that dark attribute abnormalities in the extreme dark zone are enhanced. An abnormality originally classified as B-grade can rise at least one level here. At this time, Lam Y was surprised upon hearing Fan Hein's reassurance earlier. Is that so? I didn't know that before. I understand now. But what about Captain 2? You girls are fine. Number 81 also spoke up. That's right. You girls are not contaminated, right? Hearing this, Fan Hein smiled confidently. Ha ha ha. You are overthinking. My team and I often deal with similar abnormalities, so we are not afraid of the stench. Moreover, recently we have been strictly improving ourselves, converting water attribute abnormalities into ice attribute. She further explained, Captain 2 has broken through to 3rd star ghost realm, upgrading her ability from water attribute to ice attribute, showing that her power is very high, and she is proud of her progress. Hearing this, number 81 noticed their levels were the same and said, Our levels are the same, Captain 2. I wonder if you feel the same as I do. As soon as I entered this thick mist, my spiritual power began to decrease. It's worse than what we experienced in the previous mission. Fan Hein also agreed and said, Yes, many experts have died here before, including elite army members of 1st stage spirit creator or higher, so we must be extra careful. At this point, Fuongditch was also surprised. Unbelievable. We have to move quickly. Hurry up. This mission is very important. Lam Y also agreed. I don't see anyone ahead anymore. Let's stay closer together. Next, I will speak less to conserve energy. Everyone also focus your spiritual energy. Don't let this mist take advantage of any openings. At this moment, Fuongditch walked while thinking. After everyone entered, it seems his body does not feel seriously uncomfortable. Apparently, the Yang attribute and the enhanced sub-demonic thunder attribute are effective in dispelling the dark attribute. Or after he advanced to spirit creation level, the effect of his spiritual energy became stronger. At the same time, elsewhere, Lao Dang was extremely confident and showed no fear as he faced the abnormalities. He unleashed slashes at the abnormal beasts and commented, In this extreme dark zone, are the abnormalities only this much? He was more confident than ever. Brothers, the rotting flowers will definitely be collected by us. Let the young group over there see what real strength is. Seeing Lao Dang's confident demeanor, his surrounding teammates seemed swept along, well done, and moved forward. Switching back to Fuongditch's group, suddenly Lam Y coughed a few times, making number 81 worried. Lam Y, are you okay? In this situation, Fuongditch thought that Lam Y was still ultimately a child. He stepped forward and gently patted her back a few times. Lam Y looked at Fuongditch's action in surprise and exclaimed, Cousin. Immediately, her body was enveloped in a golden aura similar to Fuongditch's. Lam Y raised her hand to feel it. This sensation, the nausea and corrosive darkness have all disappeared. At this moment she felt warm, like basking in winter sunlight. Everyone was amazed. No wonder this is the power of spirit creation level. Lam Y continuously sensed the changes in her body. The fire attribute was very warm, truly a rare high-level attribute. Since advancing to 3-star Ghost Realm, she had only now experienced the attribute more deeply. The girl looked at her hand and continued, My plant attribute has the specialty of absorbing due spiritual energy from plants between heaven and earth. Captain 2's water attribute mutated into ice attribute is also very rare. Fuongditch immediately explained, It's not fire attribute, it's Yang attribute. I haven't explained clearly before. I'm the one handling the fire at the North Gate and training grounds at Than Than University. He enthusiastically continued explaining. But these two abnormalities are different. Yang attribute and celestial fire attribute also have some differences. Fan Hein realized he just admitted it, so that means now he has 3 rare high-level attributes. Fuongditch thought with pride, Actually, I also have the wilderness attribute, but tall trees are easily felled by wind, so I keep it in reserve. So Fuongditch pretended to admit having 3 attributes. He hesitantly replied, something like that. Fuongditch quickly changed the subject. Oh right, where's 81? Hearing her name, number 81 came to stand in front of him and awkwardly replied, I haven't broken through 3-star ghost realm yet. Cannot sense attributes clearly. But roughly following the metal attribute path, mighty cousin, I promise after going out I will never trouble you again. I beg your yang attribute to warm me a little. Fuongditch agreed to number 81's plea. He then patted her back. All right, I'll warm you for a day. He used his energy to heat her body. But because he applied too much energy, she was startled and reacted violently. Once done, number 81 sighed. She was now feeling the warmth. Xiao-than, seeing everyone repeatedly patting each other in a strange way, approached and asked, What are you all doing? Patting back and forth. After explaining the recent action, Fuongditch proposed an idea. Captain 2, why don't we do the same for your team? With Fuongditch's sincere suggestion, Than Hein felt it could only help and said, Feels not bad. Xiao-fan and her teammates were extremely excited. So what are we waiting for? To invite the mighty one. The 3 of them were being warmed by Fuongditch. Suddenly, an abnormal creature appeared, heading straight toward Fuongditch's group. He seemed to sense the approaching abnormal and warned, Everyone, attention, an abnormal is coming. Than Hein reacted quickly. She leapt up and launched a powerful attack. What is that thing? While number 81 looked ahead in surprise and caution. Suddenly Than Hein shouted, warning number 81, Hey 81, it's right in front of you. She froze in front of the giant abnormal creature with blazing red eyes preparing to attack her, screaming loudly. At this moment, the abnormal dashed straight at number 81 making meowing sounds, scaring her so she could only stand still. Than Hein immediately assessed. This isn't a level abnormal, she should be careful, it's an A-level abnormal. Than Hein, with determined eyes, prepared to strike the abnormal, saying, Leave it to me. After saying this, she launched a powerful attack at the abnormal. After the strike, Than Hein still couldn't feel relieved. She assessed the difficulty, but before she could finish her thought, she was surprised as it vanished. At this moment, Fuongditch noticed many abnormalities resembling zombies slowly advancing. In a moment, Fuongditch's group was surrounded by these abnormalities, and he shouted a warning, Watch your feet. Fuongditch stood in front of the group, speaking briefly and decisively. Moving aside, he faced the swarm of abnormalities rushing in. Flames flared around his sword. At this moment, Fuongditch's eyes blazed. He swung his sword with full force, the flames around it erupting violently, forming a giant creature like a roaring fire dragon. With just one powerful strike, it engulfed all the abnormalities, the scene filled with light, heat, and smoke, the moans continuously echoing from within the flames, Hot, hot, don't burn me. After dealing with the abnormalities, Fuongditch turned to reassure everyone, temporarily safe. These abnormalities have dissipated. Seeing so many eyes is just an illusion. In fact, there were only 2 creatures. He continued, I just didn't expect the abnormalities here to have evolved to mimic human language. Than Hein quickly shared her thoughts. Perhaps because they have eaten so many humans, they learned that these abnormalities, even the weakest, were nurtured by the extremely dark zone to a level. Without reaching that level, one couldn't fight them head-on. At this moment, a figure stood at a distance, observing Fuongditch's performance. It was Jia Lam, surprised at Fuongditch's strength. With just one strike, he destroyed 2 illusionary A-level abnormalities, even though she would have needed several rounds to defeat them. Back to Fuongditch's group, Lam Y told everyone, if what Captain Tu said is true, we must remain united. Otherwise, I think the abnormalities could disguise themselves and blend among us, attacking when we let our guard down. Number 81 was still collapsed on the ground, and Lam Y shouted, 81, get up quickly. Number 81 hugged her arm, thinking, the oppressive aura is terrifying, more dangerous than cat demons and zombies, even a slight touch could burn me alive. This is the suppression of the level. Feels like I'm about to suffocate. Suddenly, a sound caught Fuongdich's attention. He looked toward the tall cliff where the noise came from. Lam Wai was slightly surprised and worried. Everyone listened. The sound of waves ahead. Fuongdich's face darkened, saying nothing, silently observing. Soon after, the ground began to shake violently. Someone's footsteps pounded rapidly toward Fuongdich's group. People around panicked and ran, shouting, running, stopping fighting. "This thing is evil. Save me. It's a ghost." Fuongdich, with a serious expression, focused intensely to assess the situation ahead. This is something that even a legendary army would suffer severe losses encountering. Lao Dang, with a terrified face, ran desperately forward, trying to escape this horrifying danger. Around him, many others were fleeing in panic. Behind them, the sky lit up with a blinding red light, from which countless dark shapes rose. It was the tide of darkness. A man seemed about to be swallowed, his body trembling, screaming in despair, half of him already engulfed by the dark tide. A ripping sound echoed, and his spiritual power dissipated in waves. Seeing this scene, Fuongdich remarked, "The smell of dark aura is too dense. The air feels suffocating." He wondered, have they really run out of ways to save him? Can we still escape in time? Then Fuongdich asked Captain Tu, "What does dark tide mean?" Than Hein explained while looking toward the darkness. The dark tide means the extreme of the dark attribute, a decay that can consume everything. Even the abnormalities inside it can be devoured. Clearly the plan this time could have avoided the tide of darkness. So how could it come to this? Oh gods, it's unbelievable. Have all the people ahead of us really died? Unbelievable. Fuongdich went silent after hearing her words. Lam Wai then added, "So this is the dark tide that everyone often talks about," she said worriedly and a little unsettled. "I've only heard about it on the forums. People say it's a power that can destroy an entire city, and now it's appearing right before my eyes." She said to Fuongdich, "Cousin, should we escape from here first? If we leave now, will it still be in time?" Meanwhile, Fuongdich gathered energy into his palm, a blue aura surrounding his hand. Then Fuongdich raised his arm high to create a golden space enveloping everyone, his spiritual power shining around like a lamp in the darkness. Fuongdich reassured everyone not to panic. This successive barrier has the effect of countering the dark attribute, and when needed, all power can be concentrated to maintain this spiritual barrier, protecting everyone from the shocks of the dark tide. Than Hein, furious, questioned Fuongdich, "What are you trying to do? Tell me, what are you scheming?" "The dark tide is a condensed state of the dark attribute. Even with our power we cannot resist it. That uncle at the one-star creation realm was swallowed immediately. Did you see that?" At this moment, a burning desire surged within Fuongdich. Condensed or not, I will destroy it. In him it was not recklessness, but as if he had seen the only path to save everyone. Fuongdich used two sources of power simultaneously, even his eyes radiating an immensely strong energy, and step by step he advanced forward. Lam Wai, seeing Fuongdich charging ahead, could only stand frozen. "Cousin, you can't." Than Hein could not believe what he said. "Oh my god, I didn't hear wrong. Is he really going to destroy the dark tide? He's insane." Ignoring everyone's words, Fuongdich rushed straight into the dark tide. He looked around calmly and said, "Just as expected, nothing beyond my prediction." From above, Fuongdich observed the abnormal creatures below full of eyes and analyzed these abnormalities. Rather than saying they are level controlled and evolved by the he observed the creatures distorted by erosion from the dark tide, just as he had predicted, from level B to level A, from level A to level S, and the level of all abnormalities in this dark tide. Even level SSS is not too much. No wonder it can easily swallow the creation realm elite spirit practitioners, who are humanity's finest. Fuongdich concentrated energy into his palm and unleashed that power toward the abnormalities ahead. The abnormalities showed no fear and charged straight at Fuongdich. He dashed forward, glancing at them. Fuongdich's trademark red eyes were now surrounded by golden energy like streaks of lightning. Then a sword strike from Fuongdich was unleashed, sparks blazing along the sharp path of the blade. He thought to himself, the power of a creation realm practitioner combined with an enhanced weapon, originally meant to face a level B giant serpent, can now easily destroy the fused level A abnormalities within the dark tide. He controlled his strength, each attack decisive and cold. In a moment, Fuong Dich shifted his gaze elsewhere and was surprised. In front of him he saw a familiar figure. He wondered, is that the person from earlier, and called out, "Hey, are you still alive?" The man groaned painfully, and although his reply was weak and fleeting, Fuong Dich thought, luckily there's still a response. It shows that his spiritual energy has not been completely consumed by the dark attribute, even though his foundation in the creation realm is not as solid as mine. But after all, he is a true creation realm practitioner. There is still a glimmer of hope. Fuong Dich then decided to save the man being corralled in front of him. He raised his finger to the sky and shouted, "Divine thunder!" With a sweeping motion of his hand, a bolt of lightning struck down fiercely. Just with that single strike, the man was freed from danger. The rescued man collapsed to the ground. It turned out to be Lao Dang. Seeing that he was still alive, Fuong Dich said, "Indeed, there is still a bit of hope to save him, but not much." Fuong Dich still held his sword tightly in his hand, standing and watching Lao Dang lying there as if he had realized something. Suddenly, the image of a monstrous abnormality appeared. He clicked his tongue, infinite augmentation. Could this be the special trait of abnormalities of level S and above? Fuong Dich confidently looked up at the abnormality and said, "Then let's try this. Spiritual energy barrier, release." With that, golden energy radiated around his body. At this moment, the familiar sound of machinery echoed, detecting an extremely strong dark attribute. The power of this attribute is very special, temporarily impossible to extract. Upon seeing the system notification, Fuong Dich thought, even reaching the creation realm, but still unable to extract the dark attribute. Indeed, the dark attribute is somewhat more unique than other attributes. He let out a faint, calm, and terrifying smile. If he cannot completely destroy it or directly absorb it, then he must take another approach. At this time, the abnormality frantically lunged to attack him, but he remained still, analyzing. Unfortunately, Fuong Dich had not brought his little white flower. Otherwise, he could have used wild energy to contest this dark attribute. Standing there, exuding abundant energy, he asked the abnormality, "Is there anything else?" Fuong Dich seemed to already know everything, as if it had been prepared. Meanwhile, the group with Than Hein still stood within the protective barrier Fuong Dich had created. Suddenly, someone asked Than Hein, "Captain 2, may I ask, have you ever encountered a situation like this?" Than Hein honestly replied, "My knowledge is limited. I have never encountered such a case." Everyone was suddenly surprised, looking toward the dark tide. How can it remain still like that? Inside the barrier, Lam Wai spoke, trembling. "What is this shield? It's so strange. I have faced demons before, but never felt this uneasy. Yet in this abnormal environment, She hesitated. "My cousin has been in there for so long. What if something happens?" Seeing Lam Wai's worry, Captain Tu gently took Lam Wai's hand to comfort her. "The spiritual barrier is still there, isn't it? It just flares up a little. We can reinforce it together with our energy. Moreover, with his power, even if something were to happen, the only possible outcome would be for us to be buried alongside him." Than Hein continued, "A person possessing several extraordinary attributes of the creation realm, even I doubt whether his true strength has already reached 3-star creation realm. It's not yet the turn for insignificant 3-star underlings like us from the demon domain to step in and save." Hearing these words of reassurance filled with lethal force from Than Hein, Lam Wai and number 81 fell silent, unable to say anything. Then Lam Wai suddenly laughed. She said, "Captain 2, you really have a sense of humor." She beamed. "Really, my teammate said the same. Now do you feel a bit relieved?" The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a resounding, earth-shaking sound, leaving everyone confused about what was happening, only seeing in the distance a pillar of power piercing the pitch-dark sky. This was Fuong Ditch's 9 Dragons Celestial Fire Sealing Technique. He appeared together with the technique, shouting once, "Go!" His moves surged forward. Witnessing this scene, everyone below was astonished. Only number 81 was thrilled and said to Lam Y, "Hey why, that's your cousin." The girl froze. "This technique is..." In her fear, she shouted, "So awesome." Lam Y seemed unable to contain her excitement. The 9 Dragons Celestial Fire Sealing Technique was truly magnificent. Jia Lam stood outside, witnessing the entire scene, unable to believe her eyes. "That celestial fire attribute?" she asked skeptically. With just this technique from Fuong Ditch, could he really seal the Dark Tide? In truth, Fuong Ditch had already sealed the Dark Tide. Meanwhile, Fuong Ditch continuously unleashed his technique, both hands seemingly holding a gigantic blazing fireball. He executed a strong and decisive follow-up strike, 9 Dragons Edict, and as he finished speaking, he hurled the fireball to the ground, shattering the earth, sending rocks flying in all directions. Not stopping there, he continued to launch the fireball while shouting, "Seal!" The sealing seemed complete. The light Fuong Ditch told everyone that they were temporarily safe. The harvest was quite unexpected. They had picked up a person and asked how they should handle it. Lam Y, overjoyed, ran to Fuong Ditch, saying, "Cousin, you're all right. That's great." Than Hein came up with an idea, speaking decisively with sharp eyes fixed on the person lying on the ground. "This person will be entrusted to my team members, Elder." Seeing Fuong Ditch's expressionless face, she asked with a hint of doubt, "You've sealed the high-level dark attribute, so why don't you look happy?" Fuong Ditch wanted to eliminate the Dark Tide, and now it was truly done. He really had. He said, "Because this is only a temporary seal. The dark attribute here is too abundant. We must move quickly. But while the temporary seal still works, we have to collect the rotten flowers." His calm voice immediately put the entire team on alert, danger still looming very close. Than Hein looked at Fuong Ditch and said, "Understood. We will take this person to the spirit hall for treatment. But what about the people ahead? Can anyone survive?" Fuong Ditch explained briefly. "Not a corner of a sleeve or a bone is visible, except for this person. They have likely all been devoured by the dark attribute, regardless of their level." Number 81 sighed and slowly said, "Just now there were people alive right before our eyes, and now they have all disappeared, perhaps because I have a cold-blooded bloodline. My only thought now is thankfully I didn't witness their deaths firsthand." Everyone fell into silence. After a moment, Fuong Ditch instructed, "Lam Y, number 81, you two and Captain to go ahead. The greatest danger now is still this black pond. I'll cover the rear properly." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." He began checking the intense dark attribute waves. Check success. In an instant, Fuong Ditch relaxed his whole body, and the power around him surged violently. The system panel reported the progress, initiating the supreme calculation force, compiling. At this moment, he closed his eyes and focused fully to feel each stream of power being transmitted into his body. Then the system displayed, compilation of the ocean successfully. The system panel announced that Fuong Ditch had obtained the Dark Attribute Cultivation Technique, Infinite Dark Realm, effective in condensing a sealed mist space, within which spiritual energy would gradually be eroded by the dark attribute, and existing spiritual energy would be greatly weakened. After reading through all the information, Fuong Ditch felt a bit curious about the Dark Realm, a special domain. At this moment, he hovered in the air, his hands channeling the newly acquired power, causing the surrounding scenery to thicken into an eerie color. Fuong Ditch calmly analyzed it, realizing that as long as he deployed Infinite Dark Realm against an enemy, the corrosive effect of the dark attribute could gradually erode the opponent's spiritual energy, reducing it over time. If combined with his other attribute techniques, wouldn't the weakening effect stack even more? That way, even if an abnormal creature more demonic than the Dark Tide appeared, he could surpass the level and defeat it. At this time, Than Hein was walking a distance away, but as if sensing something strange, she turned to look for him, saying, "Elder, don't you..." It turned out that Than Hein had witnessed Fuong Ditch's current state and realized this spiritual energy wave. How did Fuong Ditch break through again? Earlier there was no change in the heavens or earth. Her eyes were wide with disbelief at what was happening. Could it be that Fuong Ditch was absorbing the power of the dark tide, rated by the government as S rank? But this was utterly outrageous. While Fuong Ditch was almost done absorbing, Than Hein was still lost in thought. During the alert phase, spiritual energy restores, and all cultivators knew that the dark attribute was the most terrifying, a power derived from the deepest negative emotions of living beings and latent malice. For this reason, absorbing the dark attribute was strictly forbidden by the government. Than Hein recalled that in the past, the government had tried to study ways to purify and refine the dark attribute, but had to pay a tragic price. That was why abnormal creatures with the dark attribute were categorized separately. Many cultivators had attempted experiments before, and even though their levels ranged from D to S, even a D rank was enough to make a newly ascended demon realm cultivator suffer immensely. Not to mention the dark tide, which exists as an S rank abnormality. Even a single spirit realm cultivator, let alone 10, could be easily swallowed whole. Then she recalled the time before the dark attribute was banned, when some immortal practitioners tried to absorb dark attribute power. However, a 3-star ghost realm practitioner like him who absorbed even a ray of C-grade dark abnormality was struck back crazily. His flesh rotted and his mind went mad. And he has remained in a psychiatric hospital until now. Fuong Ditch exhaled after finishing absorbing the new power. The terrifying aura from moments ago gradually dissipated. Then he immediately noticed someone watching him. "Come out. She has been observing us for a long time." Jia Lam's cold voice rang from within the mist. "If I am not mistaken, Fuong Ditch, you were the one who sealed the dark tide." Everyone was surprised at her appearance here. Jia Lam. Jia Lam noticed that Fuong Ditch had absorbed everything and then questioned him. "And also, what were you doing just now? Were you absorbing that dark attribute?" He did not hesitate to admit what he had done. Yes, Than Hein was not very surprised to see this. After all, Fuong Ditch had finally admitted it. Immediately after, Jia Lam put her hand into her pocket and pulled out something. To everyone's shock, it was a gun which she pointed directly at Fuong Ditch. People were stunned and dared not move at Jia Lam's action. Number 81 screamed, her voice breaking with fear. "I cannot believe the person I have always respected would act like an enemy. Sister Jia Lam, what are you doing?" Number 81 nonetheless continued, "If I remember correctly, Fuong Ditch is the top target that your army wanted to recruit. Before, our spirit hall wanted people, but you stole them. What do you mean by doing this?" Fuong Ditch said calmly, "How strange. It isn't our mission to collect the rotten 7 flowers, madam. Clearly you were in a hurry to complete the mission, but perhaps now it seems you are not pleased that we did not all die here." Jia Lam fell silent and did not want to answer. No one understood her true purpose. Number 81 challenged, "Sister Jia Lam, we have always trusted you, but you came here and did not act earlier. If not for Elder Fuong Ditch, we would have been wiped out. I can accept it, but Lam Y is still a girl." Yet suddenly, Jia Lam smiled and put the gun back in her pocket, jokingly saying, "Just kidding. It seems Fuong Ditch is very well liked by his teammates. Congratulations to you all for overcoming the challenge." Number 81 was puzzled. What does she mean by liked? Liked what? Than Hein nodded. "Yes, exactly." Now Fuong Ditch seriously asked Jia Lam, "So what is your purpose in coming here? Are you just here to test me?" She calmly replied, "Something like that. Because you have this talent and strength. I didn't want to read those cold documents. I wanted to see with my own eyes what kind of person you truly are." Immediately after, she looked straight into number 81's eyes and clarified, "And also, to answer why I didn't act before." Then she turned away and continued, "Because immortal practitioners can only follow the rules of immortal practitioners in the world of spirit recovery. We are all the same. This is fate, life and death, fortune and disaster, the rapid changes of immortal practitioners." Her voice softened, the word fate silencing everyone. But don't you see that you are really fortunate? There is someone worthy of trust and strong enough to protect you. No abnormality has attacked you yet, because they have been terrified by Fuangdich's sealed power of the Dark Tide. Fuangdich listened seriously as she continued. The Dark Tide really works like that. It only bullies the weak, while the strong become hesitant, fearful. After finishing, she glanced at everyone behind her and made a suggestion. Let me lead everyone to find the rotten 7 flowers. I am far more familiar with this place than anyone else. Fuangdich thought to himself, there is something about her spirit that feels off, while Thon Hein beside him quietly whispered. Her team previously encountered the Dark Tide as well, but in the end only she survived. Fuangdich realized, so that's it. Because of her identity, absolute obedience and indifference to missions and rules, combined with a kind of belief that helped Jia Lam persevere. Though after seeing me seal the Dark Tide, she could no longer restrain herself. Fuangdich spoke to number 81 and Zio 2.5 teasing, half-serious tone. Let us forgive this injured patient. Number 81 asked Fuangdich if she was injured. He explained as he walked. Her spirit shield has serious deficiencies. At minimum, she has the power of a 2-star creation spirit level. But the spirit shield can be said to be reduced by 2 ranks. He looked at Jia Lam's figure with a missing section of her spirit shield and continued, which shows her internal injuries are not light. Jia Lam had only taken a few steps when she suddenly stopped. She did not dare to look straight at him and lowered her head, saying, "Thank you, but my injuries are fine." In the extreme dark zone, the graveyard, the scene was extremely gloomy and terrifying. But Fuangdich's group continued to advance. Suddenly Fuangdich's gaze shifted to something. He looked at a cold human skeleton lying on the ground. But he did not have time to be distracted. Jia Lam pointed to everyone. It's here. This is the graveyard. A beautiful flower shone brightly in the dead night. Jia Lam pointed it out. Look, that is the rotten 7 flower. She silently and steadily walked to the graveyard where the flower was glowing. Before them was an extremely strange scene. A large number of dark ghosts were hovering over the rotten 7 flower. Suddenly Jia Lam seemed to lose control. She frantically rushed forward. Finally, I have found you again. Fuangdich immediately felt something was wrong. Within seconds he formed the power in his hands and shouted loudly, then launched the fire directly at Jia Lam, who was standing there. Wake up. Jia Lam immediately snapped back to awareness. Too strong. This is a yang attribute extremely powerful and rare. She then turned and counterattacked, managing to evade. She remained silent and looked toward Fuangdich. Seeing that the dark forces had disappeared, Jia Lam wondered if her preparations were still insufficient. Number 81 ran over anxiously and asked, Sister Jia Lam, are you okay? Thon Hein also expressed concern. She has been affected by the dark attribute. Seriously, we should still stay together here. Thon Hein looked at Fuangdich and told everyone, just let him handle the rotten 7 flower. Fuangdich slowly stepped forward. Soon he reached the glowing rotten 7 flower. Suddenly, the ground nearby cracked, and a strange light emanated from the earth. Instantly, a lake demon appeared, with blazing red eyes, massive hands, sharp claws, swinging as if preparing an attack straight toward him. The monster opened its mouth wide, revealing countless souls inside wailing, "Too hungry, too hungry, too hungry." Fuangdich quickly activated Divine Thunder. In moments, he struck it 3 times with Divine Thunder piercing through its body. The lake demon roared fiercely, mouth wide, sharp teeth, eyes glowing red, its body covered in lightning. Fuangdich stood aside, thinking, how many abnormal creatures must this lake demon have swallowed to become like this? And moreover, it is an S rank. Without hesitation, Fuangdich immediately unleashed the dark attribute in his hands. He must deal with it quickly. Grab the rotten 7 flower and leave. The time of the Dark Tide seal is running out. It still won't die. Then let's use it to test our skills. From Fuangd1ECBCH's hands, spiraling energy expanded. Infinite Dark Realm deployed, forming a whirl of demonic power. Moments later, the lake demon was surrounded by the vortex, then completely sealed. Not stopping there, Its body was covered by writhing lightning, slowly burning it. Then it raised its head high, mouth wide, letting out prolonged groans. Grr ooh ooh ooh. The system notification appeared. Affected by the special dark attribute within the infinite dark realm, the S-rank semi-decayed lake demon had dropped to B rank. Fuang D letter 1 ECBCH saw the lake demon weakened, descending 2 ranks consecutively. It seems the cultivation foundation of S-rank abnormalities in the extreme dark zone isn't that solid after all. Then he took the blazing chain fire in his hand and slowly approached it. Fuang Ditch decisively slashed, burning the entire massive body of the lake demon. Than Hein and Lam Wai stood before the scene, both sensing that this ceiling was unlike any before. Than Hein said, "What is this dark energy? It is a dark attribute, but it feels different." Lam Wai felt the same. "Yes, I don't sense that oppressive, gloomy, cold, and repulsive aura." Jia Lam had observed how Fuang Ditch sealed it and explained, "Because this is Fuang Ditch's domain, he has mastered the dark attribute and independently refined it, thereby creating his own domain." She recalled her teacher lying on his sickbed and fell into thought. Creating a domain with spiritual power is extremely difficult. Previously, aside from him, at most 3 people globally possess this ability. The identities of the other 2 are unknown, but it is known they are in Country M. The image of him struggling alone against disaster remained deeply in Jia Lam's mind. He had foreseen the capital facing overwhelming catastrophe and deployed his domain to suppress it, but the result was. Just then, a voice cut through her thoughts urgently. Move, it's out." Than Hein and Lam Wai watched the scene with astonishment and tension, slightly surprised and anxious at how fast it was. After the tense sealing, Fuang Ditch's face relaxed and confident, smiling to reassure everyone. "All right, the graveyard behind probably won't cause any more trouble." Then he stepped forward to pick the rotten 7 flower. Fuang Ditch gently touched the still glowing flower with both hands. Once the flower rested securely in his hands, he exhaled, thinking perhaps there would be no further issues. Jia Lam was surprised when Fuang Ditch handed her the rotten 7 flower. She carefully observed, "Is this the rotten 7 flower? Such a small bloom." Then Fuang Ditch instructed everyone, "The mission is complete. We must retreat immediately." The dark tide is not like ordinary dark attribute abnormalities. It can cause trouble at any moment. He glanced at the unconscious person. "Moreover, we now have an additional burden." Than Hein and Lam Wai stood before the scene, both sensing that this ceiling was unlike previous ones. Than Hein said, "What is this dark energy? It is a dark attribute, but it feels different." Lam Wai also felt the same. "Yes, I don't sense that oppressive, gloomy, cold, and repulsive aura." Jia Lam had observed how Fuang Ditch sealed it and explained, "Because this is Fuang Ditch's domain. He has mastered the dark attribute and independently refined it, thereby creating his own domain." She recalled her teacher lying on his sickbed and fell into thought. Creating a domain with spiritual power is extremely difficult. Previously, the only person capable of using a spiritual attribute to create a personal domain was Jia Lam's teacher. Aside from him, at most 3 people globally possess this ability. The identities of the other 2 are unknown, but it is known they are in Country M. The image of him struggling alone against disaster remained deeply in Jia Lam's mind. He had foreseen the capital facing overwhelming catastrophe and deployed his domain to suppress it, but the result was. Just then, a voice cut through her thoughts urgently. Move, it's out." Than Hein and Lam Wai watched the scene with astonishment and tension, slightly surprised and anxious at how fast it was. After the tense sealing, Fuang Ditch's face relaxed and confident, smiling to reassure everyone. "All right, the graveyard behind." Aside from him, at most 3 people globally possess this ability. The identities of the other 2 are unknown, but it is known they are in Country M. The image of him struggling alone against disaster remained deeply in Jia Lam's mind. He had foreseen the capital facing overwhelming catastrophe and deployed his domain to suppress it, but the result was. Just then, a voice cut through her thoughts urgently. Move, move, it's out. Than Hein and Lam Wai watched the scene with astonishment and tension, slightly surprised and anxious at how fast it was. After the tense sealing, Fuong Ditch's face relaxed and confident, smiling to reassure everyone. All right, the graveyard behind probably won't cause any more trouble. Then he stepped forward to pick the rotten 7 flower. Fuong Ditch gently touched the still glowing flower with both hands. Once the flower rested securely in his hands, he exhaled, thinking perhaps there would be no further issues. Jia Lam was surprised when Fuong Ditch handed her the rotten 7 flower. She carefully observed, "Is this the rotten 7 flower? Such a small bloom." Then Fuong Ditch instructed everyone, "The mission is complete. We must retreat immediately." The dark tide is not like ordinary dark attribute abnormalities. It can cause trouble at any moment. He glanced at the unconscious person. Moreover, we now have an additional burden. Than Hein and Lam Wai stood before the scene, both sensing that this sealing was unlike previous ones. Than Hein said, "What is this? This dark energy. It is a dark attribute, but it feels different." Lam Wai also felt the same. "Yes, I don't sense that oppressive, gloomy, cold, and repulsive aura." Jia Lam had observed how Fuong Ditch sealed it and explained, "Because this is Fuong Ditch's domain. He has mastered the dark attribute and independently refined it, thereby creating his own domain." She recalled her teacher lying on his sick and fell into thought. Creating a domain with spiritual power is extremely difficult. Previously, the only person capable of using a spiritual attribute to create a personal domain was Jia Lam's teacher. Aside from him, at most 3 people globally possess this ability. The identities of the other 2 are unknown, but it is known they are in Country M. The image of him struggling alone against disaster remained deeply in Jia Lam's mind. He had foreseen the capital facing overwhelming catastrophe and deployed his domain to suppress it. But the result was... Just then, a voice cut through her thoughts urgently. Move, move, it's out. Than Hein and Lam Wai watched the scene with astonishment and tension, slightly surprised and anxious at how fast it was. After the tense sealing, Fuong Ditch's face relaxed and confident, smiling to reassure everyone. All right. She nodded. I will come later. Jia Lam stood watching the vehicles of the spirit combat zone depart. Then Fuong Ditch approached Jia Lam and asked, "You are from the spirit combat zone, right?" She replied, "Your strength and performance have probably spread throughout our deployment zones. Soon, you will become famous." Fuong Ditch calmly listened as she continued. "However, I must also admit, your personal power could overwhelm even the strongest squad in the zone. Moreover, your potential is immense, with no limits yet in sight." Then Jia Lam made a proposal to him. "If you are interested, would you like to join us? You could receive the best cultivation resources. Indeed, in this mission, you, your teammates, and even the squad of Nin Heap, all rewards will be doubled." After hearing Jia Lam's words, Fuong Ditch was very grateful. "I thank you in advance for the reward. Although I know you are the strongest in the lower kingdom, I have my own cultivation methods and pace, so joining is not necessary." She gave him further guidance. Now that the world is changing, what the nation values most, or fears the most, is the abnormal dark attribute. The number of abnormalities is increasing rapidly. In the future, the situation will become even more severe. Not stopping there, Jia Lam warned, their sphere of influence will also continue to expand. Like malignant tumors, they can cause catastrophic consequences at any moment. Therefore, we must spare no effort to build restricted zones to block them, and spirit knights oversee them strictly everywhere. She spoke with a serious expression. "I tell you this not to bind or morally constrain you, just that an outstanding cultivator like you now has the right to know these situations." Fuong Ditch smiled, understanding what Jia Lam meant. "I understand. If I encounter abnormalities in the future, even strangers, I will not stand by idly. You can rest assured about this." Jia Lam smiled gently. "Very pleased to meet you, Fuong Ditch." She handed him something, taking this token. Fuong Ditch looked at the token in his hand as Jia Lam explained, "With this token, You can freely enter any restricted zone to cultivate, and the spirit combat zone will always open up to you. Suddenly, she asked one more thing. Would you like to visit Elder and Yo? Fuongditch was surprised by Jia Lam's suggestion. She meant that the person is a venerable of the Diamond Realm. Jia Lam said, "He is my master. I think you should meet him. I don't know if you agree, this is just my personal thought. I truly want to be friends with you. Would you accept that?" He slowly put the token card into his pocket. Then Fuongditch, without any hesitation, replied, "All right, one more friend is one more path. I will accompany you on this trip." At this moment, Fuongditch recovered his power, considering this a gift between friends. Jia Lam was surprised by his action. "What is this?" Fuongditch explained. "I think I can purge the lingering poison caused by the dark attribute that has contaminated your body." She felt currents of electricity running through her body. The thunder attribute also has a healing effect. "Now I only feel numbness all over. The places that were cold and painful have become warm. The discomfort in Jia Lam has disappeared." Currents of thunder spread throughout her body. The wounds being corroded by black mist were healing. Her damaged internal organs seemed to have regained their previous health. The blood vessels in her body were being aligned and purified. Then she slowly opened her eyes to feel the change. "All the toxins in my body have been completely removed thanks to this rare thunder attribute. Truly amazing. It feels like being reborn once again." After completing the healing process, Fuongditch asked Jia Lam, "How do you feel now?" She said, "Very well. All the remaining dark attributes in my body have been completely removed. No, rather it has been shattered." Nearby, the doctor was examining the injured man. Only a first-tier Diamond Realm cultivator and already seriously wounded like this. Can he still be saved? Than Hein saw Fuongditch and Jia Lam still standing and talking. So she walked over and asked, "You two haven't left yet. Wait, why do I feel Jia Lam's wound?" Jia Lam interrupted Than Hein, saying, "That's right, the pure thunder attribute has completely purged the remaining dark attribute in my body." Than Hein pointed at Fuongditch, teasing him. "So this is the tyrant of the thunder attribute, able to kill enemies and save people." Fuongditch shyly covered himself with his hand. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Than Hein waved her hand toward the ambulance. "Everyone came here quickly." She turned to Fuongditch, her eyes sparkling as if wanting to suggest something to him. "I want to ask you, can we cooperate with you a little?" Fuongditch was puzzled by her proposal for cooperation. "What do you mean?" She explained, "Combining your spirit energy with medical equipment could surely save more pioneering cultivators who are being disturbed by the dark attribute." Then Than Hein bent forward in a 90-degree bow, pleading with Fuongditch, "Please, show it once more." He remained silent and recovered his spirit energy. "Like this, okay?" The researcher was surprised by Fuongditch's power. It really seemed to work. Such a pure high-level thunder attribute could truly shatter the dark attribute. Jia Lam said to Than Hein, "Just now Fuongditch directly channeled into me, and the dark attribute in my body was immediately shattered. So as long as Fuongditch works with the injured cultivators, it should be enough." "Right. I remember one person in a coma was also a first-tier Diamond Realm cultivator." Than Hein scratched her head, embarrassed. No. Not all first-tier Diamond Realm cultivators can withstand spirit energy like this." The researcher also agreed. "That's right, Head Officer Jia Lam. Although her wounds were severe, according to our evaluation they were still relatively minor. The recently injured man, to heal him, the thunder spirit energy required is estimated to be 10 times hers." He continued to explain, "Moreover, being able to save one life, getting him to wake up is already very good. Full recovery is impossible." Fuongditch agreed to their request. "All right, it's like transfusing blood, right? Then how should I transmit spirit energy to everyone so that they can store it for later?" The researcher invited Fuongditch over. He requested that to release the power, he should place his hand here, then release the spirit energy. Fuongditch put his hand into the spirit energy release device. "All right?" Lam Y standing nearby could not stop marveling inwardly. Unexpectedly, Head Officer Jia Lam is a senior officer of the Spirit Battle Zone. Yet my cousin is the one making the Spirit Battle Zone grant special privileges. The girl thought to herself, Jia Lam is cold but actively connecting with my cousin. Just now I even saw her hand over her token card to him. At this moment, Fuong Dich shifted his gaze to the other side. He then saw Lam Y and No. 81 gently asking, "How are you two?" Lam Y said to him, "Cousin, we have finished arranging everything." The girl excitedly added, "Next, 81, and I want to do some more training. Take on a few missions. We can't always rely on you, otherwise we won't improve at all." But inwardly she thought, I feel I can't slow down anymore. I truly want to catch up with cousin's pace. Fuong Dich understood Lam Y's wish. "All right, stay safe." He smiled, sensing that Lam Y had grown up. Fan Hein raised her hand to bid farewell to Fuong Dich and Jia Lam, then said, "We will go ahead. You two, if fate allows, will meet again on the next mission." Fuong Dich responded briefly, "Yes." Jia Lam turned to him and said, "Let's go. We are going to visit Mr. Enjo." On the way to the mission, Fan Hein sat in the car shouting, "This one is cold-blooded. This one doesn't even go to the scene." She angrily complained, "Now it's over. The person was taken away by the Spirit War Zone. My efforts over the past few days were really wasted." Team members advised Captain to calm down, calm down. However, Fan Hein's mind at this moment was full of turmoil. The organizational structure of the Spirit Hero team was still too chaotic. At the headquarters and branches, many managers were even more hypocritical than senior military officers. Because she knew clearly elite teams were fragmented, not to mention whether they were willing to humble themselves and become close to Fuong Dich. Some stubborn ones not coming to cause trouble were already lucky. The scene shifts to the highest level ward in the medical base at the Spirit War Zone. There, Fuong Dich saw the man lying in recovery. He asked, "Is this Mr. Enyo?" Jia Lam replied, "Quite strange, isn't it? A powerful fighter at Diamond Harbor turns out to be a frail old man." She recounted that previously his complexion was even worse, looking like a corpse. They had even used the 7 rot flowers, but he still hadn't awakened. Fuong Dich was extremely puzzled by his condition. What exactly was wrong with him? Jia Lam explained to him, "A calamity of dark attributes struck the capital. The celestial phenomena were abnormal, the sky torn by darkness. To prevent the abnormal dark attribute phenomenon from affecting the capital, the master had used his own body to try to seal the remaining part." The image of Mr. Engo fighting steadfastly was still deep in her memory. "We had all used special methods to transmit spiritual energy to the master first." The scene of devastation with nothing intact at that time evoked Jia Lam's emotions as she continued. "We assessed this abnormal calamity as exceeding his level. Although the dark waves we encountered were already terrifying as level, the damage of this calamity was many times stronger than dark waves." She spoke about it seriously. Once it appeared, it could destroy the entire capital. Even surrounding cities would be affected and destroyed. The significance of the capital was unusually important. Once destroyed, the whole nation would fall into chaos. Mr. Enjo at that time had fought extremely bravely, according to Jia Lam's account. The master had used his domain to forcibly seal an abnormal's level, but unexpectedly it required the combined strength of all of us to deal with this colossal calamity, even more terrifying than we had assessed. However, after all the efforts, Master Engo ultimately could no longer hold on. He was swallowed back by the dark attribute. If he were not the Venerable of Diamond Harbor, at that very moment he would have turned to ashes, even becoming nourishment for the abnormal dark attribute phenomenon. Fuong Dich was amazed at his achievements, preventing the capital from being destroyed, so he truly was a great immortal practitioner. Looking at this great man before him, he could not help but recall old memories. Long ago, there were many immortal practitioners who stood before him like this, allowing him to survive until the very end. Perhaps in a previous life, at this moment, he had already sacrificed himself. Jia Lam was stunned as Fuong Dich reached out toward Master Enyo, asking what he intended to do. He immediately activated his Thunder Wrath power. Don't be nervous. Although the 7 rot flowers have taken effect, I still want to try to see if I can eliminate some of the arrogant and stubborn dark attributes in his body. Only then will he awaken quickly. She was extremely surprised. What? This is an S-level calamity. She fell silent and remembered the 7 rot flowers that Fuang Dich had obtained, and then no longer stopped him. All right, try it. Jia Lam watched her master being treated by Fuang Dich's Thunder Wrath and thought, perhaps he really is a miracle, but you must be careful. This dark attribute is even more terrifying than those in dark waves. Otherwise, after using the 7 rot flowers, he would not have recovered so slowly. Fuang Dich calmly treated him with spiritual power. I understand. I can sense how powerful the dark here is. Even suppressed and weakened by the purifying force of the 7 rot flowers, it can still give a person a sense of immense pressure. At this moment, streams of dark energy began to pour out from his body in front of Fuang Dich and Jia Lam. Jia Lam realized the scene was extremely dangerous. She then shouted, Fuang Dich, be careful, focus, it's starting to affect you. However, Fuang Dich remained standing in the brilliant golden light, calm yet with eyes showing intense concentration. Then, as if sensing something, he widened his eyes. The scene expanded to a city shrouded in smoke and blood-red light. Fuang Dich standing alone in the street facing a gigantic, blazing red eye appearing in the black sky and swirling clouds. That eye symbolized a terrifying, threatening power, as if pulling his spirit back into the past.